Hey, how's it going everyone, and welcome to my God of War Ragnarok 100% collectibles guide. So this guide is intended to help you get your platinum trophy in one watch, so you should just be able to go through this guide once and get your platinum trophy by the end of it. This guide is assuming that you've beaten the main storyline before going for collectibles. It's a good idea to do that because there are certain collectibles that only show up once you've beaten the main storyline. If you're looking for anything in particular, I will be creating timestamps for each of the collectibles, but you're going to have to go into the comment section for those because the description doesn't have enough characters for me to fit all of the timestamps in. So if you're looking for those timestamps, just look at the pinned comment underneath this video. The top comment should be from me, and it'll have all the timestamps for all of the collectibles. So if you want to jump to a certain one, maybe you're missing something in a certain area, you can just go ahead and jump to that and figure it out. But we're starting out in SVARTALFHEIM. Thank you very much for tuning in, especially if you've come from one of my previous videos. I really appreciate that. Let's get this going. Right, so our first collectible is the first Raven in the Aurvangar Wetlands, and it's just over here next to the Mystic Gateway on the left.
One less feathery spy.
Okay, so next up we've got an artifact. We're going to have to get in the boat to move on. We are going to have to come back around this area to get some collectibles sorted in a bit, but I'm doing my best to keep it in some sort of order that's easy to follow. There's certain things you need to do to unlock some collectibles, so I'll come back to that.
She helped you against the God of War because she had visions that the God of War would bring down Olympus.
Yes, and in defeating Ares, I became the God of War. In the end, I proved her vision of doom correct.
So the Oracle herself brought about the very future she hoped to avoid. I'm so very relieved we didn't do the same.
Yeah, we will have some conversation between Myrkr and Kratos. It's kind of cool that Kratos talks about his previous life in Greece, or the other games. If you played the other games, you might know about that, although there is a lot to actually know about what happened to Kratos. Really interesting story, to be fair, but we're coming in here. We're going to freeze up these geysers so we can jump up onto the sledge, and we're getting this artifact. I think this is the first thing left behind. I'll also do my best to show the maps in between. If you're looking for more or certain collectibles, you can also just use the timestamps in the description.
Looks to be an artifact from the Dwarven Resistance. Trade Mars Brassard, father of a few dwarves you may be well familiar with. Lunder may be interested in getting these back. We should check in with her.
Right, so next up we've got the Nornir chest that's in this area, and it's just below us. But in case you are picking out certain collectibles that you want to get, I'll go ahead and just show the map as often as possible. I know it can be a little bit tedious, but it's for the best. If you're trying to find certain collectibles or there's something you're missing, at least you can go ahead and just find individual ones. If there's slight glitches in the footage anywhere, I apologize for that. It's my capture card playing up. I got a new capture card and I'm still working out the kinks a little bit. Although I think for future videos I have got it all figured out now. But there shouldn't be anything that's stopping you from getting a collectible anywhere. And if I notice anything while I'm watching this back to go ahead and record the audio for this video, I'll go and edit it out just so it's clearer to follow. I wouldn't want to put out a video that people can't follow for some reason. So next up we've got the first Hell Tear. I'm going to have to go up here.
Something is on your mind.
And down this rope.
Freyr's sword. I'm glad he got it back.
Odin stole it.
Not quite. It couldn't be stolen.
There's the
It
Hell
had
Tear.
to be given freely. Freyr had it forged in his younger days, imbued with its own motives and passion. For centuries, he swore he would only ever set it down.
Hold that thought.
Right, so beat the enemies, and then you can go ahead and close the Hell Tear and get yourself some loot. You will have done 2 of the Hell Tears along with the story, so if you do this one, you should be at 3. This guide is assuming that you've beaten the main story. Okay, and there it is on the map. A lot of these collectibles won't appear until you've beaten the main story. So next up we're getting the first remnants of Asgard, and we're going to have to go ahead and leave this little island and go to another one. A lot of the areas in Svartalfheim are kind of branched off into little islands, but this one is a bunch of different islands that counts as one area. I'm breaking this up into areas, and I've also broken this whole
Myrkr,
guide
there's
up
something
into
I wanted to
realms.
ask you about. Hildisvini
Talk about
told
that
me
a little bit
your
more soon.
visit to secure Hell's army, but was reluctant to elaborate when it came to negotiating with Krastalder.
Ah, yes. Well, I can see why he'd hold off on such a subject until he saw if we survived the battle.
Myrkr, what exactly did you promise the large bird?
Oh, nothing too horrifying. It's just that she'd like to retire.
Retire? Hell's eagle wants to retire?
Indeed. And don't ask me what she expects to do with her free time. I assure you there is no reassuring answer.
Can she even do that? Not be Hell?
Apparently so. She just requires relief. Someone else to step in and become Hell, as it were.
Not exactly an office many would wish to occupy.
Aye. Terrible weather, infinite hours, and the possibility of unleashing terrible mischief on the realms if they're careless. Or worse, if they aren't completely trustworthy.
But if she were to leave without a replacement,
Complete chaos.
All right.
Yes.
So getting to this island,
prepare for a
the
fight.
first remnants of Asgard is here. When you approach this rock, you'll get attacked by Aesir, and you have to kill them. Alright. Get rid of them, and then you'll automatically complete the remnants, and you'll get some dialogue.
The Einherjar will continue to be a nuisance for the realm.
Only if we do nothing. The realms will never heal if they remain.
How many more?
Only one way to find out.
Alright. So that'll start off the favor once you've done the first one. Okay, so just to the right of the rock is a Nornir chest. This is the second one in this area. And there's only 2 in the wetlands that you need to get. Oh, there's plenty more in SVARTALFHEIM. So go ahead and freeze up the geyser if you need to see exactly what symbol this is on. But I think you should just need to hit it once, to be honest. It's easy enough to check, but yeah, I think you only need to hit that one once. So once you've done that, come up here, and the second one is just above you. I'm not doing too well with these axe throws right now. There we go, and the third one is just down here. Up on this ledge, next to the red chest. I also wanted to mention that the red chests don't count towards 100% at all. If you want to get those along the way, that's fair enough, but they don't count towards completion or trophies or anything like they did in the previous game. But if you see me run past one, feel free to get it if you want to. I actually haven't opened any of them at this point. Some of them I do open up along the way. Especially in the areas where you get better resources out of them, because they give a lot of resources that go towards upgrading weapons and armor and stuff, so that's pretty much what you get out of those. Alright, so next up we've got a legendary chest. We're coming up here again, and it is just sitting on this ledge right here. I'm going to do my best to label what each one is. You should be able to see it on stream. Again, if you're looking for something in particular, then look at the description and you might be able to find some information on what's in what chest, although that was the deadly obsidian handles. If you've completed the game, though, a lot of this stuff that you get out of these areas isn't really that good. Maybe you want the runic attacks. Next up, we've got a lore marker. The first one, unsafe roads. It's just down
Good
here.
thing you learned the runes, brother.
Yeah, I wanted to break up these videos into realms just because if I had all 8 realms in one video, for one, it takes forever to make these videos. It takes a really long time to make these videos. Like, a lot of work goes into them, and I am going to make videos for all of the 8 realms, and I probably will make a video that shows all 8 realms at once, but I thought it'd be a good idea to get this out a little bit faster so that I could show each realm one by one.
How did Odin acquire it?
I'll answer this one. Odin disguised himself as the most beautiful person Freyr had ever seen.
This separated Freyr from his sword.
Oh, with embarrassing speed.
I am glad Freyr ultimately retrieved it.
Me too. My little fool.
Okay, so next up we've got the second artifact, which is a Kvasir poem. I think this is the first Kvasir poem that you're going to find. There's 6 of them to get, I'm pretty sure, but they're scattered across different realms. Or maybe there's more than that, I can't remember, but We'll figure it out, I'm sure. So if you're here from my previous collectible video, by the way, thank you very much for waiting for me to make these videos. I appreciate you guys sticking with me. Yeah, it means a lot. These videos do take a long time to put together, as you can probably imagine, and I don't have the luxury of getting games early like other people's do, so...
That's one of Kvasir's poems. Very highbrow. You should collect any others you find.
Alright. So... there's the poem. That's where it is on the map.
Circling back
Nice
to
and
the topic of
easy.
prophecies brought about by the efforts to avoid them, I think I can recall such a story as you mentioned, brother. A Greek tale for the stage. Rather lurid, but very popular. You know the one?
Every Greek knows the tragedy of the Theban king.
Yeah, word gets around about that sort of thing.
Alright, so... we've got Kvasir poem number 3 now. We're going to have to head a little further into the wetlands. Hopefully you're able to follow along with the path in here. I did want to include as much pathing as possible, so there's no confusion as to where you got to go.
May tell a story, if you wish.
I preferable to silence at last? A rare day. I'm touched. But since you mention it, there has been one on my mind of late. It goes back to my earliest days, when I had little more to do than observe the mortals who passed through our forest. One summer, a local laird of renowned eccentricity chose to sequester himself with a small coterie of kinsmen and followers. The aim of their woodland retreat was to achieve enlightenment through study and discipline. They took oaths to brook no distractions until they became wise men.
Distractions.
Aye, women, drink, mostly women. As you can imagine, things deteriorated quickly. By autumn, tempers were frayed and wisdom remained in short supply. One day, I watched as the laird and his brother took their hunt. There they found, at the banks of a river, a lady as fair as any they'd left behind.
Enough. We
All
will
right.
continue later.
So now we're on Nidavellir. This is artifact number 3, which is again a Kvasir poem, which is right there on this box. Go ahead and grab that. There's also a little chest here if you want to open that. You might see me grab those from time to time, but like I mentioned, they don't count towards completion, so don't worry about getting all of those if you miss some. Alright, so there's the map. And we've 100%ed the wetlands. Now we're moving on to Nidavellir. There's a couple of complicated favours in this area, and I'll do my best to explain those and what you've got to do. You've got a lore scroll right there, which is a shopping list, I believe. Next up, we've got a raven, which is right there. Let's have a little look at the map. There it is.
Come here. I gotta tell you something.
Okay, so moving on to artifact number 4, things left behind. We're going to jump into this little crawl space, and it's over to your left after this. Yeah, you have to come through this tunnel, and you can find it just on the floor down here. The main story does bring you down here at some point, I think, so
Firebomb from the chief anti-Odin
you may have
propagandist
already
in
collected this.
Berlin's rebellion. Quite a sharp wit she had until she turned to less
There's the map, interrupting Myrkr there.
means of resistance.
Alright. So we're going to go back to where we crawled through right here. And next up we've got the 9 Realms in Bloom flower. This is the first flower. You're going to need a spear for this. So chuck the spear right there. And then hop the gap. And you can find the flower just here on the floor. Nice and easy. The great thing about watching these videos back is I can cover any mistakes I've made, make sure everything's good and thorough for you guys. There's a look at the map for the flower if you want to get it. Again, if you're looking for something in particular, take a look at the description. You can usually figure out what it is you're missing or what you need in each area. The great thing about this game is you can look at different sections of the map and figure out where you're missing stuff, so it makes things a little bit easier. That's why I kind of want to get my timestamps correct. Alright, so we're coming over to the back now. We need to throw another spear into this area here and then hop up. And you can get legendary chest number 2, which is the luminous recovery handles, which I think is a axe attachment. Or no, it's a blades attachment. Sorry. And there's the map. Right next to that is our next collectible, which is a treasure map. Mining Glory. Pick that up. If you're looking for the solution to the treasure maps, take a look in the description. Again, I'll do my best to post the solution next to the timestamp of where you found the treasure map, so you can just skip to it if that's what you're looking for. So this next one is actually in a different area, but you're going to have to have done this before you can complete the next favor that's in Nidavellir. And for this we need to go back to the Sverd Sands. You can only do this if you've beaten the main story, but before you go to the Sverd Sands, you're going to have to come to the tavern over here. I'll explain what we'll do in this in a second. So this is a funeral for Brock. You may have already done this yourself. If you have, then skip ahead a little bit, I guess, or you might want to watch this out just so you can follow properly. So once you've spoken to these guys and interacted with Brock on the table...
I've met many on my travels.
Very sad.
One of the few I would call friend.
I always thought you were one of the dumbest creatures I'd ever met. Didn't expect you to be the bravest, too.
This world is a darker place for your leaving it.
We're taking him to the Sverd Sands. It's, in the wetlands near the ferry.
So you're going to want to go back to a Mystic Gateway and travel back to where I've just hovered over on the map. So I'm going back to the wetlands. And the reason that I didn't do this at the very start is because you need to visit the tavern first before you can visit this. So I thought it'd be a good idea to get to this point. Like I said, you may have already done this. If not, just follow along with me. Come back to the wetlands. And then you're going to head to your left now. Previously, we went to the right and got in the boat. But we're going to go over to the left and use the ferry to get to the other side. The reason we're doing this is because there's a favor we need to do. And you may have already picked it up. I think it's called Spirit of Rebellion. And you can pick it up along on the main story path. Check your goals to see if it's in there.
Let's hope so. Loss can do things to a man.
So once you interact with Brock here, you'll have a cutscene.
We can begin.
And then you'll complete the favor. And then we're going to go back to the tavern once we've done this, just so we've got these favors out of the way. So this next one, Spirit of Rebellion,
A hammer.
A weapon.
check your goals.
Forge hammer. Little thing. Symbol of the old resistance. And bring it back here.
Alright, so yeah, check your goals to see if you already have this one, because Dino, is it Dino? No, is his name? I know it begins with a D. But yeah, you need to get his hammer, and for this you're going to have to move a little further into SVARTALFHEIM. So I want to get this out of the way because it counts as a favor for this area. But he does show up in the storyline.
I suspect you could use that spear to explore more of the bay.
Or
Yeah.
there is someone
Everybody wants to talk over you when you're trying to explain something.
Yes, brother. You can deal with the consequences of my failures in the bay, or Freya's failures in Midgard.
Right, so yeah, this quest can show up on the main storyline. He stands next to a Mystic Gateway. If you spoke to him, you'll have this in your goals, and you'll still have to come where we're going right now. So you can travel to that Mystic Gateway we just passed, and come and complete this quest. But if you didn't talk to him along the main storyline, then he'll be in the tavern right there, and that's when you pick it up. So I didn't talk to him, so he's in the tavern, but you check your goals just to make sure if you have this or if you've completed it or not. But yeah, just check the goals, see if it's in there or not. If not, pick it up in the tavern.
These rigs were certainly the most subtle.
Odin wanted the dwarves under his control, and well, I convinced him he could buy their allegiance instead of...
So you're going to have some enemies here, I think?
A trade agreement of sorts. If memory serves, we're heading in the right direction.
Everybody's chatting away. So once you've defeated the enemies here, there's also another favor that you should start when you're here, because this next favor requires a lot of back and forth, and it's a good idea while you're passing through to do this favor, the Spirit of Rebellion, to come and talk to the spirit that's here, so that you can go ahead and complete the quest that's in the next area we're going to go to. We are going to come back here because there's more collectibles, but I wanted to finish off Nidavellir before we moved on. So speak to this guy and just pick up this quest.
To put it simply, treasure. The cache just over there, to be precise. My son and I, we came to these isles to uncover its riches. I feared it was too dangerous, so I came along, and was, well, seemingly proven right.
Is that why you haven't moved on?
My son, I suspect he went in search of the second half of the treasure. Please find him and tell me his fate. If you require a reward, you may help yourself to the treasure. It doesn't matter to me anymore. Please, I need help.
Alright, so make sure you've picked that up. And when you come up here, you need to interact with the
It's just like what we
thing on the left. I'm not sure what you would call this. You need to use the chisel on it.
Shall we?
Yeah, so you use the chisel on this thing on the left, and that'll get you the solution to the Spirit of Rebellion quest. But there's also a Remnants of Asgard here. Kind of glad that I stood here for a minute to explain, but it's up to you what you want to do here. But we are going to come back to this area and finish it all up. But to get to the Spirit of Rebellion solution, you're probably going to have to fight these guys for the Remnants of Asgard. So go ahead and fight them. And then you'll be able to lift up the hammer from this statue to get the solution to the favor we're doing in Nidavellir. So beat these guys up. It all counts towards completion, so I won't worry about messing anything up. This was the most efficient way I could figure out to get things in order. And that's really just because of the other favor that's in this area. If we would have come here and, say, did all the collectibles here, we still would have had to come back to this area to finish the favor. And so,
They will always
beating them up.
to him, alive or dead. It is a matter of honor.
Yes, they will continue to follow his orders and keep the realms under his thumb.
Not for long, they won't.
Alright, once they've done yapping away, we'll take a little look at the map here to show you where we are. That's where we are on Dragon Beach. And we're gonna lift up this hammer, and then we can get the solution. And then we need to take it back to... Is it Dunri? I don't remember the guy's name, I really don't, but... I remember his squid was called Dinner. I guess that means I care more about the squid, but... There's the hammer we need.
Still in one piece after all this time. Unlike Durlin's resistance, I suppose.
Darlin, that's it, Darlin. There's also a little chest here if you want to open it. So now, to complete Nidavellir, we need to take this back to Darlin. Again, that's where the solution is. If there's any confusion. You also get a light runic attack for completing this. So we've come back to Nidavellir, into the tavern, and quickly go and have a chat with Darlin, give him that.
Found it.
And we did.
Thank you. With Odin gone, this will be a nice reminder to folks
Of what?
that we didn't give up. And we won.
There we go. So that'll get you an achievement, which is nice, or a trophy, sorry. We're on PlayStation, damn it. And we'll also get the light runic attack, the mountain splitter, which is decent. I think that's for the spear, actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you pick that. You can pick this favor up just as you get the spear. Like when you're on your way out of the area, he's standing next to a mystic gateway. I think most people will probably pick that up. But if you're like me and you wanted to leave it until you'd finish the game so you could show how to do it all afterwards or whatever, or you just ignored it, he'll be in that tavern, so you can still pick it up. Alright, so... before we continue, you'll want to go and make sure you've picked up the favors from Ratatoska at Sindri's house. So if you've already done that, you don't need to follow me here. You can just continue from this area on to where we're about to go. But going back to Sindri's house, speak to Ratatoska and just make sure you've picked up the 2 favors from him. And that's the one about the lost lindworms.
You are welcome.
And there's also the seasonal stags you need to collect as well. So make sure you've picked those favors up before you continue, otherwise you won't be able to get these.
Not chicken-like whatsoever. So as you can see, I have no choice.
We're going back now to Svartalfheim. just wanted to make a, you know, quick note to make sure you guys had those favors on. You may not have spoken to him or ignored him like I have. So just make sure that you've picked those 2 favors up. The Lost Lindworms and the one for the seasonal stags. Because there's a couple of those, well, I think there's a few Lindworms in this area. And you need to make sure you have that favor so you can trap them, otherwise you won't be able to trap them. So we're back at the Mystic Gateway we just used a second ago, just next to Nidavellir right here. And before we continue, we are at the Forge. Let's go and do this Berserker gravestone. This counts towards the Forge and not where we're going next, but because we're here, we might as well do it. So these are pretty tough fights. So if you're a low level, be ready for a rough fight.
Do me a favor, brother. You see any more of these ghostly berserker tossers, give them the same. You'll be doing the 9 realms a favor.
Did these warriors wrong you at some point, Myrkr? You're quite agitated, even for you.
No need to rehash ancient history if it's all the same to you.
Very well.
Alright. So you've probably already done that fight, just because it's, you know, it's in your way as you're running through different areas. But if you haven't, that's where it is. We're not going to come and do the Forge, or the rest of the Forge just yet, but because we're here, we'll just do it. Why not? And we're going to move on to the rest of the open area that's down here. Okay, so back to the boat. And now we're going to head over towards this Nornir chest that's on Alberich Island.
Upheld their oath to avoid the touch of woman. Yet here before them stands a fair maiden in need of their help to cross the river. The laird doesn't miss a beat. He hoists her onto his shoulders, carries her across, sets her down, doffs his cap, and fords back across to his brother, who is dumbfounded, can't even bring himself to speak. The day stretches on, the laird carries on hunting, and his brother quietly gnashes his teeth down to powder. Finally, the dam breaks. Brother, he cries, how could you do it after everything we've sacrificed? But enough of that for now.
Not sure why Myrkr decided to stop there.
Might be worth investigating, no?
We can see it fine from here.
So that's actually a secret island. I think it's called like the Lyngbakr Island or something like that. And you have to do certain things to unlock that island. And it turns out to be a favor as well, but that's right at the end of this video.
Finishing my story from before.
Oh, here we go.
The laird
He's back.
broken his oath by carrying the maiden across the river, and his brother quietly stewed until he could contain himself no more. How could you do it, brother? How could you break your vow like it was nothing? Carrying that lass on your shoulders like you were a Shetland pony.
Alright, so here's the Nornir chest that we're going to get. Quickly show you guys the map of where we've come to. It's Alberich Island. And the reason we've come here first out of all the areas that are around it is because Dragon's Beach has a favor that also correlates with this area. So if we come and do this area and get the favor done here, we can sort of work it out so we get that favor done efficiently, which is also why we picked it up when we went there a minute ago to get the Spirit of Rebellion favor. There is you know, a reason behind the madness. Okay, so opening up the Nornir chest. Method behind my madness, that was what I meant to say. Alright, there's the Nornir chest. Opening that up. Next up we've got another Berserker gravestone. Again, these are tough fights, so be ready. Chop, chop.
Tell me more of this king.
He's not worth wasting my breath over. His berserker champions even less so. Trash. There's a lot of them.
Why wait until now to speak of them?
Before, there was nothing to be done. Finding that hilt changed things.
Alright. So it's another one of them dealt with. Next up, still on Alberich Island. Let's see what we're doing next. We're doing the Lost Treasure favor. So this is how we continue that favor we picked up on Dragon's Beach. And we need to go over here. Chuck the spear in if you haven't already. And we're going to hop up. And you can come and speak to the spirit.
Speak, spirit.
Is that? Perhaps now we can see each other again.
If you hadn't have spoken to the spirit earlier on Dragon's Beach, you wouldn't be able to speak to him. So that's why we've done it in this order. So speak to him, and that'll progress the favor a little bit. And then we're going to come over here and destroy this piece of rock so we can get this raven that's flapping about over here. Yeah, that favor was a lot of back and forth for me. So I've tried to put it in this video as efficiently as possible.
I see.
Alright. And there's the map, if you're wondering where we are right now. So, before we continue, let's come down here and we need to break this rock that's right here. And this is for the lost lindworms. The first one of those we have to get. That will raise up the thing you can hop across with the blades. So come back up and hop across there with the blades. And you can find the rift right here.
Something appears to be atop that island.
And this is why we went to see Ratatoskr.
We could use that lift, but not while it's up there.
One of Nidhog's children! Put it in the trap!
Great! You got him!
Oh, hello there.
Sorry, didn't mean to scare you or anything.
You did not.
Right, you can bring that back to Ratatoskr whenever you're ready.
Right. So, that's the first one. You needed the trap to be able to catch those, which is why we went to see Ratatoskr. Again, there's method to the madness. This game is more complicated than the last one, but I've done my best to display it all here. So next up we've got the Watchtower treasure map, which is just here across the gap. We just jumped across. And now we've got Raven number 4, which is just next to that right here. Take a quick look at the map. Okay. Nice and easy. So now we need to throw a spear into this hole right here. We can break that. And that'll allow us to pull this chain all the way down.
The gate is down.
And then we need to throw the axe into there and then use Freya's arrows to freeze that further. So it's the pink arrows. I'm not sure what they're called. But yeah, go ahead and shoot an arrow at that. The non-sonic arrows. Are they the runic arrows? I think they're called runic arrows. And then that'll allow you to bring your axe back. You need to destroy that piece of rock. Bring the axe back. Chuck it into the geyser. And then the lift will drop down. You need to do that pretty quickly, otherwise the gear that you froze will unfreeze. You're kind of on a time limit with the runic arrow kind of thing. A few little enemies up here to beat. Go ahead and beat them up. These little things can be really annoying. Alright. Once they're dealt with, we're going to hop up here. And there's the legendary chest. And I think this works towards the favor. The lost treasure. And you get the whetstone out of that. And that I think that's to upgrade Freya's sword. But in this playthrough, I haven't got Freya's sword yet. You need to go to her wedding place to get that sword.
Perhaps we should find the other chest, eh?
But that's in Valheim. Alright, so next up we've got the first rune read, which is when runes are on the wall. So to get across here, we just hop across using the blades. And we need to head back. So there's also a chest back there if you want to get it. Use the axe to freeze up the geyser. And then you can hop across. I do my best to edit out if I'm making mistakes or whatever. But as long as I can follow along with it and it makes sense to me, I'm sure you guys will be able to make sense out of it. Okay. Like I mentioned before, this game is much bigger than the previous one. Much, much bigger. There's way more collectibles.
Your homeland. I'd heard the gods there wielded every flavour of power you could imagine. Lightning, fire, the whole lot.
As did I, for many years.
Oh, Any chance you could recall some of that magic?
No, I have tried.
Magic is bound to the earth. When your homeland died, your powers probably went with it.
Ah, well, probably for the best. Let the past stay in the past and all that.
So, heading along for this rune read, and we're going back to Dragon Beach. I haven't actually figured out how to get the dragon here. It doesn't count towards completion, but I'm guessing there's a way to get the dragon to sort of burst out of the rock. You can see it. It's like a dragon made out of rock on this beach. And there's a bunch of geysers around it. I'm guessing it's something to do with freezing the geysers, maybe in a certain order or something like that, because they don't really do anything else. But I haven't actually looked into how to do it. Someone's probably figured it out, but I'm sure there's a way to fight that dragon and get something out of it. So here's the first rune,
Over there.
which is Don't Breathe.
Not the first time someone's told me that, I suppose.
That dragon looks remarkably lifelike for a sculpture.
Yeah. There you go. So she's talking about it. I wonder what you've got to do to fight that guy. I'll have to look into it at some point. Alright, so next up we've got the fourth Nornir chest, and the first symbol we need, or the first seal, is right behind the geyser there, just above the chest. And the second one is over here. I think again it's behind a geyser. Very well hidden. Yeah, literally the only sort of reason for those geysers to be there that I can see is to hide the seals. So there must be something you can do to activate the dragon. And I'm guessing it's to do with the geysers. But there's all three of the seals. Depending on the order that you've picked these up in, like you may have already picked some up in your playthrough, you may not get the same thing as me. Like you either get apples or is it Jotnar horns or something like that. But depending on how many you've picked up, you may get something different. I'm pretty sure it alternates between them. Like you get an apple and then a horn and then an apple then a horn. So you may get a horn out of that one where I'm getting an apple, but either way, you're not missing any. I wouldn't worry too much about it. So next up, we're doing the treasure map, Washed Ashore. I think this may be the solution. And it's over here at the back. Again, you can't get this until you've picked up the treasure map. It just straight up doesn't appear until you've picked up the treasure map. So again, that's kind of why we do things in a certain order, just so you can get the map before you get the treasure. And the same with the favors. You want to go and obviously talk to the person about the favor before you come and complete it. So that's why we're doing stuff in, you know, a certain order. Kind of just makes sense. Alright, so next up we've got the Yggdrasil Rift. I think that's how you pronounce it anyway. And we have already been to this area, I know. We're doubling back a little bit. There is a bit of that in this realm that we need to sort out. But once we've come up here, we need to go up the spear. Don't know why I was standing still for a second there, but we're going to come up. If you can talk to the spirit, talk to him, but you shouldn't be able to at this point with the completion we've got. We've got to go and finish the second part of this quest, and it's just after this area that we go and do that. It's in the Hollow, and we're going to go there after we've done this. So open up the Yggdrasil Rift, and you'll have to fight these guys. Go ahead and beat them up. Once you've beat them, you can reach into the rift and grab your reward. Okay, there's the map. And that is Dragon Beach completed, which is nice. We've already done the remnants here, but I think the remnants of Asgard actually counts towards Alberich Hollow, which is where we're going next. And next up we're doing the legendary chest number 5, which is a Muspelheim seed hearth. And that's over here in Alberich Hollow, I believe. So in we go. Get that sorted. We got a couple of enemies here you gotta beat up. Yeah, once you've beaten them, we'll come further in. Throw in the bombs here to uncover the chest. I'm doing my best as I'm watching this back to look out for any mistakes I've made with my labeling.
Where do you reckon it leads? The gauntlet, perhaps?
The what?
That way I can just make it as easy to follow as possible. It's kind of the best thing to do when you're watching back and just commentating stuff.
I attempted them several years ago.
With the trail?
There we go.
Yes.
Then we should find the other half of the seed.
So we've got another raven. And there it is, just sitting on top of this ledge. It's raven number 5. Okay, when I move on to new realms, I'll probably reset the labels. So in a new realm, if we collect a raven, that'll be raven number 1, rather than continuing with how many we've got. Just because this game actually makes it kind of easy to follow along with what you're collecting in each area. You just kind of need to take a look.
Creatures and all the debris. No one could have made it out of here alive.
Alright, so we've got the Lost Lindworms number 2. You need another firebomb for this. Smash open the barrier. And I'm pretty sure this is up on a ledge, but you've got to fight this guy called Ormstonga first. It's kind of a difficult
Between the creatures and all the
mini-boss.
no one could have made it out of here alive.
Alright, so continuing on, that'll get you the Emblem of Illusion as well, which is a amulet. Continuing on then, we come up to the left. We'll be able to open up this rift, and this has one of the Lindworms in it. Nice and easy. Alright.
Got him!
Another one already? Great!
Why exactly do you keep popping up, little one? Does your boss have you spying on us?
No. That wasn't our intention. You must believe me. I am here so...
Alright. So, next up we're getting another legendary chest, which solves the favour we were doing with those spirits. And you can kind of see the method behind me doing all of this stuff this way.
Feels like we're in the right place.
Just kind of helps you get these favours completed without having to go back and forward 20 times, which I definitely had to do to figure out the order that I had to do this stuff in, but that's fine. So, in this chest is the final part. I think you may need to go back and talk to the spirit, which I think I do show. Also, just below you here is a chisel door that when you open it has a red chest in it with some rare materials if you want to go and get that. It's just down the chain below us. So if you do want to drop down there and get it, feel free. I'm not going to go and get it here, but if you want to, you may have caught a glimpse of it there at the bottom of the screen, but it's just down this chain. There it is. If you want to go and get it. Also, yeah, that was the treasure map. Fruits of Industry we just picked up over there on the right of the chain. And there's the map. So now we need to head back and go and talk to the spirit to complete the favour. Do my best to, you know, give as much detail as I can towards what we're doing. I know sometimes it can be a little bit confusing with this game as to where you've got to go and the exact back and forwards you've got to do. So again, that's why I'm doing these favours in specific orders and showing what to do, you know. Some of you might think that, like, we started out in the wetlands, I could have gone to the tavern and then come back and gone straight to the Sverd Sands, but again, I wanted to work up to that point and do it from there, just because it makes the most sense to me. In a video structure anyway, just so you can get everything done. Although I think the whole Brock funeral thing is something that a lot of people will do really early on when they beat the game, just because they'll want to go and experience that.
You're back.
News of your son.
Oh, please, tell me.
He died trying to find the other treasure.
I'll seek him out in Alfheim.
I'm glad we did this, Kratos.
There we go.
And I'm sure Atreus will be as well.
Yes.
Alright, so next up we've got is it Modvitnir? Modvitnir's Rig? This is a favour for Myrkr that he'll give you when you just sort of enter this area. He'll talk about going to do the rigs. So you will work towards doing that favour when you go to these rigs, but also we're going to do the treasure map and the other collectibles that are on each rig. There's a couple on each rig. And this one gives us the Fruits of Industry treasure map. Again, I know I keep repeating myself, but this is why we've done certain areas first, so we can go and get the map, and then come back and get the solution and stuff like that. Do it in the right order, and it just makes the most sense, rather than having to, you know, zigzag across all the different areas. Because if you look at the map, this area is kind of in a big circle, so you could just say work right to left. That's also why we went to Alberich
One of
Island.
the mining rigs is here, Mimir.
See the smoke above us? That's where we're headed. Let's see if we can't shut it down.
You got some enemies here to beat up. These little lizards are just kind of tedious, but there you go. I feel like they could have put better enemies in, but
Make it fit to hold us.
it's fine.
Maybe. Undoing generations of smoke, metal, oil. It'd be an undertaking, and not a quick one.
Alright, and there's the solution to the treasure map. There's the map. You want to take a look at where we are?
So we do.
If for some reason you've come here early and you don't know where the treasure map is, just take a look in the description and you should be able to have a look through and find it. Okay, so smacking that here, we need to get to the legendary chest for this next area, and this is another Muspelheim seed half, so you'll have a complete seed after you've done this. So we're smacking open the gate there and then climbing all the way up here, and I think the chest is just up here. Yeah, there it is. More enemies. Really seems like overkill using the blades to kill lizards, but you know, it is what it is. I guess they just put weaker enemies in this first realm. Alright, so there we go. We got the seed half now. Okay, so hopping across and jumping down. This is the second lore marker in the area, which has the warning on it.
Anything illuminating?
And there's the map. I know it's a bit tedious showing the map after every collectible, but again, I'm repeating myself, but just in case anyone is looking for something specific, they'll get to see the map for anything they're looking for, which is kind of why I want to do that. It seems stupid, especially when some collectibles are right next to each other, but, you know. The amount of collectibles in this game is actually insane. I took a look at the trophies for this game and I was like, oh, there's not as many things that you've got to do, but when you actually start doing stuff, there really is a lot of stuff that you've got to do. A lot of them correlate to individual favors, but a lot of the chests and whatnot that you've got to get also come down to doing the achievement, or the trophy, I keep saying achievement, the trophy
Could help us. I'd grab whatever it spits up in the process.
for collecting all of the armor. Alright. So we're doing the rig. This is the in service of Asgard. Favor. This is the favor for Mimir that we were talking about. You get a decent amount of loot out of this as well. It's worth picking up.
Dwarves to realize you duped them.
Oh, somewhere between Odin demanding a year's worth of...
And there's the map. Kind of an obvious one though. I'll cover it all the same. So next up we'll go into RadsVinns Rig. So we have to leave this area. Next up we're getting a raven. This is the 8th raven we've collected. At least I think it's the 8th. Or is that number 6? I can't see clearly in my my editing software here. I have to reduce the quality in order for the playback to be smooth. I'm guessing it's probably the 6th. I'll keep an eye on this stuff. This is why I like to watch these videos back while I do my commentary and make sure that if I've messed anything up whilst editing, I can come and fix it and just make sure it's nice and clear for everybody to follow. There's nothing worse than following a guide that's done badly. You know, where you miss something in a guide. Can be frustrating, but I suppose with this game it's not so bad, because if you do miss anything, you can always look at the area, because it gives you percentage totals.
As these machines ground away their independence. Now, it's time for the sweet sound of silence.
Alright. So, heading over here past the geyser. this one we have to go to this area that's just next to the Watchtower. And you might not get the map straight away, but you get another Mystic Gateway.
There's another mining rig on this island, brother. Smell that smoke?
That's why we're here, Mimir. And there's the Raven,
That's the heart of it, eh?
just on that hook.
Lied to them.
I lied to them.
Alright, so now that you've done that, little look at the map. Like I said, the map doesn't update straight away here until you get up onto the rig, but it's kind of, you know, an easy one to find. A lot of these favors have trackers as well. So beat up the enemies in the area, and then interact with the rig, and you'll get it done. Nice and easy.
Your deeds seem to be catching up with you, Mimir. Smart as cheap alive.
Alright. So, quick look at the map. Now we're doing the 4th Nornir chest in Svartalfheim. It's right on this rig, which is decent, so we need to hit that there, hop up here, and there's the next one. We need to smash that pot. And the last one, I believe, is over here behind these barrels. You'll need to use the sonic arrows to get to those. Nice and easy. And that's how you unlock the chest. Yeah, you would not believe the amount of work that goes into creating these guides, so I do really appreciate you guys watching. I hope it's helping you out getting stuff done. The next realm will be coming very soon. I'm doing my best to get these out, although I think Svartalfheim and Vanaheim, Alfheim, and Midgard are the only really big realms. The others are quite small. There's not a huge amount to do in them. So hopefully they won't take as long. I have done Svartalfheim, Alfheim, and Vanaheim. And I'll be getting those out really soon. And then I'm going to start working on Midgard. I'm actually recorded in 4K these days, so the space that these videos take up is actually huge, although this video should probably only come to YouTube in 1440p because it's just a collectible video. I don't think anybody's really watching for the amazing quality of the video, you know what I mean? Although it will still be decent. 1440p is still very clear. You'll be able to see everything in very good quality. Although I will be uploading sort of a movie video of this game, which is going to be 12 hours long, but that will be in 4K. Which has been a nightmare to get on YouTube just because of how big it is and the size of the video, and YouTube takes forever to process 4K videos, so yeah, it will take a while to get up, but it will be coming soon if you want to check that out. If you just see it for Collectibles though, I do appreciate you very much, and if you've come from my previous God of War collectible video, thank you very much for sticking with me. It does mean a lot. Alright, if you're planning on going back to do the other God of War game, I've got a guide for that too.
Your deeds with shame. Do you regret not allowing Odin to kill them?
I don't.
So that was Raven number 6 before. This is Raven number 7, just here on the rig. This is Althjof's rig. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but...
could likely swing across the gantry.
So I think you actually want to move this to the middle position, and I moved it all the way to the bottom and had to come back. Just a side note, you might want to go back and change that to the middle position. Yeah, it's not quite right. But I decided to show it all just in case there was any confusion about where it was going to be. I'll show my mistakes sometimes. There we go. So let's swing across and open up the barrel.
Well experimented.
And then we need to hop up here, and there's also one of those shield things that blocks the way up. You might want to kick down while you're up here. It's just there. Gives you a faster way up here if you ever want to come back. So then we're opening up this gate. And hopping down, smashing this. And let's go up.
So, Mimir, you're hated by an entire realm because of one mistake.
Deservedly.
Didn't say it wasn't. I'm just... well, I know how it feels.
Okay, so we're gonna hop down here. smash through the floor. There's a couple of enemies down here you got to beat up, but just on the wall at the back here is the next rune reed, which is the Squasher. Okay. Once you've gone ahead and got that one, we're gonna head this way. We need to move this up, which you can already do from this point, so make sure you do it here. Let's go up. And we need to head back around. And then we need to move the wheel again to the top position.
I think the gantry's in the right position now.
That's why we did it, Freya. So now we need to go up so that we can jump across to that. There we go. And now we can go up. This is how we get to the rig. So is this the third rig we've done now? I think it might be. Again, you get some good loot out of these guys. You'll have a couple of enemies when you get up here. Easy.
It is done.
If you could call so meager a task done. A wee drop out of the Asgardian occupational bucket.
You must live with your deeds.
Okay. Now that that's done, next up we've got a legendary chest, which is number 8 that we've collected. A bunch of legendary chests in Svartalfheim. So this is a light runic attack called Njord's Tempest. I think this might be for the axe, but I'm not entirely sure.
Kratos,
Let's go see.
I see something.
Alright. Okay, so taking this all the way up to the top. Going back up the chain. I think that's actually one, like the highest it can possibly go pretty much, but you'll need to move it, I think, in order to get all the way up here. Yeah, it's too high if it's one below. And then in mid-air, you can smash through the wall when you're doing that. I just wanted to take my frustration out on that wooden crate. But there's the legendary chest. Easy. So yeah, it is an axe, light runic attack. Decent. Those things can be really useful if you find the right one. Okay, so now that you've done that, come around here, and there's a treasure map, oh no, a lore scroll just on the floor, which is the second one we found, or the third one, sorry, and that is called Passion. So, now that you've done that, we're going to go and do the, I think it's one of the Draug holes. There's a bunch of these across the different realms. Yeah, sorry if my recording got a little bit glitchy there for a second. Like I said, I'm working out the kinks in this new capture card, although it shouldn't ruin the guide at all. If it does, if it's really broken in any area, I'll go ahead and re-record it. I've got no problem doing that. Yeah, we need to head all the way back over towards, I think this is in the Watchtower area, which is just over here. So yeah, I'm doing my best to work out the kinks of these recordings with this new, it's an Elgato 4K 60 Pro, and some of the settings I've had are a little bit busted. So I've just been trying to make sure that when I'm recording stuff that, I mean, it may look a little bit glitchy in areas, but it shouldn't really break the recording too much. You should be able to figure out where you're going, and if I see anything that is really bad, I'll go ahead and fix it. But yeah, here we are. Let's go over here, and there's the Draug hole. Alright, decent. Born from Fire is the Favor name. Also, right next to us is another Raven. It's just flying around above you in this area. It's Raven number 8 for us.
You're free, little one.
Okay. So, now that that's done, let's go ahead and move on, I think, to the next area. Yeah, we do have to come back here in a little bit. So we're going to the Myrkr Tunnels, I think it's called. The first thing we're going to do here is the Yggdrasil Rift. Shouldn't take us too long to get back there. Again, sorry for the if there's any slight glitching, I will do my best to fix it. Alright, so go to the Mystic Gateway. And we need to travel over to here at Nidavellir Beach. Okay, so now that we're here, let's go ahead and hop across the spear to get into this area. And we're heading this way. Straight up.
Why do you yawn?
Force of habit.
Onto the train. Alright, so there is a raven flying above us, but we're not going to get that just yet. We will come back to this area. It actually counts towards, I think, a different area. I think it counts towards the forge, but don't worry, we will come back and get it. We're just going to go down here first and get the few collectibles that are in the Myrkr Tunnels. I think that's it, or Myrkr? Something like that. Just go ahead and do that. Straight down. It's kind of difficult to get back into this area. Right, down we go. Okay. So there's the Yggdrasil Rift. I think you probably will have got that one if you completed the main storyline. It's one you don't really miss, but I left it there just because it does count as a collectible, and obviously I want to show it in these videos. It's kind of difficult to go through the entire game without opening any chests or picking up any collectibles or anything like that, just avoiding everything so that I can come back and make these videos. It's kind of what you have to do when you want to make a video like this. So watch out, don't set yourself on fire when you burn that. You'll need to use the runic arrows and then use the blades to burn those away, and then come in here and open up the legendary chest. This is the 9th one we've got. It's a heavy runic attack called the Fog of Fimbulwinter. Again, I think that's for the axe, yep. It's actually a good one. I kind of like using that one myself. It's kind of a area of effect attack, which is nice. Especially not too far into the game. You get that one probably about halfway through the game or something like that. Okay, so next up we've got a Nornir chest. This is the 5th Nornir chest that we've picked up. When you follow one of these guides, you kind of get a an idea of just how many collectibles are in this game. There are so many. My previous guide for the last God of War game was about 5.5 hours long, and I've done 3 realms so far, and the video is already over 5 hours long. So this game has more collectibles, or at least there's more to get to. So there's the Nornir chest that we're going to do. The first, is it called a brazier or something like that? That we need to light is right there next to us. The second one is there, and the third one you're going to have to use the runic arrows to light. You've got the puddle on the floor that sets on fire as well. And there you go. Nornir chest. You might have to shoot a barrel to get that puddle on the floor. I'm not sure. It might already be there, but it's worth mentioning in case you're struggling to get that one. Let's another look at the map. Alright, so now we need to leave this area. We've got those few collectibles that are in the tunnels. So we're going to head all the way out of here. Bit of a mission, I know, but let's just get it done. Right, all the way back. Right. Got a chest here if you want to open it. Like I said before, I didn't open any of these throughout my playthrough, so you'll see a lot of them just unopened. But they contain some decent materials, especially ones from further into the game. Like at this point, I think you are about 50-60% of the way through the game in the storyline when you come here. So Asgardian ingots and luminous alloys are really good to get out of those chests, because it helps upgrade a lot of your armor when you get them around to like level 6 or 7. So you'll want to go ahead and make sure you're grabbing those. So this is that raven that we ran past earlier, so it's up to you if you get it when we run past. It's entirely up to you, but it's kind of hard to see at the moment because of the way the sky looks on the recording. But yeah, it's just there. You can see it flapping around. You'll see it in this area. It's kind of just next to the train. Good thing about the ravens is you can hear them flying around. So just have a look out for that guy. So next up we've got artifact number 5 in SVARTALFHEIM, or Fheim. I'm never sure of how to pronounce things in these games, man. Alright. Artifact number 5, things left behind.
Deactivated, but yes. Likely one belonging to Barry, the dwarf, builder of the Great Hall, Lure.
It's crazy that just for this one realm, the video is like 2 hours long, near enough, or an hour and 50 or something like that. Next up, we've got another Nornir chest. This is Nornir chest number 6, I think. And for this one, you need the spear. And you need to throw a spear into each one of the seals. So there's the first 2, and the third one is over here. Up there on that rock. Kind of close to the train. Let's go ahead and smash that then. And there you go. Very nice. Alright. So moving on then to our next collectible. There's a quick look at the map for that Nornir chest. We're going to another Yggdrasil rift. This is the third one that we've had to do. And this one is where you originally fight the Dreki, which is just here. And there's the rift. I think you have to fight one of the Huntress type enemies for this. Yep. So beat her up and then go and access the rift to get it completed. Easy money. You get some Dust of Realms for that, which is a good upgrade material. Okay. So from there then, we're going to continue along here and squeeze through these cracks to get to the 4th lore scroll, I think, which is Dear Overseer. Alright, hop up there. Nice and easy. There we go. Decent. Okay, so you've also got some health stone there if you need it. And hop across this gap. You've got a little chest there if you want to break it open. Those chests have hack silver in them pretty much. And that's about it.
Forge ahead. Unintended, I imagine.
A lot of these are really easy to pick up if you've just gone for them along the way with the main storyline, so you'll probably have got that one seeing as you've been here, but we cover everything. We cover absolutely everything. I have picked up nothing throughout this playthrough, but stuff that enemies have dropped. That's literally it. Alright, so legendary chest number 10 then. We're running past the lift we were at with Brock earlier in the storyline. This is the Atlas Eruption, which is a heavy runic blade attack. did my best to label these out, so if you're looking for something specific, you can find it timestamped in the description. If you want a certain runic attack, you'll know where to find it. Please feel free if I've missed labeling anything correctly, or if anything's wrong, feel free to tell me about it in the comment section. And I will pin your comment. But after double checking all of these, making sure I've got everything in the right place, and, you know, all the collectibles in each area featured in the video, I'm pretty sure that I haven't missed anything. It's very easy to notice your mistakes when you watch a video back like this. Okay, so Raven number 10. I'm going to come over here. We can hop down these ledges and run over this way. Okay. A little bit of a run here, but that's fine. We're going to need to use the lift. We'll bring this closer with some editing magic.
Why do you yawn?
Force of habit, I suppose, since I don't sleep anymore. Although, it's far more confounding that I'm the tired one. I've seen you stay awake for days at a time without so much as a drooping eyelid. Not even a nap.
Gods do not nap.
Oh, tell that to Thor.
It's a great feature of these games that the NPCs just have conversations between each other. Gives you little insights into what's going on and little tidbits of information, kind of cool. Alright, so getting up here then, this is the actual forge, and I think the Raven is the only collectible here.
We never do seem to get rid of those things.
Alright. Yeah, again, the first 3 realms or so have the majority of the Ravens. I think the first 3 realms have like 35 of the Ravens or something like that, maybe more. Right, ignore Freya, she didn't see anything. We're going up here, climbing up these rocks. All the way up. Alright, heading through here. Some health stone there if you want it. And this is for another one of the lost lindworms. So, through the crack in the rock here. And this lindworm is like in a back corner of this area. You're going to have to do some jumping though. Smash this rock. Oh no, you just need to chuck the spear into it, my bad. So you can hop across. And there we go.
Stop squirming.
You did it, Master Kratos! A spectacular job! Keep it up and you'll become an expert in no time.
I can't tell if
Sorted.
it's patronizing or if that was just plain sad.
Sad. Alright, so there's the map.
Both.
Both. Okay, so we're heading to the Applecore now, so head back to a Mystic Gateway, the nearest one to you. And we're going over to the wetlands again. So that was a big trek back to the Mystic Gateway, so I just edited it out. But just head to your nearest gateway and go to the wetlands. We're going to have to go across the ferry again so that we can get to this area. But I will do my best to show all of that. Literally just coming all the way back through the forge and then going to the Mystic Gateway, coming all the way here would take up much longer than necessary on the video. So I just included this part. Just telling you guys to go back to a Mystic Gateway should be simple enough. I'm sure you can find your way back to them, and if you struggle to find a gateway, you can always highlight it on the compass on the map just by pressing triangle. Alright, so come into this lift, and this is where you rescued Tyr relatively early on in the game. And this lift takes forever to go down, so I'm pretty sure I edited this. Okay, so turn in right here, and you will get a Mystic Gateway when you come to this area. But if you haven't been here yet, you won't have that. Alright, that was a bit of a weird edit, but there are enemies to defeat here, so I got those defeated. So we've come back just next to the gateway. Trying my best to keep this clear. It can get a little bit confusing when I get into a fight with enemies. And then I have to backtrack to where I was so that I can show clearly where to go on the guide, because I can obviously get put in a different position after beating the enemies. So if I edit it out, it can seem a little unclear of exactly where I am. So I do my best to just beat the enemies and backtrack a few steps to show where we're going. You'll probably see that a few times if you're following these guides. Alright, so now we're getting the Nornir chest. And there are the seals. There we go. Alright, so there's the chest. Check on the map. Nice and easy. Alright, so artifact number 8 then, which is Kvasir's poem. Or is that number 6? It's probably number 6. I can't see it very clearly in my editing software. I'm not blind, I promise. It's just that the quality I have to watch these videos back in is reduced so that it'll actually play back smoothly. If you've ever done any video editing, you might know what I'm talking about, but essentially getting your computer to play back a 4K video in an editing software with a bunch of different edits and effects on it and all kinds of stuff is not the easiest of things. Not the same as just watching a video on YouTube, you know. Basically putting my hardware under a lot of strain. So there was the poem, and up here is another raven. There's a chest here also if you want to break that open. So come down here then. There's some hack silver there if you want it. Kick down this chain. Gonna have to beat this boss. We got a great shot of the wall there.
Okay, I'll just say it. I'm getting a really terrible feeling for this place.
This was where we freed the imposter. Dear.
Oh.
Odin took our noblest instincts and used them against us.
That's what he always does.
We will bear the weight of our mistakes, not with guilt, but with footsteps heavy with purpose. Come, we have work to do.
Right, so you get some spear handles out of beating that boss as well, which is decent. But moving on, went through that crawl space. We've got another chest here if you want to open it. This will give us Raven number 11 when we get to it eventually. Okay, so it's just up there as you come through the door. Again, this may be one that you just saw along the storyline. And there it is on the map. Moving on then. Shimmying across this wall. We're going to get artifact number 7, which is things left behind. A lot of collectibles in the Applecore.
Tell the ground to be still.
Alright.
This looks familiar. We're back in the spiral section of the mine.
You're going to need to break this rock so that you can get to the artifact.
Not just any statue. That stony visage hung over the entrance to the World Mill, built by Durin the Generous.
Who? Alright. So, quick look at the map. Or health stone if you want it. And a little bit of hack silver. Why not? Nice and easy pickups. Okay, so heading back through this door. And you're going to have a Draga hole.
Aye, we fought it at the other Draga hole, didn't we? Odd.
Okay, so that's 2 of the Draug holes completed. Nice and easy. And you've also got a legendary chest in this room. This is number 11. For the legendary chests, the Fortified Frost Knob, which is an axe attachment. Beautiful. Nice to get 2 in one room. Okay, so heading back. Through this door. And we're going to hop back up here. And around across this gap. To your right. And hop down onto this bridge. Come around here. Heading all the way down. And then finally to your right here. And you can find the treasure map solution, which is Mining Glory. Again, this is why we've left this until a little bit later in the video, because we found the map. We need to find the map before we can get the treasure. Without the map itself, you will not be able to find that treasure. Right, so I'm moving on to a lore marker, which is Cooperation. It's just down here. Through the wood you've got to break to get to that. Quick look at the map again. Alright, so once you've done that, hop up. And we're going to go and get the Rune Reed number 4. Which is the Vault. Yeah, I really feel like it was the best idea to break this video down into realms. Although, if you want to wait, I will be releasing a video that has all of the collectibles in one video. It's just going to come after I've done each of the realms individually. There are that many collectibles in these games that I literally can't put all of the timestamps into the description. If I do, the last video I made for God of War, I couldn't put all of the timestamps into the description, so I had to put them in the comment section. But hopefully with breaking these videos into realms... Yeah, you always want to talk shit, don't you, Mimir? You always want to go on, mate. So... There's the, Rune Reed, which translate into the Vault. You will have to break down a sonic barrier to get to that. Okay. But yeah, I couldn't fit all the timestamps into the description. Hopefully breaking the video down into realms, I'll be able to put the timestamps for each realm into the description of the video. If you're not sure what I'm talking about with timestamps, it's basically a time that you put into the description. So you say, at 42 minutes, there is a raven kind of thing. So that you can go and find individual collectibles if you want to. That's why you'll see the video broken into segments on the little red bar below the video as well. You can like skip between each one and figure out where you are. Great thing about this game is it's broken into those sections. So if you look through the map and find a section you're missing something on, you can go into the description, look at that section in the description, find what thing you're missing and just go straight to it. That's the whole point of doing the timestamps. Anyway, we're moving on to artifact number 8, which is Things Left Behind. You'll need to fight a bunch of enemies here, so be ready for that. Hop across here. Pretty sure I edited out the fight around here somewhere. And you've got a big ogre type enemy to fight around there. So once you've come up here and cleared out the enemies, you're going to need to... I've already destroyed the pot. I think I already destroyed the pot a minute ago when we first came into this area. So we need to go through this door after you've done that. Make sure you've destroyed that pot or you won't be able to get through here. And there is the collectible.
Made for the ace here.
Indeed. And then stolen by Althjof, the thief.
Okay. Sorted. Alright. Chuck the spear into the hole there. This is another lost lindworm. It's the 4th one. It's crazy that there's 4 of these in the one realm. You get most of this favor done just in Svartalfheim.
him!
Master Kratos, what an excellent job you've made of it.
I do not need your encouragement.
Oh. Kratos just does not care.
I've offended you. Oh, no.
I think you hurt his feelings.
You get a Gale Spark for that one. Alright, moving on to Nornir chest number 7. That's just next to where we got the Lindworm. So you're going to need to break some seals for this one. There's one down there. And one over here, just next to the gate. Leave that one till last, but you're going to need to break this pot in order to get to the second one. Okay, and the third one, like I just ran past a second ago, is right there. Come back, detonate those, and you can open the chest. Nice and easy. Okay. Quick look at the map. Let's move on to legendary chest number 12, which gives you the Bannernog? No? I have no idea, but it's an axe knob. More enemies to deal with. Let's get rid of them quick.
The wee bastard's about to explode!
Alright. Come on now, Mia, don't swear too much, mate. I'm trying to stay monetized here. Alright. Although if I got demonetized for a couple of swears this late into the video, I would be very, very surprised. Alright. So, I think you need to climb up in this room. I was a little bit confused as to which way to go, but yeah, you need to look up and climb up. Yeah, I think it's to the left as you crawl through the hole. And come up here. And you can now use the chisel to open this door. I think when you reach this point in the game, you'll probably see this, but you don't have the blessing on your chisel or Freya with you to open the door. So, there we go. One Bannernog knob. Alright, so I think that's the Applecore completed. And now we need to go to the Is it the Jarsmida Pitmines or something like that? First thing you'll see in this area is a Berserker gravestone. This is our 3rd Berserker gravestone.
Spitfather fierce. Start all for the...
Beat him up.
And now, invoking Lyra after what they did.
Lyra? I've never heard of it.
It was a peaceful kingdom, full of artists and poets. But it fell to ruin long ago.
And these berserkers were responsible.
Them and their accursed King Thrall. What little blood I have still boils at the thought.
Your former home, I assume.
Let's just take this victory and move on, eh?
There is no need to shoulder this burden on your own.
Admittedly, you're shouldering the brunt of the work here. Let me worry about the emotional burden.
Right, that's that guy sorted. Let's take a quick look at the map. Don't think there's too many collectibles in this area, but there's a fair few. Alright, so we're coming over here, jump in this gap. We need to use the blades on this and spin it around. And then we need to break this pot. And that'll bring around the lift for us. It's very difficult to get through all of these areas without literally breaking anything or, you know, picking anything up accidentally. Frequent saving was how I had to do it. If I messed up and picked something up by mistake, I would make sure to go ahead and just load the game. The thing I missed the most was the upgrades, like the Nornir chests, which give you health and rage upgrades. I wasn't too bothered about the armor, because as you progress through the game actually just gives you armor. in the shop that you can buy for just hack silver, and it sort of gives you like levels as you progress through the game. So you'll be able to get like decent armor as you progress through the game. Not the best stuff, but some of the good stuff. Because I wasn't opening any of the red chests though, I couldn't really upgrade anything too frequently, which was rough. Alright, so we're hopping down off this block and across here, and then we're gonna follow up this sort of railway track up to the top, and there's a artifact number 9.
Ripped apart by his audience. Well, one member of his audience. Well...
Alright. So,
Thor.
now we've got a legendary chest.
He never was one for the arts.
This will give you the Pommels of the Undying Spark, which is a blades attachment. There's the map. So moving on to Raven number 12, you got a health stone there if you want it. Let's go down here. Hop across. And down here, you'll need to use the spear in order to get across this area. So chuck it in right there, come back around, and then you can hop across the gap with the spear. And the Raven is just around here, flying around in front of you. You can get this one from a few different places, but that's just where I got it from. Okay. So 12 Ravens down. I think there's 48 in the game. So that's a quarter of the Ravens down. Still lots and lots and lots and lots and lots to do in this game. Alright, so next up we've got Nornir chest number 7. Let's go ahead and get that first thing lit. And there's the second one. You need to freeze the wheel here before you can get that one. So let's do this one first. Get that out of the way. Hop across here. And yeah, you'll need to freeze the water up top so that you can light this one. And keep the water off. Don't retrieve your axe until you go to the chest. So come up, open the chest, and then you can take your axe back. Sorted. What have we got left of this video? About 20 minutes? We've come so far, but we've got like 7 more realms to do. Honestly, editing these videos takes so much time. Crazy amount of time. Alright, there we go. That's going to come up. Let's hop across.
Is cooperative in large scare quotes.
Sorted. Rune Reed number 5. That's the pit mine. Very, very good. And let's go get artifact number 10, which is things left behind. All the way up here. Coming back on ourselves just past that Nornir chest. Back this way. This is where we got that Raven earlier. And we're going to use the spear on the rope here to chuck down there. And then we can go straight across. Sorted. And grab a collectible right there.
When resisting an occupation, sometimes the most obvious methods are the best.
It is old.
Nice and easy. Also, right next to you here is a mystic gateway that's covered by this stuff that you need to burn away to have access to. So doing that just gives you access to another mystic gateway if you want it. It's not a collectible, but, you know. Nice and easy. Alright, next up we've got the Remnants of Asgard, the 3rd one in Svartalfheim. So you're going to need to climb up the chain. These will only be accessible once you've beaten the game, obviously, but let's go up, and you'll have these guys to fight. Yeah, so beat all of them up, and that'll get it completed.
With Asgard destroyed, where will the Einherjar go?
Valhalla exists both inside and outside of Asgard. Who knows what became of it?
Aye.
And that right there is the piece of the Asgardian wall. Okay, so from right next to the wall, you can find the next lore scroll, which is called Next Steps. It's literally right next to it, where I'm standing right now. Take a look at the map, just so you know where that one is. Really didn't have to travel very far for that one, but It's kind of close to the Asgardian wall. Alright, so now we're going back to the Mystic Gateways, and you want to travel over here to the Mystic Gateway, which is called the Watchtower. And this is the one we went to, where I think Lunder is at the shop, like right next to you, and it's where we did the Drow Hole.
Fresher out here.
Not seems. Is.
You're right. Thanks, brother.
Okay, so this is how you unlock Lyngbakr Island, which is the last area that we need to do. And I know we could have done this a little bit earlier, but I actually didn't know about this.
Can't still be here.
What?
There's a key. I need you to find it, brother. An innocent life is at stake.
Okay, so this will do the favour the weight of chains. Right, so hop up after you've destroyed the nest and worked your way up here. Game wouldn't let me jump up straight away, but there we go. And we need to open up, I think, this area by smashing the pot. Yep. And then we can shimmy across here.
Innocent life do you speak of? What did you do?
What I thought was right. Or at least, what I thought was clever.
Yeah, this island is very well hidden, but you need to get the key from the island first before you can unlock it, and that's what we're doing right now. Let's go ahead and destroy this nest. This is the last area we've got to do around here. Let's go ahead and lower this cage and throw the axe into the gear, and then we can come back here.
Maybe if you found a way into that lift.
Freya's just like Captain Obvious right now. Doesn't realise what we're actually working on. Alright, so hop on to the lift after you've lowered it and thrown the axe into the gear to freeze it, and then you can jump up and bring your axe back. That'll take you up, and then you can jump. Thanks, Freya. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for all your help. Alright. Beat this guy up, and then you can grab the chest that's in this area, and it will give you the key. Nice and easy.
Now we must head to that watchtower on the shore.
Alright, so now we're going back to the Watchtower area.
The mining rigs are not the only sin I committed in SVARTALFHEIM.
Right. So now we're going back over here to the Watchtower. And we could have done this a little bit earlier, but we would have needed the key to continue, and I just thought it'd be easier just to leave it all until we had it all lined up at the end. Not really too much of a problem because you've got the Mystic Gateways right there, and you can just come straight back to this island, you know what I mean? So yeah, to get up here, you're going to have smashed the pot that is at the bottom. So if you're here a little bit earlier, that pot might be there still. But if you followed completely along with me, it should already be smashed.
Fixing a mistake.
Alright, so this is back where the Drog hole was, or Draugr hole. Open up this. And then interact with the drum.
You could give that drum a good loud strike.
Mimir, explain.
I'd hoped it would have escaped by now, but we'll need to free it from its restraints.
Right, so that'll bring up the Lyngbakr, or whatever it's called, which is actually an island with a bunch of collectibles on it. Let's get moving towards it. Go finish up Svartalfheim. This is the last section we need to do in this realm, which is nice. You'll have your first realm 100%ed if you follow this guide.
A Lyngbakr. I captured
Lyngbakr.
many years ago.
For Odin.
Yes. I thought it an imaginative and eye-catching way to earn his favor.
It worked.
That it did.
This creature, you enslaved it.
Aye.
The Allfather put you up to this?
No. This was my brilliance at work.
I'm surprised. Chaining up the innocent is a favored pastime of Odin's.
The irony is not lost on me.
Right. You'll have some enemies when you get up here. Get rid of them. And then come over here. Smash this pot that's next to the gate. And we'll work through the favor and also get the collectibles while we go along. We need to smash this chain. Or bolt, whatever it is.
Right. We chained the fins too. If you could...
There we go.
Easy. Easy.
At least the creature is still alive.
I'm sure it spent countless winters wishing it wasn't. But we're going to free it. And then
it will still wish for death.
now for the other one. There may be a way to reach it behind that collapsed debris.
Alright, so working our way around here. More enemies to deal with.
Above you! Watch out! You're angry with me, aren't you, brother?
I remember the feeling of a yoke around my neck. I would not wish it upon them.
Let's get the lore marker. I think I was a little bit confused about where to go.
What's it say, brother?
I think you may have to go up there in a minute, though. Let's see. Yeah. Alright, so coming up here then. Hop across. And got another poem.
Munir, do you understand these poems?
Oh, there's always meaning if you look hard enough, brother.
Nice and easy. Let's go back. Alright. So back down then. Trying to snag up those collectibles as we go along. Makes sense. We've got to do another one of those. I think maybe 2 of those bolts. Alright. Across we go. You got a little chest here if you want to break that open. And a couple of enemies here to beat up. Kick the chain down.
Why enslave the creature?
Its fat is a good source of oil for Odin's lanterns.
Oil for lanterns.
Whatever anger you're feeling, whatever loathing toward me, it's nothing to what I've said to myself. Defend, if you could.
Alright, so chop the chain.
Just the tail left now.
Alright, let's go ahead and open this. And then you can get this bomb. Make sure you open the gate first. And then you need to run around here and use the bomb to uncover the area we ran past earlier we couldn't break. There we go. That allows us to hop across. Got a little chest here if you want to get it. I ignored that one. Let's keep going across. And then we can go across here, get the raven. It's raven number 12. Nice and easy. Quick look at the map. Alright. Also got a little chest here if you want to smash that open. We just need to deal with a tail now, I think. And we'll be getting the next legendary chest when we're on our way to that. That's the Rond of Aggravation, which is a shield rond. Okay. So, let's hop back over here. And then we need to come down this way, and I think we need to use the bombs again now. So, hop across this gap. No, it's not a gap. There's just a shadow that looks like a gap. It's deceiving. Grab the bomb and throw it right here to break the wall that's in the way.
Over there.
And then jump the gap. You got a little chest there if you want to open it. Come down here and break this stuff on the dock. Now to get to this, we're going to have to leave
Perhaps that's how we reach this.
and head around. Little chest there if you want to open it. Not really a good amount of stuff, but whatever, I'll take it. Okay, so heading back to the boat, we need to go back this way.
You never spoke of this creature.
Does that surprise you? That an old man would be ashamed of the mistakes he's made?
No.
Yeah, so we just need to go to the boat and head around to that dock we just broke open. Here we go. Let's go.
I'd thought, I'd hoped the creature would be long expired by now. But apparently the Aesir couldn't even be bothered to mercy kill it once it was no longer useful.
We could kill it.
No. Not when we can save it. Good.
Right.
We can reach the tail from this dock.
So around we go, heading up.
You would still save this broken creature.
I know what it is to be imprisoned like this. I can't just leave it.
And if it is beyond saving,
I don't understand.
let us continue.
Alright, up we go. And our chest is just there. Let's beat up the enemies in this area. That guy jumped to his death, I think. Alright, so smash them little statues. Let's continue with the favor also by breaking this chain.
Tail must be chained as well.
Alright, so we need to hop across. I think the other chest is just a red chest, but the legendary chest is across here. That's also how we finish the favor. Yeah, there's the legendary chest, nice. Let's go ahead and set this thing free then. There we go, there's the shield rund. Nice. So to finish this favor, we just need to go ahead and go to the Lyngbak's face, and Mimir will talk to it, I think.
What's going on? Maybe it needs a little encouragement. Can you get me closer to its eye?
Also, if you open this over here, there's a dew from the world tree that increases your points. These don't count to completion, but they're kind of nice to get if you want to go and get it. If you open this, you'll see a gate get lowered in the distance, and that'll allow you to go and get it. It's up to you if you want to go get
Now
it.
I just need to speak the word. Mecking.
Just ups your stats a little bit. So that's it for Svartalfheim. I hope the video has helped you out. Let me know if it has. This has taken a very long time to put together, as all of the realms do. I've got all the other realms coming very soon. I'll also be posting a video, like I said, with all of the realms, but that'll take me a minute to get around to, although the other realms will all come separately very soon. Thank you very much for watching. I hope the video has helped you. Let me know in the comment section if it has. If you want to support me, just drop a like on the video. Maybe subscribe if you haven't already. I've got lots of other guys for other games, and yeah, more coming very soon. If you want to support me further, you can always become a member on the channel, join my Discord. I also stream on Twitch at twitch.tv/ifreams. Thank you all again very much for watching. Alright, so we're in Alfheim, however you want to say it. Starting off with the rune reed that's right next to the Mystic Gateway. This one is in the Strond. It's pretty much straight in front of you. The odds are
Not exactly an easy fix for that.
you've probably already got that one. Broken history. So let's clear up the Strond first. Go ahead and get the hell tear that's in this area. You're going to need to go right from that rune read.
I see another realm tear from Garm.
There are 6 of these. This is the first one in this area. The numbers on the bottom left correlate to the realm. How many are in each realm. If you're missing any collectibles, the best bet is to look at the area you're missing them in, and then
I'm up for closing the rest if you are, Kratos.
you can find the timestamps in the description for each area. I think that's the only hell tear in Alfheim. You're going to need to return after you've completed the story, or at least got to the bit where you go to Helheim and deal with Garm to have those about the place. So when you originally come here, that won't be there in the storyline. Quick look at the map in between each collectible, just in case you're confused as to where to go. I think that tear there glitched, and I couldn't reach into it. I think it was just a glitch. It was the tear that the enemies came out of, but it wouldn't let me reach into it, so I guess it was just a bug or something. Alright, so we got the first lore marker that's in Alfheim. This one's called the Living Desert. Still in the Strond. It's just over here. And this one's the Living Desert.
Living desert. Huh.
I did do my best to get all the names for the different pieces of lore and artifacts and stuff. Just in case you are looking for a specific one. I'm not sure how you would know which one you're missing, but hopefully it helps. Alright, so we got the first Nornir chest that's in Alfheim. I have quadruple checked that all the collectibles are listed here. If the numbers are slightly askew in any area, I apologise. I should have got them right. I have tried to check them as much as I can. But all the collectibles are displayed, and they're also all time-stamped in the description. If you want to find a specific thing, like if you just want the ravens or the chests or whatever, you can find them all for each area time-stamped in the description. When I make the video that shows the entire game's collectibles, which I'll just be compiling all of these individual videos that I'm making, I don't think all the timestamps are going to fit in the description, so you might need to look in the comment section for those if you're watching that video, because I'll probably just not bother re-commentating them all. I'll just compile the ones I've already done together. So if the numbers at the bottom have reset, like it's gone back to Nornir chest number 1 after you've completed SVARTALFHEIM, it's because I'm just working realm by realm. So just to clarify, the numbers represent what we're doing in the realm, so this is the first Nornir chest in Alfheim. Alright, so next up we got the first raven in this realm, which is this way. Gotta hop up these ledges. Some of these Nornir chests can be kind of difficult to figure out where you've got to like break the seals or light the little fires. But I'll show all of that, I'll do my best. Especially the ones where you've got to use arrows, they're kind of difficult to get. But there's that raven, just up on that branch. This is on your way to the Light Temple. You may have got some of these because they're kind of obvious while you're just following the storyline. But no, I can't guarantee what you've got and what you haven't got, so I'll just show everything. Alright, we got the first artifact in Alfheim, which is a Kvasir poem. There's 14 of these to get throughout the game, and I think they're spread around the few realms.
Poetry, brother.
Why so surprised? My people are no...
Oh well, interrupting Kratos there, but there's the map.
Not surprised.
Right next to it is the first legendary chest, and in this you're going to get the light runic attack for the axe, which is Skadi's Edge. Again, doing my best to label these, so if you're after runic attacks for the axe or the blades, you can just look in the timestamps and figure out what's where. Alright, so next we've got the Remnants of Asgard. You're going to have needed to complete the storyline before you can get this. So, even though you may have already been to Alfheim in the storyline, if you haven't returned here after completing the game, it won't be here. So yeah, you can only get this once you've beaten the main storyline. In which case you should be with Freya when you're doing this stuff. So it's pretty much just along the normal path towards the Light Temple. But here it is, right here. Once you start fighting these guys, you just need to beat them all. And then that'll give you the completion for the Remnants of Asgard.
I'm glad we can help these Einherjar on their way, even if they hate us for it.
They do not need to spend their afterlife serving a cruel god any longer.
Agreed.
Also a red chest here if you didn't grab it earlier. These don't count towards completion, but they have resources in them which are good for upgrading your gear if that's something you're after. I'll show some of them. Specific areas have better ones. Okay. Some really good ones in Vanaheim. But that's up next. We haven't got to that one yet. So we've got the second artifact that's in Alfheim. Still in the Strond. This one's a tribute to Freyr, which is a new artifact set that's exclusive to Alfheim. It's down here on the right, just next to this Nornir chest.
Made by the elves from my brother. He must have found it too painful to keep.
And the Nornir chest we're about to do is literally just next to that, but obviously we've got to break the seals.
A charm to ward off nightmares. In this
Need to
case,
use the
yeah.
spear for this.
Well, knowing the elves, there are probably more tributes to find.
Here's the second one. And the third one is right there. So detonate those at the same time. And there you go. I'm not sure if you need to do those at the same time. I just tend to do it while I'm in front of the chest. So I did mention this in my previous video, but if you've collected some of these, you may not get the same item out of it as I do. They either give health upgrades or rage upgrades, and depending on how many you've got, it can give you either. So don't be worried if it gives you a different item out of that. Because I've literally collected none of them until making these videos. Kind of made playing through the game a little bit difficult. Yeah, we're going into the Temple of Light now. We're going to get the first lore scroll. We're going to need to come inside. And providing you've beaten the storyline, all of these doors should be open for you. I am coming back through after beating the main story, so a lot of the pathing that you would have to do to get through these areas is already done for me. I'm assuming you're doing the same. So keep running through.
I thought it might be why Freyr chose this realm. A change of pace from home.
This first collectible, there's a little ways away. You have to run quite a way into the temple. And we'll get there. Hopping across these. Again, this is the main path that you will take along the storyline, so you've probably been here before.
The elves have abandoned the temple.
Up the stairs.
Ragnarok took a brutal toll on them.
They have retreated to mourn the dead, to take stock of their people.
How long will the peace last?
Some enemies here to deal with. Just some little lizards. I'm pretty sure the scroll is just around here somewhere. Yeah, there it is down on the left.
Enemy behind you,
They won't let you pick this up until you've dealt with the enemies. That should be all of them. There we go, that's the Bifrost Bridge. Nice and easy. Alright, so next up we've got the second legendary chest. We're going to have to hop down the ledge that's next to us. A couple little enemies to deal with in this area. Get rid of them. And this will give you a light runic attack for the blades. That's Hades Retribution. Good stuff. Alright. So next up we've got the second Raven in Alfheim, the first one that's in the Temple of Light, I'm pretty sure. So it's over here to the right after you jump up that ledge, and you need to bounce the axe off this, and that'll bounce inside and hit the Raven. Always kind of fun to do those. I feel like that's a really cool mechanic that they had some fun with when making the game. Alright, so next up we've got artifact number 3. We're going to need to climb up here. This is another one of Kvasir's poems. We're going to come all the way up these stairs that's just to the left after you hop up that ledge. And need to sort of spin around a little U-turn to come up here. The poem's just up here.
So, which is your favourite of Kvasir's poems, brother?
Why would I choose a favorite?
Alright. So we're doing well. Not too many in the Temple of Light. Coming back down this ledge, we're going through this doorway with the bright light. By the way, I wanted to mention if it looks like the colour of my video is changing at all for certain areas, it's because I've got a new capture card and I'm still working out the kinks with it. The footage should be fine, but yeah, I've had to change a few settings here and there to try and get the best picture quality, so There'll be certain areas where I've reviewed the video and seen that I've made a little mistake and had to come and re-record a little section or something. If the colour contrast changes or it looks a little bit different, that's why. But the footage should be fine. I wouldn't want to put something together that you can't follow. Putting these videos together takes a long time. Right, when you come through here, we're going to need to use the axe after pulling the chain to stick it into the wall and then retrieve the axe at the right time, standing about here, and that'll smash through the chain so that you can get to the legendary chest. This one has a hilt of Grim in it, which is a relic. I'm pretty sure that there's not an achievement or trophy. I keep saying achievement, it's a trophy for opening all of the legendary chests like the previous game had, but you need to get all of the armor pieces or something like that to get a trophy, and for that you're going to need to open all of the legendary chests. So there's one linked to it, but not directly for opening the legendary chest. I just tried to make sure that I'm 100% in all of the areas in a realm so that we can get everything done. I'm pretty sure though that the first 4 realms are the biggest.
That's uncharacteristically indecisive of you.
There's another poem. Pretty much just above where we got that last legendary chest. We've got another legendary chest coming up, which is the Rune Engraved Release. So we're going to head through these doors, back on the main storyline path now. Let's head down this way. Got to hop across these right here, up top. And we need to get to the other side of that locked door there. So for that we're going to have to come back this way, and then go over to the left. And then to the left again, hop across this gap, drop down here onto this ledge, and then we've got to swing this so that we can break the seal. This might take you a couple of attempts, but essentially you just want to swing it to the right and then throw the axe to hit the little, I'm not sure what you would call that. I guess we'll call it a light lock or something, and that'll break the barrier here so you can get to the chest, and then you can open the gate to get back to where you were. Some of the puzzles they have set up to get these chests and whatnot are a little bit complicated at times, especially the ones with the runic arrows. Those ones can be really frustrating to get right. So next up we've got Nornir chests. This is the 3rd one that's in Alfheim. So, over here to the right, again, this is the main storyline path. You're going to have to climb up here. And we're hopping up. Okay. So, Alfheim doesn't actually have too many collectibles. I think it's got around 70 or 80, which is kind of, I mean, it's a crazy amount for a game to have in one area, to be honest. 70 or 80 collectibles is usually the amount a whole game will have. And this is one of the realms, just one of the 8 realms you've got to clear. Although I think the first 4 realms, so that's Svartalfheim, Alfheim, Vanaheim, and Midgard, are the ones that have the most collectibles in them. The rest don't actually have that many. So you're going to need to use the sonic arrows to uncover that one chime. And you want to do them in this order that I did the second time, otherwise it probably won't let you. The others, the first 2 that I hit there reset faster than the last one I just hit, so you're going to have to do those 2 that are closer to the chest first and then run down that corridor and do that last one. That one has a longer cooldown to reset. Okay, there's the Nornir chest. Quick look at the map. It's not really the most useful thing in the world to look at the map sometimes, because we're just kind of looking at the top of the light temple, but regardless, I'll still show it. Maybe if you have a little bit of confusion as to where you've got to go exactly, you'll be able to find your way. Alright, so there's another raven. That's raven number 3. Didn't look at the map just there. I looked a little bit late, but yeah, I was standing at the door and then I took a look at the map. I try my best to remember. If at any point I don't look at the map for one of the collectibles, you might just want to drop the video ahead or back a little bit so you can take a little look at the map. Sometimes I forget when I'm picking up this many. It's easy to forget if there's any really sort of tricky ones or important ones and I've missed the map. I tend to go back into the video and add a little part where I look at the map I've done my best to do that. I do want this guide to be as accurate as possible. Because, yeah, so much work goes into these guides. Literally hours and hours of time. It's not just going in and recording them. If you can imagine, if you're following a guide to get the collectibles, editing them also takes a ton of time, and then I've got to commentate them and upload them and everything. It takes a lot of time. So to get to this rune read, you should have already come in this room, but you might have to use these sonic arrows to drop down that thing I jumped across with the blades, in case that's still stuck to the wall. But pretty simple to get there, not too difficult. That's why I shot an arrow at that thing I jumped across on, because you might have to do that. I'd already done it, but you might need to do it. So coming back to the Mystic Gateway then, that's just at the beginning of this area. There should be one that you have from the storyline, and then we're going to go through here to the canyon. So there's only a few collectibles in the canyons. There's 3. There's 2 pieces of lore and a raven. So there's a treasure map. That counts as lore when you pick the treasure map up. But when you solve the treasure map, it counts as buried treasure, which we will say on the collectible list. But yeah, just bear in mind that the map pickup itself counts as a lore on the collectible list. Alright, so we destroyed those tentacle things there. And now we're getting Raven number 4. You'll also have a cool little cutscene here with Thor's daughter, Lund.
Is that?
And she finds Mjolnir.
I'll make you proud, Dad.
It's pretty cool.
Well, good for her.
Right. The Raven is in this area, flying around just above you, though. So, there we go. We've got 17 of those in total, although that's the 4th one in Alfheim that we've got. Again, if you're looking for anything in particular, if you're missing Ravens, just look at the map, and then look at the area that you're missing them in. If you hover over the certain area, it gives you the list for that area. If you see ones that you're missing, you can go into the description and just have a look at the timestamps and figure out which one you need to go for, or you know where you need to go exactly. Like I mentioned before, if you're watching the video where I've shown all of the collectibles in one video, you may need to look in the comment section. I'll pin.
By the looks of it. Most unusual.
Here we go. Everyone's having a chat. I'll pin the timestamps at the top of the comment section so you can find them nice and easy.
There is some kind of magic at work here.
Regardless, it should make desert travel downright pleasant.
Odds are I won't be able to fit all of the timestamps in the description because of a character limit, so you might need to look at the comment section if you're watching the video that shows every collectible. Head to the right here.
How do you hope to find anything in all this?
Perhaps we find a cave first to catch our bearings.
And here's the cave we need to go into. It's the Barrens. You want to do this first because it sort of improves the visibility in the area when you do this favor. I think the favor's called the Song of Sands or something like that. And pretty much just getting through this area will complete it. I will show the final bit you need to do. Secret of the Sands, that's the one.
One of the few remaining now that they're barred from the temple. Perhaps we'll find Atreus' wounded animal down here.
Lead the way, Kratos. I trust you to not get us lost underground.
So, there are a few collectibles in this area, but when looking at the map, it tends to show the below, the burrows. It shows the wrong area when I look at the map, but I can't really do anything about that. There's only a few collectibles down here, though, so don't worry too much. I will show them all. It's easy enough to follow. Again, if you do look at it on the map, they'll all be listed properly in the timestamps. So we're going to have to defeat the enemies here. Once you've dealt with them, we're going to head down through this doorway we were just facing a second ago. And you've got this room. I'm pretty sure you get attacked again in here. Yeah, let's kill these enemies. So this is another rune read. We're going to need to climb up here to get anywhere near that. And once you're up here, there's a little ledge you can jump down on the side, but it has one of those shield things you need to kick off if you want to go and do that. There we go. And you can also destroy the tentacles from up here, which you want to do. There we go. We'll kick the shield down. Just provides a quicker way up. We can hop down and get the rune. There's also a little red chest down here.
Virtue or a threat?
Depends on the reader.
Yeah, like I said, only a few collectibles in the, I think it's called the below this area. Sometimes when I look at the map though, it shows the burrows, which is kind of weird, but not really a huge amount I can do about it. So we're coming up here, continuing along down this rope. We've got to do a little bit of back and forth here to smash through some tentacles.
Why wait until now to free?
It was not a priority.
We were too busy attempting to stave off Ragnarok to indulge in any desert dalliances.
Shame. I imagine Atreus would have enjoyed a quest to free an injured animal.
Yes, he would have.
I'm
All
sorry.
right.
I didn't mean to twist the knife.
You did not. Atreus has chosen his path. I trust him to be safe.
All the dialogue. Alright, so now when we're here, we need to throw the axe to get rid of these tentacles that we just jumped past a minute ago. And the Nornir chest is just down here, but we've got to uncover the seals to be able to get to them. Alright. Another one. You won't be able to open these gates until you've dealt with the enemies, so just deal with them. And then open up this gate. There we go. And that uncovers one of the seals, but let's go and unlock the others first because we won't be able to ring them all quick enough unless we've uncovered them all. So we need to go back up here. And now that we've destroyed those tentacles, we can take the different path by jumping back this way and then going forward where the tentacles were.
I wish I had your confidence with my own son when he was Atreus' age.
Need to climb?
Baldur craved adventure, but with the words of the Norns repeating in my head.
Your worry consumed you, as my rage once did to me.
You overcame it, eventually.
Thanks to Atreus and his mother.
Yes. Perhaps
Right.
if Odin had loved his children as much as he loved using them, both would still be with us.
Okay, so open up the gate here, and the chime you need to ring is just there. So that's one of them. Second one is down here next to the chest. The third one's just inside, again next to the chest. And there we go. A little bit of a long-winded one to get, but worth it in the end. That one's given me a rage upgrade. Alright. So you can see there the map showing the Barrens, even though I'm in the below. Not a fat lot I can do about that though, I just kind of want to use it to show my position on the map. I know I'll keep repeating myself and I sound like a broken record, but if you're looking for something specific, just look at the timestamps in the description, they'll show everything you need. I guarantee even though I mention looking at the timestamps 100 times throughout this video, there's going to be someone in the comment section saying, I can't find this and there's no timestamps, how do I do this? And it's going to be a big roll your eyes moment, but not a fat lot I can do about that. Alright, so let's hop across right here. Although to be honest, when I make collectible videos, lots of people are just very thankful for me putting them together. I do get a lot of really nice comments when I make these kind of videos. So if you're one of those people, man, just know I appreciate you. Alright, so we've come down here now. There's going to be a bunch of tentacles in a minute that we're going to have to deal with. I think there's some enemies here, though, so watch out for the enemies when you come into this area. I've probably edited that fight out. But, yeah, you have to fight a few of the elves in that area. Watch out for them when you get to here. And then we're going to go through this crawl space. And this is where we can free the creature that's in this area. You need to do a little bit of work to get that done. We're going to hop down here. And then we need to destroy the pot that's blocking the way here. Let's go ahead and blow that up. Come back up. And then we can jump across here. Down the ledge. We've got to, yeah, get rid of a few tentacles before we can save this creature.
Enemy behind you, Kratos!
Yeah. Kill these little guys.
Cover! The wee bastard's about to explode!
Very annoying to deal with. So yeah, this area can be a little bit complicated because of all the tentacles. But we'll get you through it, don't worry. So you've got to get these three right here, and you need to bounce the axe so that it gets all three like that. I really like that mechanic. It's a fun mechanic to play with. So that's the first set you want to do. And then we need to get rid of these ones as well. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I was trying to figure out how to do this for a second. But you need to spin this around. Excellent throw with the axe there. Right, there we go. And I think we need to get some height now before we can actually finish that one. So we need to backtrack a little bit and get rid of this pot. It's blocking our way. You have to look across the gap.
Once served as training for Atreus, or an excuse to gather resources while testing his ability.
There we go.
But I made him a promise. His voice as my guide.
And his voice told you to come out here?
He would approve. Strange that means more to me now than it did before he left.
You've said it yourself. Atreus takes after his mother.
All the chit chat. So that's where you can get those tentacles. Nice and easy. You gotta love it when you're trying to explain stuff and the NPCs start talking amongst themselves. They only seem to pop up when I need to explain something. Okay, let's get rid of these enemies. Now that we've cleared out the tentacles, let's hop across this gap. Get rid of this guy. You can just pretty much grab and throw these enemies. Gets rid of them quicker than pretty much anything else with the blades. There's a nest back here that we need to deal with. Let's go deal with that. And then we need to do some climbing. So we're working towards getting the legendary chest, which has the shoulder straps of radiance in it, so chest armor. This is the 5th legendary chest that's in Alfheim. All the way up. I think now is where we get to save the big jellyfish. Or Hafgufa. Whatever that is.
Nothing here a well-placed throw of the axe can't solve.
Alright. So, as Mamiya just said, we've got to break these tentacles. So, from here, you want to break this part. Alright, Freya. Thanks for the update. So, now we need to figure out where to throw the axe. I think we need to get rid of these ones first, yeah. So let's throw that down there, get rid of those. Hop across the ledge. And then we need to get rid of these ones. I think we need to find the right place to do that from, though. And it's not there. I think we need to bounce the axe here and then bounce it again. There we go.
We've cut it loose,
sorted.
But it can't seem to escape.
Much of the hive matter is gone. We can free it from the surface now.
So now that you've done that, continue along our path. We can finish up this favor as well when we're done with this area.
Did they capture such a large one?
Hackers are known to burrow, so I'd hesitate to place full blame on our dark elf friends.
Even though it's bound by their hive?
Hive matter doesn't belong to the dark elves, any more than the light belongs to the light elves. It's just another of Alfheim's natural resources. One the elves have used since the time of their ancestors. And while the light elves seem keen to banish the hive over on their side, the dark elves make effective use of it out here in the Barrens.
But if this is true, are we doing more harm than good by destroying this hive?
You wish to leave the creature enslaved?
No. Freyr would have wanted us to do everything in our power to restore this realm. We will...
Again, everybody talking at the same time. So there's the legendary chest we've been working towards getting. Bunch of hack silver in this area as well. Let's go ahead and get rid of the tentacle there and then we can hop up. And now we need to go and complete this favor. See, just going through that area does the majority of that favor. A lot of the favors in the game are like that, where you just kind of work through an area and it completes it while you're getting collectibles. So it's pretty straightforward. But still, I'm going to include it. You also get a trophy for completing both of the Hafgufa favors. Thanks, Freya. I appreciate your help. Useful commentary. Right, there we go. So that's a mechanic from the previous God of War. And there we go. You get a pretty cool visual here.
Can't believe the lad missed this.
The storm is gone. The song of the sands has returned to Alfheim. albeit somewhat diminished from how I remember it as a child.
Alright, so from there, let's head back to the sled. And we're going to head and do the Barrens. Now, I'm pretty sure that's just like the area around us, you know.
Brother, let's have it. You mentioned you had a favourite poem from your homeland. What was it about?
A cunning general. A war over forbidden love.
I believe I've heard of this one. Did it involve a horse that was not as it appeared?
Yes, but that is not what happened.
Oh, it's based on truth then. And you were there.
Yes, I prefer the poem.
Right, so let's go ahead and squeeze through this gap. We're getting the 5th artifact that's in Alfheim. And we need to come in here. There's also a legendary chest in this room.
Play beautifully, you know.
I do not. I would prefer it remain that way.
Alright, there we go. We need the axe here. Add the blades out. Let's chuck it off that rock. You have to retrieve the axe at the right time here in order to cut the last tentacle. So just be ready to press triangle, or if you're following this guide years in the future and you're on PC, whatever button retrieves your axe, just press it at the right time so that you can cut that last tentacle and get the legendary chest. Alright, so let's go and do the second remnants of Asgard that Alfheim has. Again, this one counts towards the Barrens completion. So we kind of just need to move around the open area right now and kind of clean up the little pieces, but you can see the sort of weird rainbow cloud over there.
Well, to begin with, it wasn't his first arrival. Visitors to Alfheim, back in the dawn of realm travel.
Hold. We will finish later.
Yeah, so I actually got off the sled at a bad place here and had to run around a little bit, but that's okay, we'll get to it. I think I was trying to smash this also, but not sure if we can do that just yet. Let's go and come into here, and this is where we need to fight these guys. This is actually a pretty tough fight, so if you... maybe not too much of a high level. Hopefully you don't struggle. But yeah, get both of those guys killed, and that's the remnants of Asgard done.
I wonder how many of these fragments of Asgard there are.
A realm's worth at least, so I'd say we have our work cut out for us.
I think there's like 10 or something like that for you to get in total. You've also got a little red chest here for you to open if you haven't already. But so far we've done 5 of those, so we've done a good amount. Halfway through. Not bad, not bad. Let's look at the map to show you where that one is. So next up we've got a Berserker gravestone. This one will give you the Berserker Cuirass, which is a decent cuirass, although this is a tough fight. This one took me a little while to get through. I was having an extra long look around here, I don't know why, but we'll get to it. Taking a slow walk. I think that the total video, the video where I show all of the collectibles for this, is probably going to be like 8 or 9 hours. It's a very long collectible run. So that's how you unlock this area to get that red chest if you want it. You kind of need to throw the axe at the top one and then retrieve it at the right time to get the other 2. I like to get these though because they give you decent components for upgrading your armor. Some of them are better than others, but luminous alloys and Asgardian ingots are the ones you want. So if I see one around a Asgardian or a remnants of Asgard, I'll try to get them. But here's the Berserker gravestone. Again, be ready for a tough fight. This one is one of the more difficult ones if you ask me. Although I wasn't a very high level when I did this one. Because you're basically fighting 3 enemies there.
It's a symbol of their betrayal, their cruelty personified. The sooner we're done with it, the better.
If I can make peace with my blades.
I suppose you're right. If Skofnung rids the land of these bastards, I can stomach its presence a bit longer.
Alright. So that's how you get the Berserker Cuirass. You also get a Frozen Flame for that one, which is really nice. That just kind of goes to show that it's a difficult fight. Depending on your level, though, it might be a bit easier for you. If you've leveled up a bunch, it might not be that tough. Right next to that as well, we've got a lore marker, which is the Gulan Call. That's the 3rd one in Alfheim. I think this music decided to carry on for some reason. I'll turn it down. But yeah, for some reason the music was just going crazy in this area. Until I got into another fight. So apologies for that.
Well, we believed for a long time that all the giants had died in the flood, until one of them appeared in Vanaheim.
Let this wait. Stay alert.
Alright, buried treasure right here. This is the Vulture's Gold buried treasure. If you're looking for the solutions to those, if you look in the timestamps, I'll also show where you pick up the map and where you solve it for each timestamp, just so you can go and find it quite easily. If you come here and the map's not here, the treasure's not there, you're going to need to go and pick up the map first. So when you come up here, you're going to have to defeat a couple enemies. Again, I'm very sorry for the music. It wouldn't shut up.
These rooms.
There's the rune. So, lore marker. A little look at the map. I'm doing my best to turn these down while I'm watching this back because the music is really loud. I think because I was in the Berserker fight for a while, the music glitched and it just kept going on. Next up, we've got the 7th legendary chest of Alfheim. This is the Belt of Radiance. There you go. I could have just reloaded the game, but I thought I'd just continue on, hoping it would stop sooner or later. Also, we've got an artifact up here, which is the 6th in Alfheim. It's a Kvasir poem, right next to the legendary chest. There we go. Stupid music. Alright, so next up we've got the 5th Raven. I think this one is just in the eyeball of the skull, of this sort of bone structure that we're in right now. So if we come down here and head out, you can just chuck a spear into the eye and get it. It's right there. Nice and easy. Again, another quick look at the map. Alright, so next up we've got a Nornir chest, the 5th one in Alfheim. We've got a lot of these little areas with tentacles covering them. I decided to foot slap it here because it wasn't too far away. So, let's come over here. And we need to use the axe to get rid of these tentacles. There we go. Nice and easy. Now we got to go and get these seals. So I think you're good for this one just to use your blades. But there's a couple others that I'm pretty sure you've got to use the arrows for. And this stuff can be frustrating, man. It's not the easiest to do. Let's see. These ones actually might be easy to grab. I'm not sure. Maybe the 3rd one. Yeah, here we go. Oh no, we've got the pot up there. Yeah, so we just use the spear or the axe, throw it into the pot, and you'll get that one. There's a couple in this area, though, that you've got to use the runic arrows for, and that can be a little bit frustrating. The music was really going all in right here. Music was having it off. Right. I really should have just turned the music down, but whatever, I'm just turning it down in my editing software, so it shouldn't be too loud. It's super loud without me turning it down, though. Alright. So next up, we're doing another lore marker. There's a bunch of little collectibles in this area. It's kind of close to the one we just picked up. So you'll have some enemies in this area to deal with when you first come here. Be ready for a fight. Obviously, I've edited that out. There's the lore marker. Quick look at the map. Over in the corner of the Barrens right now. Right. Another artifact. It's a tribute to Freya. Let's take another look at the map. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this music went on until I got into another boss fight. Alright, there's the legendary chest then. The 8th one. Gauntlets of Radiance. And we've got another raven in this area, just on top of the tree. Nice and easy. Bunch of little collectibles in this area. I know it's tedious showing the map every few seconds, but just in case anyone's using the timestamps, that's why I'm doing that. They might skip to this one and need to see the map, you know. But if for some reason you are using the timestamps and you're missing something, just go ahead and skip forward a little bit or skip back, watch the next couple of collectibles. You'll get an idea of where you are. I do my best to show the map each time, but I'm only human. I might miss it at some point. So also that one collectible we just picked up there was one of the dwarven pages.
That's right. Her name was Gerd, and she came offering to teach us the secrets of traveling between realms using Bifrost.
Set that aside for now. Go.
Alright, so gotta break this pot. All that's here is a red chest, I'm pretty sure. I was just kind of being thorough and trying to get them all. Don't know what I was doing here. I was kind of messing around, not using the axe. It's another one of those ones where you've got to retrieve the axe at the right time, maybe? Or have I got to go around the other side? Yeah, I think you've got to go around the other side. Trying to be thorough, getting some of these red chests, showing you how to do them. Don't really have to do this, though, if you don't want to. Okay, we can just get up here. Get the red chest. A little bit of a time waste, so apologies for that. Let's see what we get. Dwarven steel slag deposits, not bad, not bad. I think we've got a drow hole coming up, so when I do this fight, the music might actually stop. Hopefully it does.
Yes, Gerd. Freyr became immediately infatuated with her. He always yearned to wander, and along came someone who could truly show him how.
No more for now.
Wait a moment. Hostilities demand a
Alright.
Whatever.
There we go.
Reminds me of tales of a cruel empress, one too angry to die.
We will see.
I think that's the second drow hole that we've done in total, but the first one that's in Alfheim. There's a look at the map in case you're wondering where that is. You also get a chaos spark for doing those. You get 6 of those, and you'll get a chaos flame to upgrade the blades. It's actually kind of difficult to upgrade the blades to the full spec.
Freya, getting back to your brother learning to realm travel. You said he fell in love with his teacher.
I'm going to go and open this door now.
Someone he could wander with as never before.
Wait. Let us look this way.
Much of the sand has been cleared away, but another storm rages beyond that pass, which must mean
Another half-goofer.
Murky.
Alright, so doing all of this stuff will get you a trophy for freeing both of the half-goofers. Trophy's called Full Goofer, I think, or something like that. So after opening that door, we're going to come all the way through here.
When Freyr and I traveled to this realm as children, the desert was healthy and full of life back then. I can't help but fear that era has ended for good and our efforts here are futile.
It's a fair concern. Healing this land will take more than a pair of singing half-goofer. But I have to believe in the long run, we're doing right by Alfheim.
It's actually crazy that they've done so many voice lines for this game, because you can be here with either Atreus or Freya. Literally going to have done double the voice lines for this area, because you can come here with Atreus. Some areas you can only come to with Atreus, and some areas you can only come to with Freya. But you can do either depending on when you come here in the game. The development that must go into these games is crazy.
Saw how poorly these lands fared in his absence, did he? He would appreciate our efforts out here.
Aye. Hearing the Song of the Sands again is a rare privilege, even if it's only a solo act.
Or a duet, once this half-goofer is free.
Alright, so once you've got down here then, you're going to need to destroy that door with a sonic arrow.
It is not of the dark.
Hop across.
An abandoned ancient settlement by the looks of it.
let's go down.
Long before the light well's creation.
More hive matter as well.
I'd say
So
it's
sonic
on the
arrows can open this stuff. And you have to use another one to destroy that plating to get through. Alright, so once you get through here, hop across.
I assumed the absence of all such light was aberration. I didn't realize it was covered by hive matter.
Aye. And as far as the Dark Elves are concerned, it's that light column in the center of the temple that's the aberration. Just look at how old some of these surfaces are. Far older than the light well, or even our trapped Althjof for that matter.
Quite the empathetic perspective, Nornir.
Well, dangle from a burly god's backside for a few winters, and you'll find yourself looking for all sorts of new perspectives.
Enemies to your left!
Yeah, I do my best not to talk over the NPCs, because there's nothing more annoying than like 4 people speaking at once, so I could turn them down, but I'll just let them talk at times.
It's about to explode!
Right, after defeating them then, we're going to climb up. Hopefully you're still following me. When you come into this area, you're going to have some...
I assume they're only
Oh, here we go.
figures out.
Well, at least they tried.
Right, yeah, there's some enemies in this area when you first come in.
Below would disagree.
And the rune read is right there on the wall. Alright, so we're 61% for Alfheim, which is pretty good. This area isn't too big. The whole, well, this realm isn't too much, to be honest. It's like I said, it's something like 70 or 80 collectibles in Alfheim. But the next one we're going to take on has way more. It's like, this is like an hour and a bit to get through Alfheim. Whereas Vanaheim is like 2 hours or something. Actually insane. I could trim down certain parts of this. Yeah, you're going to need to open that up and use the axe to break the membrane.
Let's continue, shall we?
Yes, we're continuing. But, yeah, I try to be as accurate as possible and put detail into where you've got to go and stuff so there's no confusion. Alright, so this is a long way to go to get to the next collectible, but we're doing it. We're after getting the legendary chest for a light runic attack called Hell's Touch, and that one's for the axe.
They're children from a harsh earth. I can relate.
Up we go. And we need to hop up here just to destroy the membrane that's blocking our next way up. So, let's come up. And, yeah, chuck our axe right there. That opens up the path we've got to take, so now we've got to climb back down. You can hear the Halfgoofer singing away, or trying to at least. Right. So now we can continue on. So that noise you can hear is one of those creatures that you've got to throw the axe at from behind. It's the only way you can kill them. Pretty sure it's below me right now. You get good loot out of those guys, so... It's not necessary, though. Doesn't count towards completion. I feel like the previous game had a lot more that counted towards completion. Like, it had all of the chests. You had to get all of the red chests as well, whereas you don't have to on this game. Yeah, there's that little guy. You stand behind him and throw the axe. I guess you have to do it from above. You'll get a nice bunch of loot off him. Alright, but now we're working on getting artifact number 8, which is one of the tributes to Freya. Coming up that area where we had to throw the axe a minute ago. And coming along this way, we got some tentacles to destroy, so let's hop down. And chuck our axe up here through these two. Sorted. Nice and easy. And now we can start working on getting the second Halfgoofer.
To comprehend the choice they face in the free.
What choice do you speak of?
The life cycle of the Halfgoofer. In order to breed, they must pass on their light to their children.
Without light, they will die.
I suppose that's all any of us can hope for in the end. That our death has purpose. That we can live on through our children. Given another chance, I know which one.
There we go.
Well done.
Now this guy's free.
Aye. back to the surface then.
So you pretty much have to do this stuff in order to get through this area in general. You've got an ogre type enemy down here when you drop down. Get rid of him and then...
Used in many of Freyr's blessings, I imagine.
There's the artifact. There's also a legendary chest right next to that. This one has a heavy runic attack for the blades, which is the Nemean Crush. Decent. Some hack silver there if you want it. Don't really get a lot of hack silver out of this area, but the next area we're going to go to in Vanaheim, that has a ton of hack silver in all of the chests, so you'll see me grabbing a lot more chests. So we're just working our way out right now. This is just going to complete the favor. Song of the Sands.
The fate of these creatures reminds me of a story.
Does it?
There once was a blacksmith whose king commanded him to construct a box that could contain all the evils of the world. But no metal could hold such a power. So the blacksmith used the flame
Kratos, is this a story meant to ease my grief?
Perhaps it is just a story. A way to pass the time.
I appreciate the sentiment, but, well, your stories,
What about my stories?
I wouldn't exactly call them a comfort.
Myrkr is...
Alright. So, still working our way up. So we need to move this pedestal thing by coming up a little bit further. There's also a red chest here if you want to get it. So we need to, I think, bounce the axe from a certain position so that it can, yeah, smash the membrane right there. There we go. You have to hit the stone and then the pendant first so that it can hit the membrane on the wall. This area can be a little bit confusing, but you've pretty much got to do it to get out anyway, so we smash through this wall. And I think now we're pretty much back where we started. We just need to climb out.
Welcome in Alfheim.
Time to end this storm.
Yeah, get rid of them and then make your way out. And we can go ahead and complete this favor. So all the way up then. Nice and easy. Once you get up here, you can either take the sled or you can walk. It's up to you. You can just follow the goal tracker if you want to. Pretty sure I just highlighted it so I go to the right place. It's a little bit difficult to see, but it is just up here, so not too far to go. A lot of the mechanics from this game come from the first God of War, like this one. I think people were annoyed about them reusing assets, but that really doesn't bother me. I just want continued storyline, you know? So there we go, that will get you your trophy. Full goofer. And then these two jellyfish will breed.
No comfort. Take solace in knowing you did what you thought was best for yours.
And that, little boys and girls, is how jellyfish are made.
Getting back to your brother learning to realm travel. You said he fell in love with his teacher.
Yes, Gerd. Someone he could wander with as never before. So, wander they did, exploring the world tree from root to branch. But one day, it came time for Gerd to wander away.
Enough talk for now.
Yeah.
Be ready.
Kratos says be quiet. So we're coming into the Forbidden Sands. This is the 7th Raven in Alfheim, the first one of this area. We're just going to come down, and I'm pretty sure it's just floating around to your left, yeah. Some of these can be tricky to get, man. Definitely takes me a few throws to get them sometimes. First try. Alright, let's go. So, we've got 20, I think, now. Unless I'm reading that wrong in my blurry preview in my editing software. I really have to downgrade the quality in order to see what's going on, but that's fine. The video will come out fine on YouTube. So, throwing this in the right way actually took me a minute to figure out, but that's how you want to do it, and it's kind of cool to just stand here and watch this. It's like the axe is playing tennis or something. Freeway tennis. It's pretty cool to watch. Alright, so now we need to use runic arrows in order to get these fires lit. And it can be a little bit difficult. There's the first one, there's the second, and we need to use the fire that's on the left in order to light this one. And pro tip, if you shoot the same rune more than once in the same spot, the area gets bigger, which makes it easier to do this. You'll see me doing that a lot, where I just make the ball that the rune makes a lot bigger. So you're using the fire you just lit in order to light the next one, which is behind this. There we go. Not an easy one to do. That one's kind of tricky. It took me a few attempts. But that's our 6th Nornir chests in Alfheim. Decent. Alright, let's see what we got next then. Quick look at the map. And next up, we've got another artifact. This one's a tribute to Freya. I'm pretty sure we need to leave this area to get this one. Not a huge amount left of this area. This area is about an hour and 15, an hour and 20, and we're about an hour through or so, coming up to that. Here we go. Back outside then. I think we need to go up top now. Just behind us sort of thing. Yeah, just up here. And there's the artifact.
Put it on one of my horns. Let's see if I can pull it off.
No.
Alright. So, headed inside here then. There's a few little collectibles in the first area here, all kind of grouped together. This is for the Favor, the Elven Sanctum. When you come in here, it kind of just starts.
An elven library.
An archive of knowledge.
No sign of the light elves.
There's a lore marker. The 6th one in Alfheim. That's where we are on the map. Okay, on this table, you've got a lore scroll. This one is an examination of temporal significance. Okay. Like I said, there's a few here all grouped together. I think one of the dwarven pages is in this area as well. Yeah, there it is. There we go. 2 more of those to get. I think we get 1 more in this area, actually. I might be wrong. No, actually, I think the 3rd one I've gotten is in Vanheim.
End the Elven War, but restricting their access only serves those who wish to prolong it.
Taking a page out of
Treasure map.
Aye.
This is kind of why I do these in a certain order. You want to get the map before you get the treasure, you know. Legendary chest right here. This is a Jewel of Yggdrasil, which is an amulet fragment. So you get enough of these, you get a new amulet, which is decent. Or is it an amulet slot? It probably is, right? So this journal here is the favor item for the Elven Sanctum. You want to pick that up. And when you leave, you'll get attacked, and that pretty much completes the favor. So just make sure you pick that up. Next up, we've got a lore marker. We're going to need to come down here to get that. It's just here.
all this knowledge of their ancestors, their shared history, poetry.
Okay. So, now we're going to go and get this favor completed. We just need to leave, and once you leave, an elf will attack you, and you're going to need to beat them in order to complete the favor. So just go towards the door, try and open it, and you'll get attacked.
Ah, it appears the librarian would like a word.
Lata Frambog.
Sounds like she wants that journal back.
No.
No.
She thinks she's protecting them by hiding all this knowledge away.
The elves do not need protection from their history. They need access. A new chapter awaits.
He lets her live.
I'm thought you were going to end her.
When last we traveled here, after Faye passed, I killed an elf of great importance. The ramifications were dire for his people. I do not wish to make the same mistake twice.
Alright, and that completes the Elven Sanctum. Now we're moving on to go and get this treasure map, the Forgotten Tower. Yeah, we may have passed this area earlier, but this is why we kind of leave it, so we get the map before we actually complete it. I think I sped this area up just because I ended up running when I probably should have got on the sled. We're just coming all the way over here. The sled does follow you though, so if you want to get on it, you can. We're just going to come down here. It's pretty much just to the right of where we were going anyway. So, hop up. Smash through here. You got some enemies to fight. Get rid of them. And the buried treasure is just to the left of the area you jump up from. Like sort of over there on the left, you can see the gold flash. There we go. Easy. Treasure map complete. Alright, so that'll get you an amulet enchantment. So we're going to come through here and squeeze through this gap in the wall. And this will get us another artifact, another of the tributes to Freya. There's also an Yggdrasil rift up here. There we go. That'll complete the artifact set as well.
Hang them up outside their dwellings. Show their support for my brother. That's all my brother's tributes.
Where we hang on to.
Right, to access the rift, defeat the enemy, and then reach into the rift to get it complete. Easy. So yeah, I think that's the only one in Alfheim. Now we're going to go and do Raven number 8. So heading back the way we came. All the way down here. Let's go chuck our axe at things. Hop in the sled then. I think you can kind of see it in the distance.
Freya, getting back to your brother learning to
Ah, no, we're coming back to that one.
I take it the romance with his teacher ended poorly?
Yeah, it's just flying around here.
Hold. Let us search this area.
He's always taking me loads of throws to get. But there it is. That's 21 of the ravens now. I think there's 48 to get.
I wonder if he ever saw this.
Alright, so kind of a little puzzle with these crystals. I bet you, if you played the previous game, I bet you thought you were done with these crystals, but nope, they found a way to sneak them in, man. Just in this one little area for some reason. So I'll take that one out and drop it. I think I probably could have done this puzzle a little more efficiently, but it still got done. It doesn't really matter. Essentially, we just need to light these things on the side, but we need to break these tentacles. There we go.
This statue may have survived Freya's absence, but a truce clearly did not. Monuments are useless to those who ignore their message.
He didn't create a truth through diplomacy alone. His god, his very presence is what healed this land and allowed peace to take root.
Doing that will drop another crystal.
He had to have known what would happen.
Well, he had good reason to leave. Some jackass convinced his sister to marry a madman.
There we go. So let's bring this crystal up. And I'm pretty sure this is well, yeah, you need to do that to solve the puzzle pretty much. You need to take one of these up top and use another one to light this bridge. So grab the crystal you put down. You're going to need to put this crystal down again, I think. I'm pretty sure, like I said, I probably could have done this a little more efficiently, but it doesn't really matter. So let's take this one up here and drop it in the slot. Yeah, you've got to do either side of this thing.
Crystals contain their own light.
You're right. Normally we'd have to provide our own. Perhaps slotting a crystal on the opposite side could shed some light on this mystery.
Yeah, you said it, Freya. Terrible pun. Alright, so there's a membrane that we need to break here. in order to get this done. So you're gonna, I think, need to have this bridge down. Yeah, so I came over here and took this one back out. Yeah, I took a stone out of this at the beginning, and you don't need to do that, but I didn't really take it very far, so it doesn't really matter. Right, so yeah, you need to use the axe to break the membrane, and you need to be quick about this, because the membrane does reset. So throw the axe and then run and put the crystal back in, and then slap the other one in up top of this bridge.
Perhaps now it can serve as a reminder.
Aye. Nothing reminds people of their history like chiseled, well-lit marble.
There we go. Sorted.
Looks like we can read the inscription now as well.
Let's go ahead and grab that.
Light from the crystals.
That'll give you a Folkvanger Whetstone, which is an upgrade for Freya, but we haven't got the sword that upgrades yet, but still, it's good to have them.
Freya's gift endures after all. Or should I say, his presence.
You are not funny.
Alright, let's get the lore marker that's just in front of us. That one's the enlightened one. Alright. Very nearly done with this area. We've got around 8 minutes or so. Not many left to get it all now, but let's go and do the desert door favor. I'm pretty sure this is one of the last things we do. But we've got to collect a couple of things to actually do this. So we need to use the crystal and put it back over here. Just one of the crystals will do. And that'll light up the bridge so we can leave. So let's get out of here then.
Even when Freyr was actually here, the peace was fragile. Surely a bit of extra light in the desert isn't enough to make it last.
Be quiet, my Fae. I could not imagine a life of peace. After her death, in our travels to Jotunheim, I found peace on my own. It remains my responsibility to make it last.
I only hope his guidance will last.
Okay, so there's a half of the key we need to open the desert door. And then we're going to come over here to our right, and this is where we can get the flower that's in Alfheim. There's one of these in each of the realms.
A dawn bloom.
There we go, that's 2 of 9 so far. Very nice. Alright, so now that you've done that, let's hop up here. And I think there's some sort of stone you can get to revive these trolls. I haven't found it yet myself, but I'm sure I'll get to it.
And a magic relic that acts as a sort of counter.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll find that relic at some point. I haven't completed all of the realms yet, so I'm sure I'll find it. You get to fight these guys, you probably get some sort of reward for doing it. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Another raven. So let's go do this Nornir chest. So we're just cleaning up the Forbidden Sands now. On we go.
These 2 animals back to Vanaheim, or Midgard even. Becky and Spanna could use the company. We have kennels.
It would not go well for them. Once a predator becomes accustomed to a land, it is cruel to move them.
I suppose you're right. Just seems lonely out here.
It's peaceful. They have each other. It is enough.
Alright, there's one of the seals, or the fires. We're going to need to use the arrows to get these ones. This one's quite easy, to be honest. There we go. Simple. This last one can be a bit finicky, because it's quite high up. You've got to use the technique I was talking about before, where you keep shooting in the same place to make the runes bigger. That's how I got it done. But whatever works for you. Yeah, it did not want to work that time. Kind of on a time limit with this. But that's good enough. Those 2 were good enough for me. There we go. Alright, so that's all 3 of the seals. Let's go get the chest open. Get our upgrade. Sorted. Very nice. Alright, so, quick look at the map. Only a few minutes left of this video. Let's get it done. Got a legendary chest to go and do now. This gives us the hardened war handles, which is for the blades. Okay.
Freyr loved to breed Gulan pups in Vanaheim. I wonder if these two are the descendants of the Gulan who brought here long ago.
That explains how they got to the desert. Another gift for the Dark Elves.
Alright, so we're hopping in here. You'll have some enemies to deal with probably in this area. Yep. Let's get rid of them. That one got stuck behind the tentacles there and ended up just dying. I guess it was some sort of bug. We need to chuck the axe there, and then we need to burn the brambles off this pendant on the right. This is how I managed to get it done. Sorted. And then we need to tarn this thing. Okay, there we go. And then that's how you destroy the tentacles. So we can get this legendary chest. Sorted. Is that number 12? 12 legendary chests in this area so far. Alfheim does have a bunch of them. So next up we've got another Berserker gravestone. Let's go and head towards that. It's just to the right of the area we're in.
Berserker awaits.
Okay, let's defeat these guys. After you do the fight where you're fighting 2 or 3 of these guys, every time you fight one, it just doesn't feel like a challenge. When you're fighting that fight where there's 3 of them, so much more difficult.
Another of my spectacular failures.
In capturing these spirits, you seek redemption.
I just want to send these bloody monsters to hell where they belong. Wouldn't exactly call it redemption, but I know I'll feel better once it's over.
Sorted. Quick look at the map for you there. Alright, so back to the sled then. And this is one of the key halves that we get for the desert door. And you'll have noticed... Oh, here we go.
Ever try flying in a sandstorm? I imagine Freyr showed the Dark Elves that Gulan could be trained to pull a plow. They must have found new...
Yeah, everybody wants to talk when I need to explain stuff. Fantastic. Essentially, though, there are more of these blue things you can see on the floor. And they do have items on them, but only 2 of them have the key halves that we need. So we'll go, the specific 2 that I go to will have those key halves. The others just have like upgrades and resources on them. If you want to grab them, that's up to you. Alright, so we got a raven here just sitting on this rock. Very nice. Okay, so we've got another artifact now, another one of Kvasir's poems. Okay.
Freya, getting back to your brother learning to realm travel. I take it the romance with his teacher ended poorly?
It did for him. Freyr was heartbroken and resolved himself to perform some great feat to win her back.
Another time. We must focus.
I wish you had a button to make Kratos say that, just to make people stop talking, like if you wanted, but obviously games aren't developed around the guides people are going to make for them, so, you know, you just got to deal with it.
Freya, getting back to your brother.
Here we go.
You to win back Gerd. And how did it end up with him being worshipped in Alfheim?
Well, Freyr thought big. He set his aim on the grandest of gestures. He intended to be the first to find the elusive source of Bifrost light.
Not now.
There we go. So, coming over here, now we got both halves of the key. If we interact with this door, that'll bring out one of these drakes. Yeah, that's all the collectibles in Alfheim after this one. That's everything done. You should have 100% now. Very nice.
Your guess is as good as mine. Imprisoning a drake. Can't decide whether to be impressed or horrified.
Either way, it is over now.
Okay, so the first area we're going to do in Vanaheim is the Southern Wilds. That's where the Mystic Gateway is if you want to come to here. So first off, we're going to do a Hell Tear. If you've been doing the other guides that I've put out or following those, you should have a few of these done already. I think there's 6 in total. I'm pretty sure you do 2 or 3 of these just with the main storyline. Alright, so yeah, 5 in total now. I'm pretty sure at this point the numbers should line up when it comes to what I'm doing versus what you're doing, but as I release these videos I may put them in a certain order so that you end up getting everything in the most efficient way. So for the last video or 2 when I'm done putting these out, those numbers may not entirely line up. But it's for the best to getting everything unlocked without having to double back too much between realms. Alright, so the first Raven in Vanaheim, floating around the river right there. He's always taken me a couple of throws to get. There we go. Right, so I think we've got around half of those now or something. When I'm watching this back in my editing software, I have to lower the quality just so it plays back smoothly. So I can't see the numbers too accurately, but I have double checked all of these and made sure that everything is there. So you're not missing anything if you follow all of these guides. Although in total there should be about 7 or 8 hours of footage to watch in order to get all of these collectibles, which is a hell of a lot of collectibles. Alright, so we're going to get the first legendary chest, which is a light runic attack, Wrath of the Frost Ancients for the axe. Yeah, these numbers as well at the bottom of the screen also just correlate to each of the realms. I've probably mentioned this in my other videos, but I'm just going to compile these videos into one. And the numbers at the bottom will just correlate to what's in the realm. For some reason this door was glitched and it said I could open it even though it was already open. It's kind of weird. Watch out for the explosive plants in these areas. Sometimes they get you being sneaky. You'll have a little fight here when you get here. Take these enemies out and then you'll need to come over here and sneak through this opening.
I do not know. I choose to help. After that, you will see.
Right, there's that legendary chest. You can imagine the amount of work that goes into these videos because I have to record everything, which takes long enough in itself. And then I have to edit everything, which also takes a huge amount of time. I also have to take note of where everything is in the video so that you can follow the video accurately. And then I have to render it, which also takes a bunch of time. And then I have to upload it. There's so much time goes into making these videos, especially when the game is as big as God of War Ragnarok. Usually when I'm doing collectibles for a game, it'll take, I mean, a short amount of time. It doesn't take too long to play for a game to get collectibles, but when a game is as big as this is like doing 5 or 6 games. Each realm is kind of like doing a game, which is crazy. Although, this is the biggest realm when it comes to collectibles. And that's because you have the secret area with all the dragons in it and stuff, including the original Vanaheim that you come to along with the storyline. Alright, so we've got a Nornir chest next, which is over this way. Again, watch out for those plants. I could have broken this realm up into 2 parts, to be honest, but I wanted to keep it realm to realm. There is one video that I'm going to put out that will cover around 3 realms, but that's because Jotunheim, I think it's Niflheim, and Helheim are really, really small, and I didn't want to release videos that were like 5 minutes long. So I just compiled those ones into one video. Svartalfheim, Alfheim, Vanaheim, and Midgard are the 4 areas that have a ton of collectibles, so they're the ones that kind of need breaking up. Muspelheim also has quite a few. That's only really long because of the challenges that you have to do there, though. But I'll be releasing, I think, 6 videos in total. And that'll cover all of the realms. Next up, after this video, will be Midgard. Quite a few collectibles there too. Although, like I said, this is by far the longest one. I think this video is around 2 hours and 40 or something like that. Which is a lot of collectibles. And in comparison, when I'm making a collectible guide for a game, the video will end up being about an hour long or something like that. So, if just for one realm, it takes 2 hours and 40 to show all of the collectibles, you can tell just how long this game is, how big it is. An absolute ton of content in this game. Alright, so we're working on getting this Nornir chest. These switches can be tricky to find sometimes, but that's all 3. Let's go ahead and crank open the chest. If you're struggling to find a certain collectible, have a look in the description and also look on your map and see what area you're missing stuff in. One thing to note is the big trophy on this game is the collector trophy. And I think for that one you've got to get all the relics and hilts or something like that. And a lot of the sneaky hilts and relics aren't included in the collectibles list, which can be kind of frustrating. But following this guide will get you that trophy. The only thing I haven't included in these guides are these red chests, and they don't count as collectibles. But also anything you'll get throughout just completing the game, I don't include either. There's so many sneaky collectibles that just aren't listed, and you have to do certain things to get. But when I get to those, I'll walk you through them. I have included anything that is needed for trophies in this guide. If you follow this guide completely and you've beaten the storyline, you'll get the platinum just from following this guide. Alright, so we're on to Freya's camp now. We're getting the lore scroll, which is in this area. It's kind of just in the camp. This one is called Freya's Lament. Yeah, also add in the description for everything to make sure if you're missing a certain thing, you'll know where to come and get it. Do my best to add as much detail as possible to the guide. Alright, quick look at the map, as always. Yeah, and that's kind of why I've added the map to every collectible, or more or less every collectible, just in case somebody is trying to find a particular collectible, they can just click on it and I'll show the map in between so they know where they're going. Rather than just moving collectible to collectible. It's kind of the format I like to keep it on these big games. I feel like that's easy for me to follow, so that's how I like to do it. Alright, so we're hopping across this gap, and we'll need to break open this rock face here with the spear. Then we can get to this legendary chest. Sorted. I think in total there are around 500 collectibles we pick up for this game, which is a ton. It's a lot if a game has 100, but 500, man. These games are big, and so was the previous one. I'm pretty sure the previous game had something like 300 and something collectibles, so this one's actually bigger, even though it kind of doesn't feel like it is. It doesn't feel like it's as big as the previous game. Right. So, now that we're here, we're going to go and get this Remnants of Asgard, which is just to the left when you reach the boat. And if you come towards this chest at the back, if you haven't opened it yet, if you open it, this will trigger the fight. But it should also work if you just come and stand by it. And here we go. Just beat these guys up. And that'll get the Remnants of Asgard completed for you.
Another camp.
There we go. Not as much dialogue now that we've got a little bit further into the game. I think the NPCs, or Mimir and Freya and Kratos, are kind of running out of things to say to each other. I guess that just goes to show how much time we've spent roaming around for collectibles. Alright, so hopping in the boat and going left. Still in Freya's camp, or this still counts towards Freya's camp. Things can get a little bit confusing in these areas. Like, there are collectibles on this island, but they don't count towards the area that we were just doing. So I'm going to leave collectibles like that until they count towards the area that we're doing. And you'll probably see me walk past a couple of collectibles. in certain areas, and that's just because I'm keeping them area to area, so it doesn't get confusing and you can just skip to a certain area and follow it through and get all the collectibles in that area. And that's just because some, like, there's ravens that are along the river here, and they count towards the river delta, even though we're right next to them. I'll wait until we are in the right, or we're working on the right area in order to get them done. If we're moving through an area and we don't need to come back to it to save doubling back, sometimes I'll work it out and display it so that we make it a little bit more efficient, but there are some sections where you'll have to double back on yourself and stuff like that. Hopefully that's not too much of a bother, but I did my best to just keep this guide as easy to follow as possible without having to switch the area as much as possible. Alright, so Raven number 2. Heading over this way now. We've had to take a quick shortcut through the camp, and the Raven is just over here, sitting on this tree. Sorted. Alright, so that's Freya's camp done with. Moving on to the Eastern Berry Woods. And I think there's one collectible in this area that's a little bit confusing if you've already beaten the storyline. I will talk about it when we get to it. And it's because once you beat Heimdall in the storyline, and you kind of do the escape from Vanaheim with everybody when Freya gives you the boat, there's an area that gets cut off. You can still get back to it, but you have to take a really weird route to get there. But I'll mention that when we get to it. Also, it's not a collectible, I think, that appears on the collectible list on the map. But again, I've done my best to include all of that and make sure that it's there. So, we've got the remnants of Asgard that's in this area. I think this one may not count towards the area that we're working on right now. We've got to do one more collectible for Freya's camp. But it involves coming through here, and this is kind of what I was talking about before. I can't really avoid doing this fight while I'm passing through this area because the enemies will just attack me.
It's almost impressive.
But even though the collectible we're about to get counts for Freya's camp, I think, it's kind of in this area. You have to come up this way and climb along to get it. But we were walking past a couple of collectibles, and I didn't want to come all the way here and then have to double back to get those collectibles. So, just trying to keep it as efficient as possible. But yeah, the legendary chest over there that's up there counts towards Freya's camp, which is kind of strange considering literally the remnants of Asgard next to it counts as Eastern Berry Woods. But that's fine. Alright. So this will give you the Leviathan's Roar, which is a heavy runic attack for the axe. This is why also I make those timestamps, just because if you're looking for all the collectibles for Freya's camp, you can skip to that if you want to. Make things nice and easy. Okay, so back to the Eastern Berry Woods then. We're doing the third Raven. Let's go ahead and hop down here. And got a little health stone there if you want it. And we're going to go through the tree here, through the little crawl space. Really happy that I've managed to get all of this stuff done now. I don't have any more recording or editing to do for this game. I've just got to come back and commentate everything. It's taken me so much time to get all this stuff done. I've also had a bunch of problems recently with my setup. I bought a new 4K capture card and it's given me a bunch of trouble getting it set up. I'm having little glitches with it. And certain things have messed up on recording, so I had to come back and record some stuff. And then I managed to have a problem with my microphone as well, so I've just had to sort that out over the last couple of days. Finally managed to get it done though. Everything should be on point from here on out. Okay, so there's the Raven. Let's go and get this lore scroll. This one's for the Aesir Promise. Still in the Eastern Berry Woods. Okay, there it is right there. It's really difficult when playing through the game to not accidentally pick any of this stuff up. I really have to be careful when I'm just working through the storyline to not accidentally pick up a collectible, especially ones like that. So next up we've got a Nornir chest, and you're going to need to burn away the brambles to get to that switch. But yeah, there's one of the switches. The one of them is just above the chest right there. And the other one is right there, just across the river. I'll open up the chest for you. There are actually more Nornir chests in the game than there are upgrades that you need. And there's not a achievement or trophy, I keep saying achievement, there's not a trophy that's tied to getting all of the Nornir chests, but there is a trophy that's tied to fully upgrading Kratos, like his health bar and his rage bar. But you don't need to get all of the Nornir chests for that, so there's a couple towards the end that you don't actually need to get. I really think they should have a trophy just for 100% in each realm. I don't think it would have hurt to have that, because you near enough have to do that anyway. They've kind of worked it out so that you have to just... I think the collector trophy is the one that pretty much makes you have to go close to the 100% in the game. Still in the Eastern Berry Woods then, going for the second rune read. This one reads as Verdant. And this is also where we meet the Celestial Wolves in the storyline. Coming through here, one thing we will have to do in this area at some point is change the time of day. And that can kind of make these areas a little bit confusing. But it's no bother. So we're going to have to use the axe here to freeze up these poison plants. Make sure you're through the little cloud you can see, pull the axe back and then freeze up this one. You can also use Freya's arrows to keep the plant frozen whilst the axe is in it, and then pull the axe back. So you can see how far back you've got to come to get to some of these collectibles, but there it is. Sorted.
Fitting.
Alright. Sweet. So now we're working through the abandoned village. We're going to get another raven. And in the storyline, when you fight Heimdall, just before you get there, there's a boss. It kind of looks like it's one of those wolf things. Not sure what it's called, but when you go to fight it, Freya says something along the lines of, "That's the alpha, it's a tough fight." And if you've beaten that guy, pat yourself on the back, because you don't have to backtrack a bunch to get to one of the collectibles. But if you haven't, you're going to have to backtrack all the way back there, and I'll do my best to show it when we come to it. But yeah, you can't take the normal way to get back to it. You're going to have to take a really weird, long, stupid way to get there. But not really much we can do about it. We're just going to have to go there. Alright, so next up we've got a rune read. We're going to need to jump across our spear there. And we need to do some climbing. This is the area you'll be in when you're getting the moon back to give to the wolves. Right, let's climb up. Really have enjoyed this game though. Lots and lots of fun. I love how long it takes to actually do everything in this game. And there are still secrets that I haven't seen myself yet. Like a couple of secret little boss fights and stuff. But they don't count towards any trophies. I have platinumed the game now, but I feel like the previous game's platinum was harder to do, because I'm pretty sure for that game you had to pretty much open every chest, even the red chests, which is insane. There was so many of those red chests. But they saw fit to not include that in this game. Getting rid of these poison plants then. And keep moving along this way. You're going to have some enemies here to beat. A couple of Drogue. Let's get rid of them. Alright. So into the abandoned village. We're going to go and get this third rune read, which you can kind of see in the distance over there.
May Freya never waver.
The other half is missing. May she protect us.
Alright, Freya. Relax. Alright. Legendary chest number 4 then. This gives you the Shatter Star Shield. I'm pretty sure this will count towards the collecting all shields trophy that's in the game. one thing you will have to do is buy the shields from the shop. And also, whatever relics you unlock, you'll also have to buy those to get your trophy. So, if for some reason maybe you're rewatching videos because you haven't got your trophies and you're wondering why, make sure you visit the shop. I will mention that when we reach the end of the guides. We've collected everything. There's a few relics and a couple of shields that you have to buy from the shop in order to get the trophies to unlock. Alright. So freeze up these poison plants. The legendary chest is just down here. That's the 4th one that we're going to get in Vanaheim. Sorted. A little look at the map. Alright. Heading up the ledge and down this rope. And we're going to move towards getting Lore Scroll number 3, which is called Chores. Still in the abandoned village. We are working through these areas. Okay. So that isn't the scroll, just a little bit of hack silver if you want it. But down here, just behind this sort of table thing, or these boxes, is the Lore Scroll. Nice. Alright, so next up we've got a Favour, which is the Draug Hole. I'm not sure, I forget what the Favor's called here, but you need to get these across different realms. Beat the Draug Hole to get the completion.
Blamed the gods for the death of her family, and has been haphazardly wreaking her vengeance on anything within arm's reach. Even death didn't stop her.
I know.
Right. So next up we've got the legendary chest number 5. This gives the Rod of Restoration, which is for the shield. It's just here. Not too far from the Draug Hole. Okay. So, quick look at the map. Let's kick this down here. Head down here. And you'll have a little fight when you get down here. Deal with the enemies. And then we're going to come up these stairs that we were next to when we entered this area. And hop down the spear. Across the river. And we need to climb up with the blades in this area. Alright. I cannot wait to have all of these videos done, just because, like I mentioned in a previous video, I've recently bought a 4K capture card. And the size of the files this thing records are absolutely insane, so I am running dangerously low on space on my computer at the moment. So much is taken up by this game, but there's always a little bit of fear when you're recording these games about deleting stuff until you get everything done. Like if you delete files before you've made the videos because you've got certain things that you need and you accidentally delete something you needed for a video, it can be very frustrating, so I tend to keep video files until I've got the videos released, just in case something goes wrong. Alright, so right here we need to use the flaming pot thing to light the little fires that unlock the chest. There's 2 of them done. Then you need to use this to jump across to get the Nornir chest. You can't go this way though. I was trying to see if you can go that way, but you need to go back around. So let's go ahead and do that. That should be enough for us to get back across. Then we need to move it again. There we go. Sorted. Alright, so there's the last one. Don't use the axe like I did, you need to use the blades. And there's the chest just behind you. Sweet. So the armor I'm using increases Kratos' vitality, which gives you extra health basically. If you get all the upgrades and you're using this armor, the amount of health you have is actually insane. There's also a couple of amulets you get that restore health over time. It kind of makes Kratos' health really, really strong, but it's entirely up to you what you use. I kind of like how this game has sort of a small RPG element where you can give Kratos a kind of build in regards to his armor, so you can make his strength higher or you can make his defense higher if you want to. Depends on exactly what you want. Kind of decent. I do like that element of the game. It does, I mean, a lot of the armor choices, though, I guess come down to what you prefer when it comes to just the aesthetic of the armor. Because no matter which armor you have, if you have it fully upgraded, you're going to be relatively powerful. Alright, so to move this, we need to go down, because at the moment it's blocked by this pillar. So we need to go down and go around so that we can break the pillar. So we need to jump under this tree branch into this opening here and down to the side. And yeah, you can pull down the pillar right here. Nice and easy. Hop over the ledge. And up we go. So now we can move this thing in order to get across and get the legendary chests. That one's kind of difficult to find if you don't know where to look. It's not immediately obvious how you've got to move this thing. So we're going to need to move it again. A couple of times. Did that one a little too quick. There we go. Let's hop across. Sorted. Easy. That one's a light runic attack, which is the Helios Flame for the blades. I feel like there's a lot more light runic attacks than there are heavy ones, or at least the light ones are much easier to find than the heavy ones. Okay, so this is that collectible that I was talking about. This is a fight with that kind of wolf enemy. And you'll have beaten one of these along the main storyline, one of these enemies, but beating two of them gives you the Nars Cup. So I showed the map of where it was right there, but if you can't get back to him, this is the route you're going to have to take. So we've come back over to this Mystic Gateway, which I believe is the... I think it's the River Delta. It's either the River Delta or the Freya's Camp. I did show it on screen for a second there. But we need to come this way to get back. You can't go from where we were just a second ago doing that last collectible. If you haven't beaten the game, you should be able to walk through and get to him there. But if you have beaten the game like me, and I'm guessing most of you probably have if you're watching this video, you're going to have to take this route. And this is a different path than the one we were just on. But it counts towards the abandoned village completion, I think. Or it is in that area. So in order to get that, I'm going to show you how to get there. You're going to have to do a little bit of coming back for the next collectibles. Although you may have already beaten that enemy. If you know you've already beaten that enemy, you can skip doing this and just move on to the next collectible. But if you want to double check, this is the route you're going to have to take. And because it's on a different path, I thought I'd just show the whole thing so there's no confusion of where you've got to go and how to get to him. So we're going to come all the way back here. This is the path you have to take when you first come to this area with Freya to save her brother. And you can come back this way, but the original way you cannot take. So this is just how we're going to have to get there, unfortunately. Alright, kill these enemies. And you're going to need to make sure it's daytime to be able to climb up here. If it's not daytime, you won't be able to make that jump. And the Celestial Altar is just to the right of that area if you need to get to it. So this also will bring you to a favor that's called the Scent of Survival. I believe there's a lore marker here. If you want to get that right now, feel free. We will be coming back to get that in a little while. So you can just keep following the video if you want to. Or you can grab that right now if you want to. Entirely up to you. I will show the route to get back here and get it. Again, I could have grabbed it right there, but because this collectible counts towards the area we were in, I just wanted to add this to the video just to make sure I was being accurate as how to get to this. It's an absolute mission to get back here, but you may also get a little bit of completion to the Favor, the Scent of Survival, as you run past that lore marker, because that's where you need to go in order to continue with that Favor. But upon re-recording this little route back to where we've got to go to, I'd already done it, so you won't see me get the completion right there. But you might, and that's fine. We're gonna, you know, do all of that stuff a little bit later in this video. So don't worry, it's all gonna get covered, all gonna get shown. But this is the area just before you fight Heimdall in the storyline. And this guy is sat right here. And you need to beat him, and you'll get a collectible called, I think it's Nar's Cup or something like that. And yeah, that counts towards one of the trophies. So you're going to have to come all this way to get that. If you know you've beaten that guy, he is just a one-time enemy. He doesn't show up if you've already beaten him. And you'll have to beat, I think, 2 of those guys in order to get that pickup. And you will have beaten one of those guys along the main storyline. So I think we fight another one as well while we're questing through this area. So yeah, you will get to the point where you get that pickup. Alright then, so now we've come to here. And we're going to go and do the area Pilgrim's Landing. If you're confused as to where we are, just dial the video back, have a look at the map. I did just show the Mystic Gateway we came to. But I didn't want to show my entire route back to this area, because that's another like 2 or 3 minutes.
Near the falls.
Your wedding site. Now, why do you want to be going back there?
To be free of the bonds of my marriage. And to Asgard.
I think you severed that a long time ago.
Not completely. Not enough.
Guide us.
Right. So heading along the river delta here to get to Pilgrim's Landing. The river delta has its own set of collectibles. And we're going to do that eventually.
People settled this river many ages ago. Thousands traveled it on pilgrimage to the shrine of worship. But then the Aesir came.
Alright. Here we are then. Let's go ahead and get this Berserker gravestone. Have to kill these enemies first. Alright. Beat this guy. Get that done.
This king you spoke of.
He's not really a king. Just called himself one because he killed the previous king.
Someone you knew.
Aldis. A kind man. A trusting man.
Okay, so moving on to get this lore marker then. We need to set fire to the bushes there in order to get that first little chain down. Then we can do the second one. Listening to these things sing is really annoying, but yeah, kill the enemies here and then you can get to the lore marker nice and easy.
Good thing you learned the runes, brother.
Dead on arrival. Easy. Alright, so let's go ahead and break that first chain right there. And now we need to use the blades on this. This might take you a second or 2 to get sorted. You need to set it free first. And then once you've done that, you'll need to use the blades on it and swing it to the right. And that will set one of the things on fire that's on it. And then you'll need to go ahead. If you hit it with a shock arrow, it will stop it from moving, by the way. It makes things nice and easy, but you'll need to light the other side. So just put a runic arrow in the middle of it and make it bigger, and that way you'll light both, swing it to the left, and then get Freya to shoot the thing that gets lit, and that will burn away the bushes, and then you can break the chain. Get the legendary chest. Just down to the left of this legendary chest is a raven. You can kind of see it there. We'll be coming back to get that in a little while. It counts towards the river delta and not Pilgrim's Landing. But if you want to get it right now, there's no harm in it. It's up to you. Thought I'd mention it, but we're going to have to double back because it is included with the river delta section of this guide. Entirely up to you if you get it now or then. Alright, so beat the enemies, and then we've got a favor. Probably the easiest favor in the game, to be honest. It's coming towards this person.
What is wrong?
Please, Leave me to my prayers.
All right.
We must
So-
help her.
She demands a cure. She is dead.
She is
Yeah.
trapped here, ignorant of her own death. If we bring her what she needs, she'll move on.
You're certain.
I'm
Did
not
you
going-
recognize her? The sickly spirit.
Oh, here we go.
There was a time I could recall the face of every one of my people, but sometimes I wonder if gods live too long.
I once felt the same.
That's everything I need. Let's return to the Sixth Spirit.
You would cure the dead.
I promised I would take care of my people.
You do not even remember her. Nor she you.
And
Let us return to the spirit.
Oh, God. The one thing that's a bit weird about this game is Kratos is actually being nice some of the time. Doesn't fit his character too well. I'm guessing as well...
Continue.
yes,
Oh, no, please don't continue. I'm guessing as well that the next game they're going to make in this sort of series is going to be about Atreus, and Kratos isn't really going to be in it. Atreus is going to be the main protagonist of that game. I'm not sure if they'll even make any more games with Kratos, to be honest, because he's, I guess, an old man now. But I do kind of like the way they ended this game. If you've paid attention, they've kind of made it so that Kratos is like the big boy god now. Like you had Zeus before and Odin.
the wilds reclaim.
Oh, here we go. I'm trying to explain something and Freya pipes up. Calm down, Freya. Calm down. Here we're doing the Noatun's Garden now. I have to defeat the enemies that are here. But yeah, it kind of plays into something that Odin says, where he says, has anyone ever loved you? Has anyone even prayed to you?
Spirit.
Here we go. Chit-chat.
Astrid,
My
you need...
eyes too.
I will.
Yeah.
Why?
The earth is a reflection of those who tend it. So long as the land is plagued, her soul will be as well. We have to destroy the totems. They're poisoning Astrid's garden. Life returns to the garden. Good.
So we need to destroy the poison pots here. Let's go ahead and get rid of them.
Setting it off could help.
Ah, maybe you can hit it from a different angle.
Oh, really? Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate it. Let's go up. And
Can you see
yeah,
if there's a
you
way
can
inside while you're up there?
break the chain. That's kind of the only reason we came up here. There is a lore marker up here that we're going to get in a minute as well. If you want to get it now, that's completely fine, but we're working on this favor.
There must be more poisons.
So drop down, open the gate. And hello, Freya. Alright. Alright. Use the axe, break that. And there is a way to get to that flaming pot in there. There it is. There's the break in the wall that you need. Use the spear. Get that smashed. And there we go. That's all three.
Alive again.
Stupid spirit.
Your garden grows again.
Yeah.
How did you?
Frickin' Gardener Kratos.
You've
Anyway,
done a
what
great
was I saying?
kindness.
A temporary one. The garden will die again.
All things do. That is no reason not to try.
God damn it. Right, there's the lore marker. Just behind us.
Another sleeping troll, courtesy of the dwarves.
Yeah, you'll get a, eventually, we do get, I think you get it in Midgard. There's an item you get, and you can come and wake up these trolls, and if you beat them, you get, like, a set of armor. But it doesn't count towards a collectible. Or trophies or anything like that. So, break the seal on this, and you can get a piece of Lunda's broken armor. And this is needed for a trophy.
An armor piece bearing Lunda's brand. Shame it's broken. Nice.
There's 3 of those to get in total in Vanaheim. Let's go and get this next artifact, which is over in a corner this way, I think. Yeah, there it is.
Family crest of Henir. Poor man.
So many collectibles. Alright, And then that lore marker we looked at a minute ago, which is on top of this building. You could have grabbed this a minute ago, but I told you we'd come back to it. I wasn't lying to you. Yeah, we can also destroy the thing to our left here. And that'll get rid of some of the annoying flowers that are in this area. Right there. Sorted. There's some hack silver there if you want it. And down we go again. And there's a sneaky red chest here if you want to get it. I don't think this has anything important, but you know, it's there if you want to open it up. So next up we've got a treasure map that is in this area, and it's in the back corner, just over to the right of this building, I think. I'm pretty sure I had to edit this one in.
She would not have left it behind.
There it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I picked that one up by mistake and had to edit that one in. So next up we've got a legendary chest that we've got to get to, and we need to burn away these bushes first. And this is a sneaky way to get this done. This actually isn't the real proper way to get this done, but if you put a couple of runic arrows there and make them bigger, and then put one here, you can connect these together and burn away the bushes. You're actually supposed to go over to the left. You'll see me head there in a bit to get the Yggdrasil rift that's in this area, but that's a sneaky way to just do it from here so that you don't have to run all the way around.
We can head back and get inside.
So if you're following this guide maybe 2 years down the line or something like that, and what I did there just doesn't work, I can show you a way to get it a little later in this video, so don't worry too much if it's, I don't know, maybe it will get patched or something. I don't think it will. You can just use the runic arrows to get it through that gate, but you're actually supposed to go around and climb up to a different area to get that. I'll show that a little later in this video though, if for some reason you can't get that to work. So don't worry too much. So you'll have some enemies there that you need to deal with. Get rid of them. And let's go to the cliffside ruins. So yeah, if you're struggling to get that one, have a look at the timestamps and look for the Yggdrasil rifts. Have a look at the Yggdrasil rifts. Eventually you'll come to one that's just next to the area, and I'll mention how to burn away those bushes and stuff the proper way. Although you shouldn't have a problem doing it with the runic arrows. I doubt they'll patch that out. Alright, so head into the cliffside ruins, and this is one of the areas where about 3 or 4 different areas intersect with each other. And there are collectibles here that you'll probably see me running past that don't count towards completion of this area, so I'll do my best to keep it all in order and nice and easy to follow. So, right here we've got this Nornir chest, and we need to burn away these bushes. I need to use those runic arrows to get this done. These can be a little bit tricky at times, man. Let's hop over. Burn away the bushes, and then we can get to the switch. Watch out for the nightmares that spawn when you jump across.
Impressive.
Okay. So, yeah, I had to do this a couple of times to get this done. Let's see the correct solution. There we go. Let's go and see if that does it. Looks like the ticket. Nice. Alright, so now we can use the axe. Sorted. Alright, there's 2 more. And one of them is just below this chain, but you're going to need to climb up.
We can't. Not with those vines in the way.
Yeah, you're going to need to climb up in order to get to that one, so that way up is over here.
My soul cannot rest until they are at rest.
You might want to talk to that spirit while you're here as well. We're going to go and complete her favour, but go and chat to her before you climb up here. Do yourself a favour and just quickly go and talk to her and take that quest on. We're going to go and complete her quest in a minute, but just talk to her before you come up here. She's kind of just next to where we are. Alright, there's the Nornir chest.
I think we can burn those vines from here.
Right, so there we go. Let's keep working on this Nornir chest. Takes forever to get done. So we're going to need to come over to this little island. Again, there's like 2 or 3 collectibles on this island, but we're not going to get them just yet. They don't count towards this area. So we're going to come back and get those when we're working through that area. I know it can get a little bit confusing, but it's all just to do with keeping the areas nice and tidy. Unless we absolutely have to like work our way through an area to prevent a lot of doubling back. I'll go ahead and include an area if we're running through it. We're about to come across something like that in a minute. Like I said, this is an area where 4 or 5 of the different areas intersect, so it's a little bit confusing. Alright. There's the Nornir chest that's in this area. Okay, so from here then, we're going to go over to the Veiled Passage. And this is one of those areas that we have to work through in order to get progress in this area. Again, if you can, go and speak to that spirit that's down there. She's sort of below me right now. And you're going to have to go down to climb this chain in a minute. So you've got plenty of opportunity to talk to her. Just take the favor on before you climb up the chain. Because we're going to go and complete her favor. I'm pretty sure that you don't have to talk to her. Like, we can go and do her favor. And then come back and just talk to her, and it'll pretty much complete straight away. You don't actually have to do anything. But just to be on the safe side, just have a chat with her now. She's right there to my left. Just have a chat with her, and then you can get her quest out of the way nice and easy. We're about to basically go and unlock the rest of this area, but we need to go through the Veiled Passage.
I haven't come back at all. Everything's changed. I'm a stranger here.
I know the feeling.
Right, so once you're up here, use this rune plate.
The runic word appeared over there. See it?
Yeah. Get Freya to speak the word. And that'll unlock the area. So yeah, in order to unlock the rest of the cliffside ruins, we need to go and head through the Veiled Passage, which has collectibles of its own. And saving us going all the way through there, coming back, doing the rest of this area, then going all the way back around there and doing that. I've just edited it so that you can... Everyone just wants to talk whenever I'm trying to explain something. Yeah, nobody cares. No, nobody cares. Just make sure you've spoken to that spirit before you leave. I didn't hear, but I think that if you just go and do what I'm about to do, come back and talk to her, you'll just auto-complete the thing. But just to be on the safe side, just talk to her.
You're sure you want to continue?
Confronting the past comes with a price.
It must be done. I've lived with this pain far too long. If you can believe it. We were happy once. For a time, foolishly believed the peace would last. Perhaps that was my mistake. All I wanted was to protect my family.
Yeah.
I failed.
Alright, be quiet, everybody. So, let's go to this little place here, and you can get Lunda's orb from this area. If you haven't, if you can't pick this up, you'll need to talk to Lunda first, but the odds are you've already talked to her because it's along the main storyline. It's like a side quest. This is where you get her orb for her side quest. If for some reason you can't pick that up, you might need to go and talk to her first. Alright, let's throw this rock right there after putting a runic arrow on it, and that'll burn away the branches. And now we need to set up runic arrows so that we can hit all 3 of these. No, managed to mess that up. Waiting for the arrows to recharge. Probably should have edited this a little bit better, but that's fine. We'll get that solution, don't worry. Haven't let you down yet, hopefully. Right. Grab the bomb, chuck it at the runes, and you should get all of these things detonated.
That's it.
And then you need to use the bomb again, just to break this. There we go. That's how you get the Nornir chest. So yeah, Lunda's quest, you have to talk to her, but when you first meet her, she asks you to go and do that, and you've probably already taken that quest on. If for some reason that orb that I picked up isn't there for you, you might need to quickly go to a shop and talk to Lunda and come back here to get it. A very simple favour though, it's not really a difficult one to track. Alright, so next up we're going to go and get Lunda's Broken Cuirass. You can see that the orb was still there on the right for me because this section was heavily edited to make sure everything was included. But yeah, don't worry, if you've picked that up, you don't need to pick it up twice. Alright, so opening up this chest will give you the cuirass. Another piece of her broken armor.
Looks like we've got all of Lunda's armor. Perhaps we should return these pieces and see if she can repair them.
Yeah, there's one more piece for us to actually pick up. But like I said, this whole section was heavily edited to make it easier to follow, just because I didn't want to have to come through this area twice. Essentially, the only reason we're coming through here at the moment is to unlock the rest of the cliffside ruins. Bear in mind, when you come through here, you're going to have enemies to fight. I probably don't have them, but there will be enemies here for you to fight. There's a lore marker just up top. But they're just simple, normal little grunt enemies. Get that lore marker. Like I said, just be ready to fight enemies in this area. Raven right above you. Easy. Alright, moving on. And we're going to get another artifact in this area. Look out for the plants when you're running through here. Those things can be really annoying. Okay, you might have to smash this wood to get to this artifact as well. There might be like a little wood barricade blocking that. It was already broken for me. But there's the artifact. Sorted. Alright. So we've got another lore marker, but we're going to need to head through this entire area to get to it. There's a couple of these enemies. So these are the enemies you have to fight in order to beat that spirit's favor that I mentioned earlier. I'm pretty sure even if you don't talk to her before you come here, you still have to beat these enemies. So if you don't talk to her and then you come here, beat the enemies, and then go back and talk to her about the favor, it'll just auto-complete. But that's why I kind of just told you to pick the favor up as you were running past. Just in case it doesn't work, although I'm 99% sure that it'll work. Alright. More enemies. I was kind of stupid there and just brought my axe straight back. There we go. Sweet. Okay. Then we can climb down this chain.
I would have thought them wiser than to
And there's the lore marker.
They were desperate.
And now they are dead.
Learn anything?
Sorted. Alright. So, now that we've done that, we can also get down here to this legendary chest. This is probably one of the hardest legendary chests to get to, if you ask me. You need to break that pot right there, and below this sort of stuff that you need to break is another pot. And I'll show it to you quickly before we break it. This one actually took me a little while to figure out how to do. When I first came across this on my casual playthrough, I really struggled to open this. Right, defeat these enemies, get them out of the way. These nightmares are an actual nightmare. Kind of just stupid little grunt enemies. Let's get rid of them. So yeah, if you look down through the gate, you can see the explosive pot. And I feel like it would make sense to be able to throw a spear through there. You might be able to go to the opposite island and throw the spear and hit it, but I think the way they intended for you to get this was to use the runic arrows right here and blow the pot up by connecting them all. And there you go.
Like that worked.
And that's how you get to the chest. I think for me that was the trickiest one to figure out anyway. There's not many that are too tough, but that one was pretty annoying. Alright.
What did you find?
Coming up here then, we can get the last piece of Lunda's broken armor. Yeah, so the reason I edited this whole section is coming through here just opens up the cliffside ruins, and as you can imagine, coming through here to unlock the cliffside ruins, and then coming down and finishing it, and then going all the way around to the Veiled Passage again would just be kind of stupid.
I died, and you will help me.
Kratos.
Yeah, so I chatted to her, basically talked to her twice, and then completed the favor. That's why I told you to pick the favor up before we left. And going through the Veiled Passage, beating those enemies, we'll just complete that favor when you come back. Nice and easy. Alright, so now we still need to go back on ourselves around here to go to the Goddess Falls to get lore marker number 6. And also a bunch of other collectibles. So all the way down here. And you may have noticed a little beach that we floated past earlier. And we're going to go ahead and dock. Kill these enemies. And up we go.
Do you know why I left that night, Mimir?
Only a hunch.
He showed me who he really was. Odin asked me to cast a protection spell on him. The one I used on my son. But the way it drove our boy mad, I refused. He was furious. Throwing every object he could find, destroyed the room. There was only coldness after that.
Right. So there's that lore marker. We're going to come this way, hop across the gap. And we need to use the runic arrows to get through here. Sorted. There's the raven. Nice and easy. A lot of these collectibles aren't too difficult to find. A lot of the time it's just the routes to get to them that can be difficult to do. Definitely frustrating. Alright, all the way up. So we're about an hour deep into this video now. Only another hour and 40 minutes to go. Nice and short videos, yeah. Alright, there's the buried treasure that's in this area for the treasure map under the rainbow. If you're following this section and you don't know where the map is, take a look at the timestamps in the description. I'll link the map next to the solution so you can go back and find it nice and easy. Gotta put that detail into these videos, man. Alright, so to light this first fire, we're going to need to use these platforms along with some runic arrows. And that'll get it lit. Put the last one about there. Sword. Easy. There's another one. This one's all about using them runic arrows. Simple, simple. And last but not least is over here somewhere, I believe. Just use the rocks that are on this waterfall to get it sorted. There you go. Beautiful. Alright, so next up we've got another Nornir chest. Or is that the same one actually? No, it's the same one. We're going to a lore marker now, yeah. Lore marker number 7, which is called the Feast. I think we're going into the next area now, the Vanir Shrine, yeah. And this is where you can get one of Freya's upgrades. I think this is where you get her other sword. You'll also get a trophy just for completing this area and getting her sword.
I never thought I'd come back here. Reavers, of course.
So yeah, beat the enemies, and the lore marker is right there.
Anything interesting, brother?
A few of these lore markers around the place. Sorted. Got a treasure map right there, which is the Giant's Toes. Okay, so lore marker number 8. We're going to have to go over here and take down another bridge. Got these flowers to deal with first. These things are a nuisance. Oh, really? Thanks, Freya. That's so useful. Something. Yeah, I'll make a note of something. Thanks. Appreciate it. So yeah, you're going to have to use the runic arrows once again. Burn all this stuff down. Look out for those flowers. You're going to have to follow the vines in order to burn them away, but looks like I didn't do it here. Alright, so coming around to the left so we can get that other chain sorted. Easy does it.
So much about
Yeah, those flowers are pesky, man.
If only I'd seen the signs.
Looks like there's a bunch of them around here. Right, deal with the little nightmares that are in this area. If you use the blades, you can just grab these guys and pretty much one-shot them every time. Yeah, these flowers are causing me issues. There it is. Yeah, thanks, Freya. Thanks for the something, by the way. And there's the lore marker, just in this area.
Good thing you learned the runes, brother.
I guess it is. So, next up, we have... I think this might be the first piece of Freya's... Oh, no, it's a little further along. In this area, you've got to pick up a few items for Freya. That's how you complete our quest. I'll beat the enemies here. And we'll get our artifact, which is just here.
Hewley family. One of the first families ripped apart by the war.
Alright. Legendary chest number 10. It's a light runic attack. Rampage of the Furies. This one's for the blades. Yeah, I think this is the area we can get Freya's first item. And burn away those brambles. And you can throw the spear through there to break the chain. There we go. Let's head back down to go through that open door. Got an enemy waiting in there. I wonder how long he was sitting in there for, mate. It's got to be a miserable existence. Right, there we go. Okay. I know it's tedious looking at the map every time, but we kind of need to. Just in case people are using the timestamps. Just gives a nice idea of where you are. Alright. Oh, we got more enemies. And this is for the favor that's in this area for Freya. You need to come and get this item.
It belonged to you.
A symbol of commitment. After the ceremony, he had a new one made every week, each more beautiful than the last. He stopped when I refused to teach him the old magic.
Alright. So I'll use the runic arrows to destroy this bush. And we can kick this chain down. Get that kicked down just for an easy way back in a little while. And then we're going to come over here and use the rune plate. Sorted.
I can't read that from here. Let's head back and I can take a better look.
She can't read that from here.
I thought I'd feel peaceful.
There we go.
But I feel nothing.
Perhaps what you seek cannot be found in a circlet.
You may be right.
Oh, Kratos is definitely right. Alright, so we're going to defeat these enemies that are in this area. Get them beat up, and then we're going to come over here to this doorway that's on our left. And we need to use the runic arrows in these 3 spots. There we go. Set them on fire.
The door is shut. That's it.
And in we go. Heading towards rune reed number 4, which is Traitor. A couple more enemies here to deal with. I think there's one of those Nokans in the tree you're going to have to deal with first. I think to get to him we're going to have to go this way. Yeah, he's up top. Can't kill those enemies until you've defeated the Nokan. These things are annoying, man. Just essentially make everything invincible. Right, so once you've defeated those enemies, come back down. And then you can get the rune reed that was right there that we passed a minute ago.
It's a denouncement from my people, placed during my wedding.
Alright. Now that's done. Let's head back up. Kind of frustrating that you have to go and defeat the enemies because it won't let you interact with the collectible until you've killed them. Alright. So, let's get this lore marker.
Anything illuminating?
Nice. Alright. So, let's go and get the second of Freya's items for this quest.
Symbol of reconciliation. We drank from the lover's chalice until we could hardly stand. I confided in him that night about wanting an apology from Freyr.
Yeah, Freya, yeah. Alright, let's go and get this next rune plate.
The word is complete, but I still can't read it from here. Let's head back down.
Alright.
Better now?
No. The pain only grows. Will I never be free of it? What more do I need to do?
No, quit your whining, Freya. Alright, all the way down. Odin's dead at this point and you're still complaining. Okay. Let's go ahead. Get her to speak this word. And the lore scroll is on the other side of this bridge.
Doors scare me most.
The most difficult battles are fought within, but this battle, you will not fight alone.
There we go. Abandoned. Okay.
Are you ready?
So inside we go. I kind of like that they changed the mechanic for the chisel doors. It could be a little bit glitchy in the previous game.
There it is. My final tie to Asgard. We drove that sword into the pillar together.
All right.
The sword was forged for the ceremony.
Yeah. So after that cutscene, you'll get a trophy. Decent. You'll also get Freya's summon and some armor for her as well.
Learn anything?
And there's another lore marker as well in this room. Okay, so now we're coming back to cover the river delta. And you may remember where this shop is. You're going to have to come here. There's a mystic gateway here. So make your way back here however you see fit. And you can find an artifact just to the right of the mystic gateway there. You might have picked that one up already, but yeah, it's a long way back to this area. Also next to where we are is the Giant's Toes buried treasure. If you're looking for the map, just check the timestamps in the description. Although we have already covered that a little bit earlier on. If you followed this video, you should be able to pick up that buried treasure. And also we've got a lore marker just here to the right of the shop. Sorted. Living masterpiece. Right, so now we've got Raven number 7. We're going to have to go back a little bit to get to a couple of these ravens. But that's okay. You may have seen these yourself as you're adventuring around doing the other areas, but I wanted to try and keep the river delta sort of separate, mainly for the timestamps. Like if I can cover an entire area in one section, it's a lot easier to follow. But like I said, this whole section is sort of enveloped around other sections, so it's kind of weird, but yeah, you have to be in those areas to get the River Delta collectibles. That's why we left it for last, just because you wouldn't be able to access these areas without first doing the Veiled Passage and the Cliffside Ruins. So it just makes sense to do this area as one of the last ones that we do in this part of Vanaheim. When we're done with this area of Vanaheim, though, we're going to have to go to the area that has all the dragons. And that's basically a whole other section in itself. Like another map. And that area is quite tough as well, so make sure you're ranking up your gear so that you can actually fight these enemies. Some of the enemies you'll come across in that area with the dragons are quite tough. I think that was one of the more difficult things about doing that this guide. I mean, the whole time it takes, the editing and all that stuff is one thing, which does take a lot of time. But going ahead and playing through the game without picking up any collectibles or picking up any of the red chests in order to get upgrades was kind of difficult. I didn't know at the time if the red chests counted to completion or not, whereas now I know they don't, but I guess it's good to know. Also, those celestial dews, they don't count. Are they celestial dews? Or they're from the drinks from the world tree. They don't count towards collectibles either, but you can get those as we're passing them if you want to, like I just did there. So we've come back to Pilgrim's Landing. I did mention this raven a little bit earlier, so you may have already got this one. Yeah, but it's just over there on the side. Again, it's kind of annoying that we were literally just here getting the legendary chest earlier, and that collectible counts towards the raven. But yeah, there it is. Also, it's one of those things, if someone was following the timestamps, they may not understand how to get to that area on the River Delta, because you have to come through and unlock this area. So that's why I've kind of kept it separate and done it after we've done Pilgrim's Landing. Alright, so let's go and get artifact number 6. I think this may be the last one of this set. And you may remember earlier I was talking about a chest that we sort of did a little bit of a... No, I wouldn't say it's a bug, it's just a cheeky way to unlock the gate without coming around. This is where you would have to come to in order to do it normally. Well, the way the developers intended you to get it, I guess. So that's the last piece of that artifact set. So let's go up here. Watch out for the plant. And you've got a Yggdrasil rift up here. I think this may be the only one in this area of Vanaheim. You're going to have some enemies that pop out. Defeat those enemies. And then you can reach into the rift and get it done. Sorted. Alright, so there's also a red chest across this gap and over by that red chest. If you see the bush on my right, the red bush that you can burn away, you would usually use the runic arrows to burn away the bushes there, and then you can break the chain from that side, and then you can go around and get into that area. That's what I was talking about a little bit earlier. Right, so we've come back a little bit over here, and we need to go to the Western Barry Woods now. We did go through this area to get to that wolf boss fight earlier on. I could have included that wolf fight here, but I thought it best not to, because we don't actually need to go that far into the area. And also, the collectible we were doing counted towards the Eastern Berry Woods. It also depends on whether you've completed the game or not, as to if you can get to that collectible from that side, but you know, we've dealt with it. Hopefully you can go ahead and get that sorted. Doesn't hurt sometimes just to take a little bit of extra time to show a route that you guys may need to go to get to something, and I just kind of want to be thorough. A couple of enemies here, these annoying little wisps. We're essentially following along that area though that we went through before, and that marker that I told you guys that you can grab if you want to while we were passing it, that's where we're going to now. And then we're going to go ahead and go to the next area with the dragons, I think. Very soon, we're going there very soon. And maybe a couple more collectibles we get before that, but yeah, we are going there real soon. Within the next 1 or 2. Gonna have some Draug here to fight. Beat all of them up. Easy. Let's go ahead and go up there. Okay. So the marker is just at the end of this platform. Right there.
Anything interesting, brother?
And right now is where you'll see the dog barking to go ahead and come this way. I think this is the only place in the game that you get to use Freya's boat. I feel like they could have added this in a few more sections, but yeah, this is the only place where you can use it. And when you hop on the boat, you'll get a cutscene.
Yes.
And then you'll end up here. And following this little path here will pretty much bring you into the area. Again, you'll probably get a cutscene when you enter this section in a moment. A little bit of hack silver. Just something to mention, this area has a ton of hack silver. Like an absolute ton of it. Also, the red chests are full of very good resources. So if you see red chests in this area, open them, because you will get a ton of stuff. So this is kind of like our starting point. And before we can continue and start doing collectibles in this area, there's probably some stuff you can grab. But as we're working section by section, before we can complete sections, we need to go and change the time of day. We need it to be nighttime, and it's currently daytime. So we're going to come along this way, and we're basically making our way towards the shop that's in this area. And we can hop across here, jump this gap, and let's go up. Yeah, I just want to show you guys how to get to the shrine, because it's kind of blocked off at the moment. You might have some enemies that you need to fight when you enter these areas for the first time, so look out for that. The dragon might also drop down and harass you, so just be careful. So when we've done this, you can kick down the shield that blocks that area, and that will allow you to get up there. So destroy this rock barricade by chucking a couple of spears in there, and then come up here. Just ignore the dragon, keep running. We're going to come down here, and then we're going to hop across this gap. And come over here. Keep moving, keep moving. And let's hop up this ledge and move around, and this will take us to the shrine. On your left is where you can look down and see the barricade that we just chucked a couple of spears into, and you'll need to chuck the other one in right there, and then you can destroy that barricade. Just kind of makes it easier to get back to this point, and also unlocks a little area over there that we'll go and work on in a little bit, but get that destroyed now. And let's go ahead and turn the time to nighttime, so that we can access the first area that we're going to, which is the jungle. Yeah, when you first come here, you won't be able to get there unless it's nighttime, and we need to work on the jungle first, because we need to flood the area in this section to make a lot of the sections accessible. At the moment, you won't be able to get to them. So let's go ahead and jump down here, and we're going to go ahead and get the first collectible in the jungle. We're going to need to come this way, though, hop up this ledge. Yeah, it can be a little bit confusing at first, but I wanted to make it, again, easy to follow. I could have just said go and make it nighttime and head into the jungle, but I wanted to include how to, you know, get that done. Okay. defeat any enemies along the way. Yeah, that sort of barricade that we just ran through there. It's kind of like an orange barricade. Kind of looks like pieces of wood, but that'll be blocked off in the daytime, which is why you need it to be nighttime.
Bringing life to all manner of flora and fauna.
What became of the river?
Odin dammed it up. Without the water, the Vanir were forced to abandon the river. Once again, Odin won a battle without so much as a flaw.
Between the droughts and the dragons, it's a wonder there's any life left here.
It's down.
Right, so after defeating the enemies, come through here, you're going to have to destroy the poison plant. And there's more plants there. Let's get rid of them. Shimmy across this ledge and then you can climb down, I'm pretty sure. Or up.
Something rather large broke through here.
Stay alert.
Alright, down we go. Following this path then. And there's the artifact, I think. Watch out for the plant, obviously.
That a Cavassier poem. Never heard of this one.
Sweet. Alright. Heading forward then to lore marker number 13. This one's called Unforgiven. Goes to show how many collectibles are actually in this area of Vanaheim. Down we go. You can avoid dealing with the dragon.
Then we must get closer.
Yeah. Or we could just run away because we're focusing on collectibles. So, more enemies. Get rid of them. Loads of fun. Then you can climb up here. Kind of quite a bit of running we've got to do to start getting into the area of the jungle.
Let's go investigate, shall we? Bloody Odin. We could likely reach the other side of this canyon if there was still water running through it.
Alright, let's go.
Left flank.
Alright, hop up here. Alright, destroy them plants, then we can go up using this lift.
If we could release the water from the dam, it would gain us access to more of the crater.
And it saved the wildlife.
I was about to mention that.
Of course. Sisters and brothers.
Right.
Were they?
Vanir priests and priestesses.
Like your friend by the river.
No. These occultists resorted to say their magic to fight back against the Aesir. Had I been present, I could have...
Okay. So, when you're in this area, you're going to have to break open this sneaky little tunnel that's behind these barrels by chucking the spear at the wall. Kind of hard to see that if you don't break the barrels. Okay. Now through we go. Right.
Another Dreki.
The native wildlife stands no chance while it's alive. We must follow it.
Okay. Get rid of the enemies that are in this area. You've got someone or a spirit to talk to here to pick up this favor.
Speak.
Lots of these spirits to talk to in the jungle and the surrounding areas.
Happened in this valley, brother.
Your wife wielded that axe in the past, didn't she?
It remembers.
Then we go.
Alright. So, go ahead and use the runic arrows to burn away the bushes here. There you go.
Surely that's unjammed the wheel.
Yep, yep. I'm going to spin the wheel. Sorted. So, we're working towards doing the first part of the dragon hunt favor. You need to chuck a spear right here, so that you can jump across the gap with it. Just keep going. Get yourself that health stone, hop across here. And you've got another chest right there. Again, like I mentioned before, these red chests have a lot of lack silver and also really good resources. So coming down here will summon the Dreki and you'll be able to beat it up to finish the first part of this favor. Get him beat, and that'll work towards getting Dragon Hunt.
Dead. I'd say this jungle is well on its way back to its original glory.
No reason to stop now.
Okay, so next up we'll finish up the Return of the River, and all you really need to do is get the water flowing and then leave, and then you'll complete this favor. Get that sorted, head back.
Over here, the water flows. The water. I never thought we'd bring life back to these parched canyons. We may access more of the crater, but more importantly, life will return. You've done something good today, Kratos.
Water flowing and new paths open to us. I say we go for a stroll.
We will search, not stroll.
Oh, come off it. You've never enjoyed nature for its own sake? Not just for the treasure you might find?
In fact, some would say the landscape is the treasure.
Yes, some would.
Looks like our good deed has already brought back some wildlife.
Alright, so
Too soon.
yeah, that'll get that Return of the River sorted, and we're going to go and get another favor started, which is Casualty of War, the toy. If you see those orange crystals around that you just saw me break one of, make sure you break them and take the crystals.
There must be a way up.
You'll see me break plenty of them along the way, but just look out for them and break them. Got some enemies here to beat. Get them killed. There's also another Mystic Gateway there if you want it. So there's the dock that we just came from right there on the right. And here's the favor that we're going to pick up. Just to the side of that.
What is it you want?
Are you a father?
Yes.
Then you must understand.
His story is like many in this valley, separated from someone they love by death.
I do not wish a lost son on anyone, living or dead.
Agreed.
You do? Huh? I assumed you'd say something like, reuniting the dead is pointless.
Not this time.
Alright. Moving on then. Going to get this legendary chest.
I have to get...
And we're going to need to use runic arrows to burn away the bushes here on the roof. So many collectibles. Let's get that burnt away. And we can hop across these gaps easily now. And there's the chest. Sorted. Very nice. That'll give us a light runic attack for the spear. Alright, hopping across this gap then. And you can see the switches that you need to turn to open the Nornir chest. There's one of them. And there's another one, I think, next to the chest. Also got to get this one. Just use the runic arrows to burn away the bushes. Let's do it. Sorted. Easy. Okay, so one more to get. And I think it's just over here. Yeah, next to the chest. There we go. These are getting a little more complicated now, but that's fine. Easy chests. Alright. Okay, so moving on to the next Raven. We have got this sorted. So many collectibles in Vanaheim. This is by far the biggest area by like another hour. I think there's something like 150 collectibles or something like that in this area. Absolutely insane. Close to that amount anyway. It's somewhere around there. Alright. More Celestial Dew if you want to grab it. Again, those don't count towards completion. You don't have to get them for trophies. But, you know, they bring up your stats a little bit, so for future fights, every little helps, you know. Pretty sure that'll count towards leveling you up on the stats. Alright, so we're coming around here. Docking up. You can hear the Noken in the distance. Their songs are really annoying to listen to.
We fight.
Alright. So, when you're dealing with this fight, the dragon will swoop in and steal the ogre.
That was ours, you opportunistic sod.
It's returned to its perch. Let's pursue it.
And there's the Raven, just above that red chest. Easy. Alright, so here you can pick up another favor, or finish a favor, but you'll get to talk to the spirit again.
Be with your son now.
Thank you. I can't wait to see his face again. I'll give him this gift and tell him about the brave people who helped me.
Now you can help us. What did you see that day?
I remember walking into a mead hall, and Thor was there.
What was he doing in the mead hall?
There were whispers that he was looking for a Vanir military outpost. I didn't want any trouble, so I got out quick. That's the last I saw of him. But maybe there are others who saw more.
Okay. Moving on then. Nice and easy does it. Right, so going back towards the dock. And this is for Dragon Hunt number 2. Trail of the Dead. There's a bunch of different dragons you're going to have to fight in this area. Although there are more. I think there's one in Svartalfheim as well. There's a way to fight a dragon there, though I haven't figured out exactly how yet. I think I saw someone posted a video about how to do it though, so I could look it up if I wanted to, although it doesn't count towards completion. There's a bunch of just little secrets in this game, which is really cool. I like when games add things that you don't need to do, but they're just awesome in general to do. So we've got about another hour or so of this realm to do. If you are sticking with these guides and you followed them through, or if you're watching this in the future and this is my 100% guide where I've just shown all the collectibles in one video, I do appreciate you. Thank you very much. Also, if you watched my previous guide, I know that video did pretty well. I appreciate that also. Thank you for following through and coming to this guide as well. The format has changed a little bit, but hopefully you still get all your collectibles. Problem is, there's a bunch of games coming out at once at the moment, and this one is so big, it's kind of delaying me from doing other things at the moment. The Devil in Me has recently released, and I'm trying to make guides for that too, but I haven't really had the time because I want to get this guide finished before I do that. Right, so you'll have a fight with this guy. Beat him up.
I'll say, that Olga's not getting up anytime soon either.
With the dragon dead, the wildlife will return. Nature has been set to rights.
Yeah, but I've actually got around 3 or 4 guides on the back burner at the moment that I'm trying to sort out and get done. Usually it would not take me this long to get guides completed, but this one is really taking up a lot of my time just because of how big it is. So I've really pushed hard to get this guide finished. I mean, I've been working non-stop on it pretty much since the game came out, and it's rough because, you know, a lot of other people who make these kind of guides, they get the game before it releases, and that's not easy to do, you know. Gaining contacts from people who can help you with that is really difficult. So I just got the game when it released, and you know, just doing my best to get things done as fast as I can. Getting review copies of games isn't the easiest thing to do. It would be nice, but you know, it's not always possible. But I'm not one to whinge. You just got to work at these things, and eventually the success will come. That's a big problem with YouTube these days. A lot of people aren't willing to put the time in, you know, because just like with anything in life, it takes a lot of hard work and a lot of time. You got to work your way towards something before you'll get anywhere with it. Put in that time, and eventually you'll get to where you want to be. And I do enjoy making guides for games. For most games, it's really not too difficult. Doesn't really take a huge amount of time to do a guide for a game, but when the game's bigger like this, it takes a lot more time. But yeah, now I'm done with it, which I'm really happy with. I've just got to commentate a few of the videos, put them together and get them on YouTube for everybody. Obviously, we've had a platform change. We've moved from PS4 to PS5. Things used to be a little bit easier with the PS4 because a lot of the games, especially like when this game came out, I think I was playing it in 30 frames per second, 1080p, but with the PS5, I've moved up to 4K 60 frames per second, which is a crazy jump in video format, and most people don't really bother. Most people don't really bother with recording footage and putting stuff on YouTube and stuff like that, but editing softwares can become a lot more... Well, your computer can struggle to process videos when they're higher resolution and higher frame rates.
I have to say, quite a nice change of pace helping these stags get home. For a moment, I was worried we'd have to kill them.
Yes.
You planned to kill it if it had attacked, didn't you?
Yes.
Of course he did. I'm just thankful that I've got a PS5, to be honest, because has this thing been out? I think it's been out for like 2 years now or something like that, and they're still difficult to get. Like, they're still very difficult to get a hold of in the UK. It's actually insane that these consoles still aren't releasing at the pace people want them to. I'm pretty sure Xboxes are in abundance, but not the PlayStation.
So this is where those tracks led.
This game was literally the main reason of why I wanted a PS5. But I'm thankful to have one. Anyway, moving on, we're on to Legendary Chest number 12. This will give you a Jewel of Yggdrasil. I think these count towards getting another slot in the amulet, I think.
Sort of cage.
So it would seem.
So for this one, we need to trap some enemies in that thing that we just chucked the axe into. We need to trap them in there so that we can bait the drake. So yeah, let's go ahead. Take a look at that in a minute. Got a rune read here before we do that though. Easy. Okay, so this is Dragon Hunt number 3, and we're going to need to open up this door, and then we'll have a couple of enemies out here. Don't kill the enemies.
Could be something useful in there.
Just get their attention.
You know, this is my body. If I can see the bright side, surely you can too.
And bring them back here. And then when you get them into the trap over here, hopefully Freya doesn't kill them. Bring them over here. And then recall your axe. You only need to get one in the trap. It's a good idea to try and get both of them in here and then try and trap them just so you can make sure you at least get one.
Take it off, man. You've got this.
There we go. We got one in there, that's good enough. You can kill the other enemy if you want to. And then pull the chain. And that will bait the trap for you. Sorted.
Effective. And unpleasant.
Let us return to the dragon's den.
Yeah, so now we need to go back to fight the dragon, or I think it's a drake that's around there, but it's good enough. It counts towards the dragon hunt, so I'll take it. So back over here, then back to the boat. Kind of a bit of a run around to get this one done, but it's no bother. We'll get it sorted. All the way around this way. Back where we came from to that dock, I think. Just need to follow the path back around. Yeah, even this first area in this top section of Vanaheim is big. The jungle just takes a long time to get through. It's crazy how much detail they put into these 3 or 4 realms. And the others didn't really have a lot. Alright, so we're going to go along here. Let's go. Yeah, Niflheim, Helheim. What are the other ones? And I think Jotunheim didn't really get a lot of love when it comes to collectibles. There are legendary chests that you can get there as Atreus, but they don't count towards completion. But yeah, they don't have many collectibles at all. Whereas Vanaheim, Alfheim, Svartalfheim, and Midgard all have a ton of collectibles, but they're also areas that you spend a lot of time in the game in. You spend a lot of time there. And Atreus spends more time in Helheim and Jotunheim. But his collectibles, anything you can pick up as Atreus, just don't count as collectibles, which is kind of weird. It's also annoying because Atreus has some really good summons that Freya just can't get once you beat the game and don't have Atreus anymore. Which is kind of crazy. I have an inkling, though, that the next game is going to be based around Atreus. Alright, so we got to beat the Slaghorn. You slag. And that's how you get this favour done.
Shame to have interrupted its meal.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they'll make any more games with Kratos, to be honest. Would be really cool if they remade like the original God of War. I know they've done like HD remasters of the game or whatever, but actual remaking them from the ground up would be so cool. But I don't know if they will. I really don't think they will, to be honest. But anyway, yeah, I think the next game might be about Atreus. But anyway, we're on the sinkholes now. We went back to the first mystic gateway that you unlocked when you enter this area of Vanaheim. You're looking at the big lightning bolt that's frozen. We started from there and just came over to the right to the sinkholes. You'll also fight the Untamed Fury here. This boss shows up a couple of times. Once you do some damage to her, she'll leave.
But they kill just to kill. You would have never wanted that.
No. There is purpose here, even if you do not see it.
Yeah, that boss doesn't count towards completion, but she shows up a couple of times. I haven't actually beaten her, but when you're in certain areas getting collectibles, she'll show up. I'm not sure what exactly happens when you beat her, but yeah, we have
My God, what was that?
got to beat her.
From the earth. Or something else.
In all my years
Alright.
in Vanaheim, there was never a natural tremor like that.
Something is causing this.
Okay, so use the runic arrows to light the little fire, the fires here. Get those lit. Hopefully that's good enough. A bit finicky there, but we managed to get it. There we go. And the next one is over here. Just hop up. And yeah, that one's just there. Okay. There we go. Use those arrows. Get that lit. Sorted. Beautiful. And the other one is just below us. Yeah, I'll be curious to see what they do next. It's probably going to be a game about Atreus, though, that doesn't have anything to do with Kratos. I don't know where I'm going here. We just lit that one. Yeah. Kind of get a little bit confused, I think, about where to go. But yeah, use those arrows again to light this up. Should be a relatively easy one to do. I wonder what they'll do with him, because he's kind of got to go and mess around with the giants and putting their souls into things. There's the whole little bit of storyline about what he's doing with the world serpent, and the fact that he put the giant spirit into that snake, and that snake became the world serpent, and then Thor sent that snake back in time or something like that. And that kind of means that that snake is on some sort of infinite loop or something. Found the time freeze glitch or something. I don't know what's going on there. But
good thing you learned the runes, brother.
Something more going on. Alright.
Finally be left alone.
So we got another seasonal stag in this area. Next to this mystic gateway, I think. Yeah, there it is.
Hey, how about you follow me back home? Oh, get it? Yeah? No? No. Halfway there by Septimus?
I do not like you.
I get that along.
2 down, halfway there.
Alright. So that's that sorted. Then we're going to go up and do this Favor, the Burning Skies, I think. Yeah, but you can kind of tell that's what they're doing with this game. They're playing Atreus up a bunch. They've given him like a lot of his own combat where you play without Kratos, and kind of had his own small story arc that they're explaining a little bit that plays into this storyline, but also sets him up for his own storyline. That guy got speared right in the face. So we need to use the spear here to knock the dragon off the perch. And then we can continue in this area. Dragon just wants to harass us though. So do that twice. There we go. I'm gonna set on fire a bit, but that's fine. We got plenty of health. There we go, that starts the Favor. The Burning Skies. And we'll come back around and finish that soon. Or maybe we do it straight away, I don't quite remember. Oh, we gotta open up this gate, so let's come over here and use the chain. Yeah, I do wonder what they'll do, or if they'll include Kratos at all, to be honest, though. I kind of don't want games for Atreus. I would like more Kratos. Although I don't think it's going to happen for a long time. Pretty sure they're ending Kratos' story right now. I'm not sure where they would go next. They've done, you know... Hold up.
Another spirit displaced by the Aesir.
They've done Greek gods and Norse gods.
Odin was never going to stop. That's why he sent Thor here.
And what of they? Did she challenge Thor? Challenge Odin?
Who knows? But the truth is waiting for us, brother.
But it's also, you know,
Have we looked everywhere?
a different situation now, isn't it? Where essentially in the previous God of War series, Kratos was taking on Zeus and the Greek gods, and at the end of it, when he was done, he was kind of left displaced, wasn't he? He had achieved sort of his vengeance, but he disappeared, and it was kind of a bit of, I think it was a little bit of a question mark whether he was dead or not.
Am I not always careful with you?
Oh yeah, always the lightest touch.
Whatever destroyed this tunnel, it must be big.
No matter the size, every creature has a weakness.
True. Alright, so
Quiet all of a sudden.
let's do this dragon hunt. I'll continue with what I was saying in a minute.
We should have anticipated such a beast in this valley.
I never thought I'd live to see drakes in Vanaheim.
I just hope this means an end to all this shaking. Maybe by the time we're done in this valley, it won't be such a bad place. And with that...
Alright. So, we've got artifact number 8, I think. It's another Kvasir poem. But yeah, in this game it's kind of different. Kratos has a happy ending, and Odin kind of pointed that out in the storyline. He sort of said that nobody's ever worshipped you. And I think that's kind of what the deal is now. Like, he's sort of pictured as the savior, I guess. That's kind of what you see at the end of the game as well, in that one Jotnar shrine. You see like an image of him being sort of worshipped. It's pretty cool. He's essentially like the top dog now, I guess. And the gods that are left have some sort of respect for him, like obviously Freya. You wouldn't expect that to happen after the events of the previous game, but you know. So yeah, picking up these shards doesn't count towards collectibles, but you get a set of armor that's really cool at the end of this section. So and you also get a ton of resources. So it's a good idea to smash those crystals open and get the the crystals that are inside. And you are literally right next to the area where you'll get all of that stuff when we finish doing this guide. I'll explain it and show it to you, because I did it myself. But yeah, you get a ton of resources from it, and also it's some of the stuff you get towards upgrading the armor to its highest level. So you want to make sure that you're getting those shards. But yeah, I'll be interested to see where they go next. I do think because they've warmed us up to Atreus so much, they've like introduced his combat into the game. And his combat towards the end of the game did get very fun. I feel like his combat was cool. It's kind of sad that he doesn't have Ingrid though. Like Ingrid stayed with Freya. And he doesn't have it. Because I feel like Ingrid was a real nice addition to his combat. But oh well, maybe it was a little bit too OP. I think that is where they're going to go next though. What they could do is make it so that they give Atreus a game, and then at the end he's in some sort of trouble. And then the next game is Kratos coming to save Atreus and to some value, I guess. But I'm curious as to who exactly they're going to have as the antagonist in that sort of scenario. I guess there are other Norse gods that they haven't dealt with, perhaps. But you know, there's a lot of them that have been taken out, especially the big boy, you know, which is Odin. So right here we've got a Berserker gravestone. So we have done the majority of these gravestones now. Though you have to beat them all in order to beat the king.
Once we have defeated these berserkers, what then?
We pay the king a visit and give him more of the same.
We have seen this before. Revenge will not bring you peace.
Is it revenge if justice is served?
That is a question you must answer for yourself.
I do think though that in the previous game, the Valkyries were much tougher. The Valkyries were much, much harder to deal with. And in this game, the Berserkers, I guess, kind of replace the Valkyries. You do have one Valkyrie fight in this game, but by the time I got to that fight, I was fully ranked up, and she really wasn't difficult to fight at all. The Valkyries in the previous game felt really difficult, though. They were actually very, very hard fights. Especially the final boss fight, like fighting Sigrun, was so difficult.
Star blush.
So there's the flower in this realm for the 9 Realms in Bloom trophy. Working towards that. Okay. Let's move on. Heading towards getting another Raven then. Wish I got some health stone there if you want it. Where are we going then? I think we've got to go and open this gate. This area took me so long to edit out. If you can imagine how long it would take to, you know, just record all of this stuff. If you're following this guide, you know how long it takes to come along and just get all of this stuff. If you can imagine doing your best to record this stuff and show it accurately, so you're always showing the map and trying to take straight line routes so you're not getting confused and going the wrong way, even though that does happen a couple of times in my video, don't get me wrong, but, you know, doing your best to make the route you're taking concise and easy to follow. And then once you've got it all recorded, you've got to come back and edit it all together, so you're moving point to point and doing it efficiently. And then you've got to label it all. That takes a very long time as well. You're taking out all the stuff you don't need. And then you're going ahead and commentating it, so you pretty much just have to watch the entire video you've created back. And then you have to render it, which takes a lot of time. I'm lucky, my PC is relatively powerful, so if I'm rendering a video, it'll take a little bit longer than the video actually is to render. These days, I'm trying to render more videos in 4K. That's kind of a thing I'm moving into these days. Doing 4K videos, even though most people don't watch stuff in 4K. Some people do, but I know that everybody doesn't. This video won't be in 4K. It is recorded in 4K, but I'll just release it in probably 2K, like 1440p, because it's just a collectible video. And as long as you can see the video clearly, it's fine. Having the beefiest, best quality isn't too important. So when you come into this area, you're going to have the dragon breathing fire on you at the end of the tunnels, and you'll see that I was getting absolutely railed by the dragon while I was trying to do this. But you need to use the spear to break this wall. Don't think they're actually in the right place, which is unfortunate. You have to deal with the enemies whilst getting fire breathed on you, which is very difficult. So you've got this little sort of alcove you can stand in and deal with the enemies and whatnot. Yeah, you'll know when you're chucking the spear in the right place because the stone will turn red. Again, that isn't in the right place. Very frustrating. Yeah, I'm getting beat up by this dragon. There we go. Alright, so detonate that, and you'll be able to go through. I think just beating this game casually, though, probably took me 20 odd hours, 20-30 hours or something like that, which is really good for a just a first time playthrough, like a length of a game. I did do some side stuff, I did some adventuring and whatnot. And if you're the kind of person who enjoys watching me play games casually, I know I used to do that a lot more on my YouTube channel. I kind of do that on Twitch these days. I stream it, I live stream it. And even if you're the kind of person who can't make the live streams, there are videos on Twitch as well. Like, the videos do get stored, so if you want to go and watch the videos back, you can do. But yeah, man, if you want to show some support to me, there's numerous ways to do it over here on YouTube. Obviously, just liking the video, subscribing, all that good stuff. Nowadays, you have memberships, So you can pay for a monthly subscription on YouTube if you want to sort of support any creator you want, more or less. I think I have that enabled. You can also tip on YouTube these days. Not many people know about that though. If you look underneath somebody's video, there's a little heart symbol, and you can actually just give someone payments if you want to these days. I also have a Discord. But yeah, I stream as well at twitch.tv/ifreams if you just want to come and, you know, it's not all about monetary. Just want to come and hang out.
Never heard any word of his creature companion. This isn't a lot to go on, I'm afraid.
Thor's penchant for drink is widely known, but what happened in this valley is still a mystery.
There is still much we do not know, and whether Faye was involved remains unclear.
But yeah, man. If you do any of that stuff, obviously it's very much appreciated. But if you're just here watching, that's also very much appreciated. Like if you don't have the time to sit around watching people play games, just a like and subscription, which is all free, you know. I do very much appreciate that.
Damn it.
And it helps spread the video out there.
I think I know who this huntress is, brother. The Aesir called her the Untamed Fury.
Must have been after my time.
Vanir refugees, families, hid in this jungle to escape the Aesir. Einhir Yar searched, but it was the Untamed Fury who found them, picking them off night after night, until they were all dead.
They chose the wrong jungle, and her retreat is strategic.
Right. There we go. Sorted. So now that we've done that, we can climb up here. The routes we have to take to get to some of these dragon fights are insane. They are really, really long. But we're getting there. We're doing well. We've got around another 35 minutes left of this video or so. Let's go ahead and beat this dragon now that we're up here then. Another one of these dragon fights. This is Dragon Hunt number 5. Sorted.
Well, this one's done. Got a ways to go before this crater's cleared out.
On the subject of dragon, Myrkr is still being harassed by one. Shouldn't we see to that?
We're working on it, Freya. Relax. We will get there. Right. Back to this starting area then at the Mystic Gateway. It's a good place to start when doing these areas, just because this area is very big and getting back to the beginning is kind of tough. This is the area of the plains. And we're going over to this Favor, which is the casualties of war. The brooch. I think it's spelled the brooch, but I don't know what that is. So pick that one up. It is a brooch. I swear they spell it brooch though. I might be wrong. So to get this, we're going to need to beat the Oath Guard. And we get a hilt for doing this. This is one of the ones you can find. And I'm pretty sure it needs to be nighttime before we can go and do this one. And because we did this earlier, we can just hop up and get to the altar nice and easy. If you're following along with me, it should be daytime for you at the moment. The dragon might drop in here and try and harass you a little bit, but we'll sort that out. You can just leave and it'll leave you alone. We'll get to him eventually. Got about half an hour left of this video now, or of this realm. Depends on the video you're watching. You might be watching the one for this section, you might be watching the one that covers all the collectibles in the game. But yeah, moving on to the Oath Guard. After turning this to nighttime, we need to hop up here. Like I said, you need to kill 2 of these to get this hilt, and that's required for the collector trophy. There's a couple of favors I'm running past here. Don't worry, we'll come back and sort those out. It's kind of easier for me with the labeling as well. Like if I'm working on one thing and then all of a sudden I activate another favor and You know, I have to change the label every 2 seconds. It's just best to focus on one thing at a time. There will be areas where I'm just like running past stuff. If you want to pick that up as you run past it, that's up to you, but we will come back and get it at some point, so don't worry. More than likely, though, you've probably picked that up if you've ran past it. But we'll be back for it, don't worry. So now that it's nighttime, we're coming over here to this dock. Bit of hack silver here if you want it. Like I mentioned, this area gives you a lot of hack silver, like an absolute ton. Even the little chests give you lots. Hop across this gap then, and here's the Oath Guard. You're gonna have to beat this guy up. Once you beat him, that'll count towards getting the hilt.
The path of lies.
He also drops a journal. I think that counts towards getting the hilt. Another one of these crystals nearby as well. Basically just pick the loot up off the Oath Guard. Make sure you grab it. So next up we've got another Yggdrasil Rift. Let's go get that sorted. So leaving that area and heading back to the boat. I think there's a little island around here, yeah, that has the Yggdrasil Rift on it. We just saw Freya instant transmission to the boat. You see her do that sometimes. Okay. So now that we're back here, let's go ahead and dock up. Yeah. And there's the rift. Second one in Vanaheim. Beat the enemies that pop out. And reach into the rift to get it completed. Sorted. Alright, so now that you've done that, there is a scroll, I think, around here. No, it's a treasure map here. There's a treasure map on this area. A scar is born. Easy. Okay. So next up we've got Dragon Hunt number 6 in the dead of night. Still in the plains. There are a bunch of dragon hunts in this area. Like I said, I could have broken this into 2 sections if I wanted to, because this top half is pretty much like another realm on its own, but I wanted to keep it, just get the full realm in there, you know. Keep it realm by realm, except for the final few realms that we'll be doing.
I smell blood.
We are near the feeding ground.
Ah well, best not go in unless you're ready for a fight then.
The next realm we will be covering, I think, is Midgard. If you follow in this guide along, we'll do this one and then we'll do Midgard and then Muspelheim.
Still dead, but I appreciate the concern.
And there we go. There's that dragon hunt done in the dead of night. Got one of those crystals behind you if you want to get that also. Next up we've got a Favor, which is the stone, I think. Yeah, my preview is a little fuzzy. Like I mentioned before, I have to downgrade the quality I'm watching in so that it plays back smoothly in my editing software.
Fair-haired warrior must have been Faye, brother.
Faye showed great courage to walk in Thor's path.
Alright, so Raven 11 in Vanaheim. Let's get that sorted. Very nice. Okay, so next up we've got a lore marker. Number 15. We're going to need to open up this gate for that. Here we go. Hop up the ledge here. And head around this way. Hop up this ledge. Okay. So we've got, I think, some enemies to deal with before we get this one. Dragon's going to come and interrupt us. But just keep running and you'll be fine. Alright, let's go. Heading over here to the right then. I think I had to edit this section a little bit because I messed up the route and pretty much had to double back on myself, but You guys shouldn't see that. It should be fine in the video. We're basically going back around the way we just came from, but that's because once you drop down the ledge that we did, you can't get back up to here, so you have to come back around to get to you. So yeah, we need to hop up now on our left up here. Kind of a difficult ledge to see, to be honest. But yeah, you need to actually look to your left to get up there. There we go, yeah. Sorted. Then we've got this rope. Okay. So we're going to have to kill the enemies in this area by freezing up the poison things. And the lore marker is just in the back corner. So there's a very loud troll in this area. Super annoying to listen to after a while. Okay. Not too much left to do now, like another 20 minutes or something like that. Maybe a little bit more. Kick down the shield here and then you can drop down and then you've got an easier way to get back up here. Alright, now we're going to do this favor.
Dragons do not leave marks like these.
Stay on guard. That's the mark of a soul eater.
Ooh,
Yet
soul
another
eater.
creature that shouldn't be in Vanaheim.
Aye. Next people look out for other kills. Soul eaters hide in plain sight.
Alright.
Another kill.
It's a sign we're on the right trail.
There's danger ahead. Soul eaters may look just like rocks, but are far more deadly.
So, once you've looked at those, we can come back around here. Sorry for the noise that the troll's making at the moment. He's super annoying to listen to. Around here somewhere is a pile of suspicious rocks right there. 3 racks at it and it'll wake up. So beat him and that'll get the favor completed.
It is over.
Maybe now, like
Easy enough.
this valley can flourish again.
To prove resilient.
Yeah, we don't actually get rid of that troll for a minute, so you can imagine how annoying it is me running around here and listening to this constantly. Obviously what you're seeing in the video is a little bit shorter than what I had to listen to, so the same noises on loop. And also one of the most interesting conversations in the whole game is in this area where you learn about Fae. But yeah, that's coming shortly. Go and get this lore marker. We will deal with that troll eventually. I was so happy when I got rid of him. Making very annoying snorting noises. Watch out for the poison plants. Let's hop over here then. Dragon's back, but forget him. I'm going to come down here and get this lore marker. We need to open up this gate, and to get in here, we need to freeze up the post behind it. So chuck your axe at a rune that you've put on the wall, and that'll freeze the post, and you can get through. Defeat the enemies that are in this area. This area can be a bit awkward to fight in because of the poison posts. But yeah, the lore marker is just over here on to the left of the door when you enter, but the enemies will have to be taken out first before you can get that sorted. There it is. Apology. Alright. Okay, so next up we've got the Nornir chest that's in this area. Let's break all of these. Last one is behind the tree. You'll need to freeze up this poison post. There we go. Sorted. Alright. Now that that's done, we're going to go and get the 12th Raven. Again, freeze up the post to leave. And the Raven is just down there. Easy. Alright, so let's go and finish up the Casualties of War Favor, the scroll. Hop across these gaps. Got another one of these crystals. Again, make sure you're collecting these. You get nice rewards for getting them. Nothing to do with 100% or collectibles, but it's a great way to get your armor fully upgraded. And if there's a particular armor, I think there is a trophy tied to 100% in a piece of armor, like getting an armor all the way up to rank 9. And you don't have to do it with all of the armor, but the items you get from the crystals, and the only way to get them is by getting these crystals, is tied to getting some of the best armor ranked all the way up to level 9, so it pays to get those.
What do you want, Spirit, in for a fight with the Banner military?
At the time this valley was destroyed?
Right, there we go. I'm not sure actually, was that completing the favor or starting it? There's so many of these with the same name, it's kind of hard to tell. But we do get them all done.
But what does the frozen lightning have to do with this conflict?
There's only one way to find out, brother. We keep looking.
Okay, so hag silver out of the chest. You get really nice amounts of hag silver in this area, like I mentioned. And yeah, if you were following the guide earlier, we'll have destroyed the barricade that's down there. If you have maybe jumped ahead to get certain collectibles, you might want to make sure you destroy that barrier. When you're up there, you'll have to throw a spear into the barrier that's here. You'll have to throw 2 on this side and 1 from above where we just were. So, and then you can come down here and sort out this favor. Sorry about the troll again. He's annoying to listen to, I know.
I have returned your scroll, Spirit. It was Faye who fought Thor in this valley.
Gloves. And the fair...
Yeah, that conversation's really interesting. It's where you learn that Faye was here when she wielded the axe fighting against Thor. Kind of cool to know. Alright, so there's another Nornir chest. See, I think that's a legendary chest, but it's fine. We'll live with it for now. Okay, so Oathguard number 2. This guy is behind this door. I'll have to come in and maybe edit out that label so nobody gets confused as to what we're picking up. Label that as a Nornir chest and not as a legendary.
Never liked them.
Here I thought you were the witch of the woods, mother to all living things.
Yes, well, you love some children more than others.
So, like I mentioned earlier, you're going to have to fight 2 of these guys in order to get this next hilt. So make sure that you kill these guys first, and then you can deal with the Oathguard, and beating him will get you the hilt that you need.
He carried some writing. Grab it, would you? Seems the travelers were told that by exploring the 9 realms and beyond, they'd find a way into paradise.
Told by whom?
Someone calling themselves...
There we go, there's that hilt I was talking about, the Hilt of Hroth. Alright, so leaving this area then, we're going to go and do the 7th dragon hunt. This one is the Crimson Dead. Let's go ahead and go through this crawl space. There he is.
Nowhere to go now.
Sorted.
Now, where's Barrens?
That's it, we've done it. The crater is free of dragons.
Maybe now it can finally begin to heal.
It may take a long time.
Okay, so now we can get the 4 Vanaheim favor done, which involves, what's his name, Bjorg or Bjerg, whatever his name is, the guy that jumps out the boat in the storyline, that guy. Go ahead.
Over here.
Sort that out.
Many thanks.
We could say the same. You nearly sacrificed yourself for us. Did he not, Kratos?
Talk later.
All right. Here we are then. Okay. Moving on. So you're going to need to come and bring him back to the gateway.
See each other again. And under different circumstances, one hopes.
And there he goes. Sorted. That will complete the favor. Kind of cool that he survived. I think you just need to bring him back to any gateway, but that's the one that's right next to it, so I just went there. Alright, so next up we've got a seasonal stag, which is actually right next to the gateway we were at.
It looks hungry.
Sorted.
Just come back with me. I don't care how hungry you and myself, and with more style. But thanks.
You're welcome, he means to say. I'm surprised, brother. You'd think a stag would...
Take a look at the map. Alright. Let's get on with it. So, let's go and get this lindworm. I think the last lindworms you collect are in this area. It's the same for the stags as well. So when you're done with Vanaheim, you can go to Ratatoska and cash in the favors and get those complete.
Got it.
I'm back. Don't mind me.
You are not my enemy.
Alright. So, next up we've got a raven. Let's go and get him sorted. Obviously we've got some crystals here. Like I said, make sure you're smashing these, you get good rewards.
Another crystal. Best hold on to it until we can figure out what to do with it.
Alright. So, this raven's just down here. Easy. Okay. So, now we can go and do a Draug hole. This is number 2 in Vanaheim. I'm not sure. I think this might be the last Draug hole you've got. Oh no, there's one in Midgard. There's still one in Midgard. Ignore that. There's still more to do after this, but there is one here. Again, more of these crystals. Make sure you're grabbing these wherever you see them. Also, this little creature that's behind this door, if you stand back from it, you can only attack these from behind. They give really good loot if you kill them, so you'll have to come this way to get him. You can't get him from the other side. But there we go. Decent loot. Luminous alloys are really good. Alright. So, heading along this way. I think this is one of the last areas we've got to complete in this section. Yeah, we've got about 15 minutes, maybe a little bit less than that left to do. And I'll be glad to have this area recorded just because it's such a long one. I had to sit here for around 2 hours and 45 minutes to get this one done, something like that, 2 hours 40. Let me know how long it takes you guys to go through and get all the collectibles if you're doing that. I'd be interested to know. It took me around, I think, 45, 50 hours or something to get everything done in the game. There we go.
That's what she was called. I'm trying to remember which god raised her dander up.
It does not matter.
Doesn't it?
If rage is all that remains, her reasons are irrelevant.
Alright. Yeah, obviously I've had to play through the game twice. I did my casual playthrough and I just sort of enjoyed the game, you know, didn't really worry about what I was picking up and stuff. And because I want to make this guide, I have to play through the entire game without picking any collectibles up at all. Just so I can backtrack to all of the areas and get all of the collectibles, you know. It's kind of awkward if I've played through the main storyline and then I have to go and figure out what collectibles I found and which ones I haven't.
Aye. It's high time we banish them from this valley.
It's just kind of the way that you want to do these collectibles. Alright. Beautiful. Get that raven. Got another lore marker up here. Have to defeat the enemies first.
That's the last of the satyr, I believe.
the last of these cursed souls are
There's the law marker.
suffering.
If there are more, we will be ready.
What's it say, brother?
Alright, we got another Yggdrasil rift. Oh no, it's a Lost Lindworm. Let's get him sorted. I think that's the last one we've got to collect.
I believe that's the last of them.
And that's the last of them. Spectacular work.
Easy. Right. So I'm burning off the brambles here. We're not actually going to do the chest that relates to just yet. We're going to go and do this Oathguard first. We'll come back to that in a minute though, and we'll get that chest.
Sure did quality work with that.
Alright. Let's keep moving then. Hop up this ledge. Jump across here. Up we go. Alright, there's the Oathguard. Let's go and get ahead and get rid of him. And get some spear handles off this guy. Alright.
Drop something, brother. Jotunheim. Odin was using the travelers to find a path into Jotunheim.
They failed.
Thankfully. But it seems they traipsed across all of creation in the attempt. Still, I suppose that's all of the assassins. Perhaps we should let Birgir know.
Alright. Go ahead and talk to Birgir if you want to. You're going to have to go back to camp to do that.
We have brought you what you asked.
Thank you, my love. She waits for me in Folkvang. Strike this land.
Alright. So, that's another favour completed.
Known Faye's anger, but never to this extent.
We hide
She took part in the destruction of this valley. That would take a rage I thought her incapable of.
Perhaps you and Faye had more in common than you thought.
We both had secrets. But that kind of anger, I saw Faye in that night.
Even the brightest among us carry darkness, brother.
Alright. So, let's go get this treasure map sorted. A Scar is born. And this is over sort of near the sinkholes area, but it counts towards the plains. And it's just there, you're going to have to kill these wisps before you can do it. Get rid of them. Grab yourself your buried treasure. And if you're looking for the map, if you've skipped to this in the timestamps, then just take a look at the timestamp, and next to it should be the map location. If you're worried about that, you won't be able to pick that up until you've picked the map up. So, alright. Let's go up here then. And next up we've got this Nornir chest. And this is what we burnt those brambles away a second ago to get to. If you haven't done that, you'll just need to do that now, but they're just covering one of the switches. You'll see me hitting the switches.
I could sharpen that axe for you.
So let's come up. And over here we can kick down the shield. Literally just a handful of collectibles to get now before we've 100%ed Vanheim. We have done a lot of collectibles. Like I said, this game has about 500 of them. Right, so there's one of those switches, there's the other. And I think this one up here you'll have to burn the brambles away. There's the third one. Alright, there we go. Sorted. Alright, so next up we've got the Nocturnal Predator Favor. We're going to have to go and interact with this. Is it a deer?
Good. You scared it back to its spring.
Basically just need to run around and sort out the animals that are in this area. Always trying to be smart here and throw spears at the spire things before we fought the Phantom. But yeah, you can't do it that way. The game just doesn't let you. Lesson learned, I guess. Yeah, I'm still trying to be smart here, but this doesn't work, so don't repeat my mistakes. Alright, so over here is the second animal that we've got to help out. And the poor wildebeest didn't make it.
It was too far gone. At least we spared it some pain in its final moments.
Got an enemy here to deal with, or you can get this last wisp. Also got a chest here. It's a good idea to open all the chests that you see in this area just because of how much hack silver you get out of it. Although, to be honest, by the end of this guide, if you're following along with me, you will have an absolute ton of hack silver. Alright, so once you've done that and released the 3 animals from the wisps, you'll have to approach one of these things in the middle.
The ibex would not have survived much longer.
These plants, man.
The wisps are contained. The wisps are all locked inside their springs.
So approach this and then walk away from it and the phantom will spawn. And beat it up. And you'll get this favor completed.
Good. We've handled the wisp problem. I'd like to know how they managed to escape and form that creature, though.
Chains only hold for so long. Eventually, those who wear them will break free, one way or another.
You can say that again, brother.
All right. We got a trophy there. Very nice. Okay. So now we've got to go and get the next seasonal stag, which is the last one. All of them are in this area. So let's go and get this guy figured out. This is a little bit of a trek. The last 2 collectibles that we've got to get are pretty much in the same place. One of them is the stag and another one is one of the dwarven pages. This will be the 3rd dwarven page that we've picked up. The 4th one is in Midgard, and I think the other 2 are in... Actually, I'm pretty sure there's one in God, I can't talk. There's one in Svartalfheim, one in Alfheim, one in Vanaheim, and one in Midgard.
This place is already healing.
So yeah, once you've got all of those dwarven pages, they will give you, I think, new relics. It's either relics or hilts. And to get the collector trophy, you're going to need to go to the shop and craft those hilts. Make sure that you craft all of the shields and all of the relics you get, and that will make sure that you get the collector. I will show myself doing that at the end of this guide, just so there's no confusion, and I'll show you what shields I've got, just in case you're missing any. Maybe you've only followed part of the guide or something.
I see something.
But yeah, you'll be able to figure out what you need.
Lovely. Now you can open that gate without that ogre hurling detritus at us.
Yeah, so we need to open up this gate. Sorted. Let's go through. Some little enemies here to deal with. These guys are just kind of annoying, but you got to get rid of the nest.
Enemy behind you.
Okay. Throw the spear in, and then we can jump up. Simple. Alright, so we're coming close to where we need to be to get this stag. Like I said, when you've collected all of the stags and also the lindworms, you're going to have to go back to Sindri's house to talk to Ratatoskr, and then you can get his favours completed and get your trophies. I'm not sure if you get the trophies here, actually. You probably do.
Oh, I've missed the smell of those flowers. I'm sorry, kid. Just come back already. My overgrowth. And you sort of saved my ass, too. Though it was really Venice's fault.
That was not our aim.
Yeah, there we go.
A job well done. Might as well check in with Ratatoskr when we've got the time.
Easy trophies. Alright, so next up we've got this last dwarven page, which is just over here. This is also the area that you can purify the crystals that you've been finding along the way. Hopefully you've got a bunch of them. But yeah, just over here, over that little jump, is where you can find the dwarven page.
You spoke of his conscience.
Aye. He saw that the Aesir would likely use his powerful weapons to cut down his fellow dwarves. So he ripped out his design pages and scattered them.
And what of him?
Well, the All-Father found out. He wasn't terribly pleased.
Alright. So, let's go and get some crystal rewards. So if you come all the way down here, you can chuck your crystals in, you'll get some armor, and you'll also get all of your crystals, and you get a bunch of hack silver and stuff. Definitely worth doing. 100% worth doing. Here we go.
Thanked us.
What?
This land is alive in ways others are not. It speaks its own language, one I understand. It wants to show its gratitude. Just toss a crystal in.
Alright.
What is this?
Armor and crystal shards, gifts. Those crystals, they're a blight on the land. We'll be rewarded for any we can return to the pond.
That's handy. Good thing we collected all those crystals in the first place, eh?
So you get a bunch of good stuff here. But yeah, that's pretty much the end of this video. I'm really glad I've got this video done because it's a very long one. But thank you for following to the end if you have done. I appreciate that. The next section I will be covering is Midgard. If you're watching the 100% video with all the collectibles though, and we'll just be moving on very shortly, but get all your rewards from here. There's a bunch of crystals in this area as well if you want to go and get those and chuck those in. Okay, so we're starting off at the Well of Erd. This is the Mystic Gateway we're at. It's the Lake of Nine Mystic Gateway, just next to the shop. And let's go get the remnants of Asgard. The first one in Midgard. It's over in this direction. You can take the sled if you want, but I'm going to foot slap it. Just because it's not that far. Give the puppies a break. No, Freya.
It was violent.
God damn it.
And cruel.
Sounds no different from these lands.
It was warmer.
Freya's got to get that conversation, I guess. Luckily for us, Kratos isn't much of a speaker, you know what I'm saying? So we come over here, and we can hop up and get this remnants over here. Just defeat the enemies in this area, and that'll give you the collectible. There we go.
This is truly thankless work.
It must be done.
I'm sure the civilians we're protecting would thank us. Well, thank both of you. Me, they would just point at and scream.
Alright. That's the first one down. This video is about an hour long, maybe a little bit more than that. Not as long as some of the others we've done, but yeah, we got this. Okay, so we need to break down this barrier now. We're going to go get our first Nornir chest in Midgard. And it's just behind this rock over here. Okay, so there's the first fire we got to light. And let's go up here to move towards the second. Easy. Alright, there's another one. Sorted. Down we go. And the third one is right there. And now just go back down, open your chest. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Cool. Alright, so from there, quick look at the map. Do my best to show that between every collectible. I know it's a little bit tedious, but you know how it is. You follow in those timestamps, makes things easier. So we're going back up, we're going to get this Helter now. And providing you've completed the main storyline, you'll have a couple of these already. You'll need to come back to this area to get this one though, because it isn't here when you first come through.
Are we going to close it?
Yes. Alright, so beat the enemies, and there you go.
Good. I am glad.
Well, how about that?
Atreus would be happy to know we tied up some of his loose ends.
Oh, there we go. And if you're following this guide, you should have all of those done now. Very, very nice. I think you get 2 or 3 done just along the main storyline. There's one in Hell itself, and there's one, I think, that you do at Sindri's place. And I'm pretty sure the other 4 you've got to collect. It might be 3 you do the storyline, I'm not sure, but yeah. I've shown all the ones you have to come back for anyway so far, if you've been following these guides. Right, hop up here to the top of this cliff. We're going to get the first raven that's in Midgard that we're collecting anyway. The last place we're going to go to in this guide is Niðavellir, and that's because the raven tree is there, and you don't want to go there until you've beaten up all of the ravens. Although, if you're looking to do the Berserker King that is in this area, you're going to need to have beaten all of the Berserker gravestones. And one of those is in Niflheim, but I'm going to handle that at the end of this video, and I will show you where it is in Niflheim, in case you want to go and get it, just to get this area 100%ed. So breaking through here, we can get the legendary chest, which has the Rond of Purification, which is a shield rond. Right there. Alright. Yeah, also there's a quest or a favour in Midgard that requires you to go to a couple of the other realms to get parts of it, and I'll also show where you've got to go in the other realms in this video to go and get those. Alright. So, down we go, back the way we came. We've got the Well of Erd sorted out now. Let's go and do the Shores of Nine, which is the first stolen treasure that we're going to find, the first artifact in Midgard as well. Took a little wrong turn there into the area where we did the remnants, but that's no bother. Let's just go back this way, and we can hop on the sled. This area is not too long, it's just over an hour or so. Nowhere near as bad as the one we've just done, which was Vanaheim. Very, very long area there. Next up we're going to do Muspelheim. And that one's not too bad. The majority of that area is pretty much just the challenges. But yeah, we'll do Muspelheim, and then the other few realms we've got to go to are Jotunheim. Oh, here we go. Here we've got to go to Jotunheim, Helheim, and Niflheim as well, but we'll leave those till last because you only really need to get 1 or 2 collectibles in those areas, so I'll just put those into one video.
Never seen craftsmanship like this before. Can't imagine how old it is. Now, where have we seen an artifact like that before?
Tears Vault.
Alright, so you may have noticed I just went past a Berserker gravestone. If you want to do that now, that's entirely up to you, but it doesn't count towards this area. This is the Shores of Nine, and that gravestone in particular counts towards the, I think it's the Lake of Nine or something like that. And we're going to sweep around, get everything else, and then we'll do the Lake of Nine, which is by far the biggest area, just to keep it all nice and organised when it comes to sections, like we have done in the previous videos. So don't worry about something we're going past at the moment. We'll come back to it, I promise.
The oarsmen. A monument to conquerors.
Made some lovely warships, though.
Alright, so coming through here, you may recognise this area from when you were playing as Atreus, but we need to come back now to get collectibles as Kratos. Anything you did get as Atreus doesn't count towards completion anyway, so don't worry too much about that. When you come through here, you'll have some enemies to beat. and I'll edit that out so you don't have to watch me fight, but come around here and just burn these brambles, and there's a rune.
Iron peace, not a golden war.
Tyr used to talk about how heavy the cost of war was compared to its bounties.
And next to it, you've also got some treasure to get. It's one of the
Everyone worshipped him for it.
armor pieces that count towards collector, so you do need to get this, although it doesn't list itself in the map. So if you're missing that, you may need to come and get that. The runes count towards the guiding light, but the things that you pick up out of the floor, like the buried things, don't count towards collectibles on the map, but they do count towards collector. So you're going to have to get all of those. They are right next to where you get the rune reads anyway, so if you're getting those, you're more than likely not going to miss it. But yeah, you do need to get it. Alright, so around here you might start the favor for Sigrun's curse. One way or another we'll get that favor done, but don't worry about that for the moment. We're going to come back to a lot of that stuff. I'm keeping this section to section. We're working on the Shores of Nine right now. We're getting the first Yggdrasil Rift, which is right here. Beat the enemies, reach into the rift to get that completed. Right, and then there's another Yggdrasil Rift in this area. We're going to have to use the lift that's next to us and burn away the brambles first in order to get up there. So go ahead, burn these brambles, turn the switch, and then you can get up. You have to wait for this to come down first, which takes a second. Probably should have sped this up on the edit, but it doesn't really matter. You're gonna have to wait for it anyway. So yeah, up we go. There's a few of these Yggdrasil rifts in Midgard. Already got 2 of them. And we got another Mystic Gateway as well, which is nice. It's just up here. I'm not sure, but I think this might be the area where you got the secret axe handle in the previous game, in the original God of War. Not sure if this has one of those, but it doesn't matter because it doesn't count towards a trophy, so I'm not really bothered about that, or completion. So this is also the handle that Sindri fixed in the storyline. Okay. So now we're moving on to the Oarsman. Come back down that lift we just used, come down here. And we need to go over there, but we're going to have to head back a little bit first. All the way down here. And around. Down we go. Hop down there. And you'll have some branches to burn right here before you jump across. I did that a second ago, but you didn't see me do it, so if they're there, just burn them away. When you come down here, you'll have a couple of enemies to fight. I'll edit that out so you don't have to watch me fight. Up we go. Easy. Alright, more enemies up here to deal with. Once you've got rid of them, you're going to want to come over here and climb up this chain. This is a big part of getting this area done. Just moving section to section takes a lot of time, I know. Some areas I like to show the route if it's a little bit more complicated. Sometimes if it's really far back, I'll just start from a Mystic Gateway just to make it easy to follow, you know. But yeah, for the most part of this video, I did just go wandering between the sections because we're kind of just working our way around, doing all the little sections that are around us. And then we'll kind of do the, I think it's called the Lake of Nine or something like that, which has the majority of the collectibles. It's the biggest section to clear out. Alright, so after moving that chain, come down here, we'll get this legendary chest. You've got a couple of wisps to deal with. Get rid of them and then open up the legendary chest and you'll get a Jewel of Yggdrasil. And I'm pretty sure these are amulet parts or something like that. That's nice and easy. And now let's go and get our second artifact in Midgard, which is another stolen treasure. It's just underneath the staircase we just came down.
Never been myself. I hear it's lovely.
Alright. Cool. Hopping over there then. let's go ahead and get this lore marker. I think these count towards Sigrun's curse.
She never mentioned.
So they don't actually give you like a name for them. They do count towards the, what are they? It's kind of like labors that you get, you know, the things you've got to complete. You'll get some rewards for it, like XP. But yeah, I think in this instance it counts towards Sigrun's curse. And also here is the first half of the vault key that we need to get into Sigrun's secret vault. So go ahead and grab that. And next up we'll do the Nornir chest. We need to break the rubble that's sort of here with a sonic arrow. Break open or lift open this door. And this is the Nornir chest that we're working on. I'll show you all the switches first. There's one right there. There's one on your right here. And there's one just over there. And you want to do them in this order that I do. Otherwise you might not have the time to get them all done. Some reactivate faster than others. Do them in that order though and you should be fine. And then you can open up that Nornir chest. Nice and easy. Sorted. And if you followed along with me so far, for all of these guides, you should get your full belly trophy right there, and that means that you've maxed out the upgrades you can get for Kratos' rage and his health. There are more Nornir chests to get, but you'll stop getting apples and horns from here on out. So climbing up here then, we can get the artifact number 3, which is another Kvasir poem. I think this is the last poem.
Well, shame that's the last of Kvasir's poems.
Why not write your own?
There we go.
Been a while since I dipped my bill into the ink pot of poetry, but maybe it's time to try again.
Nice. So even though I got the trophy there, I think that trophy relates to getting all of the artifacts, but there are more artifacts to get in this area, so I'll show them all, don't worry. I'm not sure if that one relates to the poems, completing all of the poems, or it relates to getting all the artifacts. I can't really remember, but either way we'll get all of those trophies. I wouldn't worry about it too much. This guide will show you how to get everything.
In love, but her parents wouldn't let them marry.
Oh, come, Myrkr. You really didn't think you were her first love, did you?
Aye, suppose I did.
Alright, so let's go and deal with these raiders. This quest line will help you get another trophy, which is called Besties, which is to do with petting the wolves. You need to come and kill all of the raiders, get them out of their hideouts, and then you'll be able to pet the wolves, finish that quest, you'll get a trophy for it, and it also counts towards completion.
There are still signs of the world serpent all over the lake. But we saw him disappear at Ragnarok.
That can only mean the legend was true all along. That blow from Thor sent Jormungandr straight back in time. A younger Jormi, fresh from Jotun. Brother, you smell trouble, yeah?
Alright. So, defeat the raiders.
Suspect that's all of them.
These were coal raiders. Infamous for
Eating wolves. Atreus and I rescued ours from such an encampment.
that was...
Alright. So,
The coal raiders have been a blight on this land.
legendary chest.
The way they've abused its creatures. Perhaps we should do something about them.
Perhaps.
Tartarus Rage. That is a heavy runic attack for the blades. Probably one of the easier ones to actually get in the game, to be honest. A lot of the heavy runic attacks are pretty well hidden and hard to come by. I feel like you find light runic attacks a lot more often than you do heavy ones. The best ones you get are from getting all of the ravens. But the irony of it is, like, when you get the best stuff in the game, you're kind of close to the point where you don't really have anything else to do. So you kind of reach a point where there's not a fat lot for you to be doing with all your highly upgraded gear. It's kind of a shame, but it is what it is. Would be cool if this game had some sort of New Game Plus feature. I'm not sure if it does. Like, replay the entire game with all of your gear, but... One thing I do feel like this game is missing is trophies for beating the game on the hardest difficulty. I feel like that would be a nice achievement to work on. I'd happily do it. Make a guide for it and stuff. I kind of enjoy playing games on their hardest difficulty, but I tend to only do it if there's trophies or achievements involved. there's not a trophy or achievement for it, I'm probably not going to bother. I know there's always the whole thing of challenging yourself and stuff like that, but... And I do love this game enough to do the hardest difficulty. I don't think it'd be too difficult for me or anything like that, but... just because of the whole nature of my channel these days, I kind of work a lot on just making guides for things. I'm not really going to waste time playing through something if... I'm not going to make a guide for it or something like that. Yeah, I could make videos of the difficulty if I wanted to, but
When Jormungandr attacked Thor in
not really
Alfheim,
too fussed.
It seemed personal somehow. But there's no way they could have met before that, is there?
I've been pondering that, and I have a theory. We know the lad spent his time in Jotunheim learning soul magic. Perhaps the serpent figured in.
You mean Atreus placed some other giant soul into him? Someone who already hated Thor to begin with?
Exactly! Though that doesn't narrow it down much.
Wait.
Alright. So,
That is all of them.
more raiders. This is the raider stronghold. There's 4 of these encampments to do. We've got a legendary chest here as well. We get Cyclone of Chaos, which is a light runic attack for the blades. Actually a pretty decent one. But yeah, there's so many games coming out at the moment. I've been working really hard on getting the guides out for this. And The Devil in Me also came out. I want to make some guides for that, but I haven't really had a chance to put anything together for it. I did play it through it on my stream, but I haven't had a chance to do any guides for it yet. So if you're waiting for that, I do apologize. It will come soon. I will get it done.
The wolves fear that which can no longer hurt them.
The horrors of our past can be inextricable from the present. You have to understand that.
But yeah, there's also next month, at the beginning of next month, probably about a week away now, is the Callisto Protocol, and that's something I'm really looking forward to as well. I've really got my work cut out for me at the moment, making a lot of content. These guides can take a long time to do. I don't think The Devil in Me will take me too long to do. But, I've got to put the time in, bust my balls, get things done. For anyone who is looking forward to the Callisto Protocol, which is right around the corner, I'm going to be doing a 24-hour stream when that game comes out. Because the people on my stream helped me reach a goal. I said if we met it, I'd do a 24-hour stream when that game dropped, so I'm going to be doing one on the 2nd of December. So, if that's something you're interested in, twitch.tv/ifreams, baby, come through.
Accursed wolves.
I grow tired of your lack of empathy for your own wolves.
It's Demos, isn't it, brother?
I should not have told you, Demos.
You see yourself in these wolves, in their fear.
Let us keep moving.
Yeah, let's keep moving. Alright. So, we'll go into the Raider Keep now. I'm pretty sure this is the last set of raiders we've got to beat. Yeah, even though I've had all this content to do, I actually had a bad problem with my microphone recently. I think I mentioned it earlier.
Take care of them, brother.
I have to... Well, I had to buy a new cable for my microphone, and if you're using a microphone like mine, it's not like a normal USB cable, it's an XLR cable, and you can't exactly pop to the shop and buy one of those. You got to get them off Amazon, so I had to wait for that to get delivered. Kind of frustrating. Luckily for me, it fixed my problem, but yeah, very frustrating having those kind of issues. Let's go beat this guy up. Like I mentioned earlier as well. Hang on, we're gonna have a conversation here.
Was he the one who captured the wolves before you freed them?
I do not know.
Regardless, they should draw some comfort from his death.
Right, so now that you've done all of the raider camps, if you go outside and talk to or interact with the wolves, you'll get your trophy, which is called Besties, I believe. It's kind of cool. You shouldn't really have a choice, though. I think if you come out here, you have to interact with the wolves to get it done. So you shouldn't really be able to miss this one, providing you've done the 4 raider camps. There we go.
They're still scared.
Not of the raiders. Do not be afraid. You are safe.
Aww. Cute. But yeah, that'll get you your trophy. I'm pretty sure I did that one on my casual playthrough. Anything to do with the wolves I was totally trying to do just because I love me duck. I love ducks. Dogs are great. The whole section with Fenrir made me laugh so much. Absolutely love that. In Helheim when he becomes Garm, that's such a great scene. Yeah, what was I saying? I was talking about Callisto. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that game. Problem is, this game is taking up so much space on my hard drive at the moment. Just because the files are so huge and I've got so much to do for it. So I'm looking forward to getting all of this stuff done and getting it off my hard drive. And then I can free up some space for other things. This takes so long to put these videos together. And this game I just knew was going to be huge. But I have thoroughly enjoyed my time with it. It is such a great game. Here you get to meet Scott, is it Skolger or something like that, whatever his name is here? And he's trying to get the coin that you threw away from Odin, but he can't get it out of this rock. But above him is a raven. So up until this point, the numbers on the ravens should be matching the guide. Like, we should be at around 40 or so. Now, there's not that many left to get. But I think in the next section, it might not match up with the guide when we're in Muspelheim. Just because I want to leave Niflheim till very last, because that's where we need to go when you complete all the ravens. Just to keep it in order so you can completely just follow this guide and do exactly what I do. I've organised it in that way. So, and I'm pretty sure I did... hold up.
Aye, this place must have been part of Siegfried's kingdom. A first outpost preceding further expansion.
Seems it only rotates in the other direction.
Alright, Freya, Captain Obvious again. You got some enemies to defeat here, so you can get rid of this spire thing. A few wisps. Yeah. Get rid of that. Get rid of the wisps. And you can get this lore marker.
Yet another sleeping beast. The handiwork of Alvi Stonefoot.
There we go. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed my time with this game. Has been really, really fun. Well, this is the main reason why I wanted a PS5. Literally just for this game. But there's a couple of other titles I can run back and play again.
You know, Mimir, if you want to take a tour of her kingdom, you might not like it.
So, she loved another before me. There are worse things to discover about someone you love.
Right. Another raven there, then. And the derelict outpost. So we need to use this chain, bring this up so we can clear the gap. Let's get that done. Hop across there. I should mention as well, though, if you're looking for guides for some other games, I've got plenty of guides for these games. Okay. I've done The Last of Us and God of War's there too, the other God of War, if you want to follow that. I've got a full guide for that game up as well. Okay. Although I'm guessing some of you will probably come from that video.
A musical instrument from your homeland, isn't it? Can you play?
Yes.
Will you?
No.
Alright, so we need to smash open this thing here with some sonic arrows to get this next lore marker. We're going to come through here. Yeah, like I mentioned, this section's not as long as some of the others we've done. And after this, the long realms are kind of done. I've probably already mentioned this, but Svartalfheim, Alfheim, Midgard, and Vanaheim are the long realms. The others are quite short. You don't really have to do a lot in them. So you'll be relieved to know that once you get through this area, you have done the majority of the game. There's a few things left to do, but nowhere near as big as the ones we're doing. Muspelheim takes a little while, and there's some fun stuff to do in Muspelheim as well. Although, it's a good idea to leave Muspelheim till one of the last realms you do. We're doing that one next, but you kind of want to make sure you have high-level gear before you go and do Muspelheim, just because some of the fights that are there can be... Well, one of them is kind of tough. The others aren't so bad, but the Valkyrie that you have to fight in the game is there. think she's called Gnar or Nar, or however you pronounce it. It's recommended to have high level gear for that.
It can't be.
It is.
Oh, Mimir.
Alright. So, legendary chest is right next to that. This gives you a Voldy's Anvil, which is a heavy runic attack for the axe. Sorted. Let's go.
Look, the other half of the key.
Yeah. So, second half of the Fjordland Vault key.
Key pieces would fit. Can't wait to see what lock it belongs to.
And that'll help you towards getting Sigrun's Curse done. Again, those aren't listed in the collectible list for the map. But yeah, you need to get that key so that we can go and complete a favor in another area. So that's the derelict outpost completed. We're going to go to the Lost Treasury now. Rallying through these sections. Let's go ahead and hop down here. Grab that. Let's go ahead and drop down. And got some more stuff there. Alright. Kick that down, drop down. And we can hop across here.
Another crane.
King Helgi massacred her family just because he couldn't have her. Only her brother, Prince Dogger, survived to kill the Mad King.
Sigrun and her brother had issues over that.
Oh, and all the time Sigrun and I spent with each other.
Alright.
She never mentioned anything about this.
Maybe she liked the way you saw her.
So let's go and get legendary chest number 6, which is Sigil Punishment. And we've got to go to the Lost Treasury for this. This one has a little bit of a puzzle to get inside, but it's not too difficult to grab. So we pretty much just got to go out here and then around to the right. Yeah, that door there that you can smash open with the spear is for another area that we'll be able to get to
How strange.
in a little while.
I've never seen that building before.
Aye, very strange indeed. Let's take a closer look.
So when you get here, you'll have some enemies to fight. Get rid of them. And this isn't the most...
Like the one from Tyr's statue.
Yeah, right,
It's
relax.
another piece of Tyr's likeness sent flying across the lake. Ended up lodged right into this building, apparently. All this must have been hidden behind the ice until that shield smashed through it.
Right. So... more enemies. Get rid of them. Yeah, this isn't the most efficient way to get this little area completed, but it'll do for now. If you want to do it the most efficient way, you'll want to go to the other side first, but it doesn't really matter. So even though at the bottom it says we're getting a legendary chest here, we're actually getting a... we're working on getting a Nornir chest here as well. Because there's a Nornir chest just outside and we need to get these fires lit. And whilst I was working through opening up this place to get the legendary chest, I just went ahead and lit those fires. The other one was just above us as we moved this sign. Yeah, I actually cancelled that out so I could come over here and light this fire. Yeah, there's the second one. Kind of awkward to get though. There it is. Alright. So yeah, we're going to have to climb this shield like one more time than we probably should have to, but that's fine. Yeah, if you do this way first, you can do this area a little bit more efficiently, but it doesn't matter. You'll get it done all the same. So let's hop across here. And we need to smash this pot. And then drag this thing across. And then we need to move the statue again, or the shield again, so we can pull that down. So we're going to have to drag it across, come up here, and then we can go around, because we smashed that part, and hit the pillar off so we can get the shield in the right place. So, yeah, go ahead and climb back up the shield and go around. Yeah, like I said, I didn't do this the most efficient way, but it's alright. You'll end up getting it done, and if you're watching me do this first, you can just do it the more efficient way. Go to the right first and knock down the pillar, and then you can move the shield out of the way, get the first fire, come up here, get the second fire, and then come around and do what I'm doing now. Basically, you'll only have to move the shield twice, but like I said, it doesn't really matter. You can get it done either way. So, yank this pillar off the edge now, and then go back down. And then you can go ahead and move this back over. And then use the wheel.
Well done. Now we just
Chuck your axe right here. Freeze it. And then get your axe back. Chuck it at that one. When I first came here, I didn't know you could use the axe to freeze the wheels, or the arrows to freeze the wheels. I accidentally pulled the axe back there when I shouldn't have, so I've got to do this one more time. That's fine. There we go. Got there in the end. So yeah, the last fire we need to light is inside here.
It was not intentional.
Oh, sure.
Alright. So, go ahead and light that fire.
Together again, Myrkr. Does this look like an abandoned treasury to you?
Aye, it does.
Sigrun's family crest. Looks like a vault door to me.
Now that we have both halves to that key, we should see if it matches that lock.
Alright. Now you can open up the nornir chests. Easy. Alright, so that was the lost treasury, but it said on the map there, Lake of Nine, showed the Lake of Nine on the side. It kind of does that sometimes when you're looking at the map, but there's not really much I can do about it, but that all does count towards the lost treasury. So now we can use our vault key to open up this door, get in here, and got this Oathbreaker guy to beat, so get rid of him. Little conversation, and then you can get this lore mark up.
Here sits Prince Dagr. I can't believe he's still here.
Prince Dagr? That the corpse of Sigrun's brother? How'd he end up like that then? Freya, why won't you answer me?
I'll get your lore mark up.
Are you certain you want to read this?
No, brother. You do it.
It seems Sigrun put a curse on her brother for killing the Mad King.
No. Truly?
She did not know the Mad King had murdered her family. Once she did, it was too late. She had cursed her brother. That is why she joined the Valkyries. To atone.
Alright, so that'll complete Sigrun's curse.
Family, didn't you, Freya?
It was not my story to tell.
Funny. Learning all this only makes me love her more. She chose me despite my flaws, my regrets.
There's the map.
Knowing she has some of her own makes me feel closer to her.
I am glad to hear it.
Alright, so climbing up this chain, we can turn around and smash through the floor in this area. And that'll give us the last dwarven pages we need. And once you've got these... Oh, here we go.
I suspect you've got some new sword hilts in your future.
Yeah, so now that you've got all four of those, you can go to the shop and buy new hilts or relics, whichever they are. Just make sure you get all of those because it counts towards the collector trophy. So you're going to need to go to the shop and craft those in order to get your trophy. If you just keep following the guide, I do that at the end of the guide just to get completion. Alright, so next up we've got a buried treasure for the demise of Dagestore, or however the hell you pronounce that. Treasure map, but the map is actually found in SVARTALFHEIM. So if you're following the guide just for this realm, go and you haven't got this map yet, you might need to go and check the guide for SVARTALFHEIM, where to get that. Just go and open up that video, look at the description, and look for the Demise of Dagestar treasure map. But if you've been following these guides and you've come up to this point, you'll be good. You can just come here and collect the buried treasure. This is the only treasure map in the game that you have to switch realms for. But yeah, if you want to get this one, you're going to need the buried treasure for the treasure map first. So you've got one of these little enemies here you can kill, and he drops a bunch of loot.
It was Baldur's. He took Atreus, tried to escape with him. We fought on its back.
The things he put you through.
Odin gave the commands. Blame is his.
Alright. So there's that buried treasure. There is one more to get in this area. We're doing the Lake of Nine now. So this is where we're just going to sweep around and get all the things that are kind of in the middle of this area done. So we can keep this section nice and organised. Not a huge amount left of this video, about another 20 minutes. This one isn't as long as some of the others, although it's still a long one. So we're going to Tyr's left bracer now.
There's some debris over there. I'm guessing from Tyr's poor statue.
Defend the peace.
I remember the Jotnar crafting these bracers for Tyr's statue.
Make sure you get the treasure that's just to the right of this as well, because that counts towards your collector trophy.
Only their most talented and accomplished to do the job.
There it
You
is.
have a good memory, Freya. Like Tyr, the Jotnar also believe the best offensive strategy is a good defense. So, this is how they chose to honor him.
The giants were not wrong.
Okay, so now we're going to go and do this Berserker gravestone I told you about. It's just over here. I'm not sure if there's one more in this area. I don't think there is. I'll see by the. I'll tell by the number at the end of this. Let me see. So beat this guy up. Get rid of them. I think that one's actually a she.
Berserkers. I am reminded of our search for the Valkyries 2 winters ago.
I can see the similarities, aye.
There is one difference. With the Valkyries, you lacked spite.
Brother, I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't know the full tale.
I know how it feels to be wronged, and how it feels to achieve vengeance.
Okay, so that's 11 of the Berserker gravestones dealt with. Now that we've done that, there's one more that we need to get before we can fight the king, and that is done in a different realm. But the king is in this realm, so I'll show you guys where to get the last one when we're going to do the king. There is a mystic gateway kind of really close to where the king is, so I'll sort it out. I do want to include it in this video just so that you know how to go and finish up.
Not wars.
Tyr understood the greatest fight of them all was the battle for people's hearts.
So there's another rune reed. And here's a breastplate. Okay. So let's hop on a sled. Let's go and get this next artifact. Artifact number 5. A lot of these are near to areas we've already been, but I just wanted to separate it all, so that's why we're just sweeping back around and getting them all now. This one is next to one of the raider keeps. Would have been way more disorganized if I had to do it the other way. Alright. Cool. So, next we're going to a Drow Hole. I think there's 2 in Midgard to do, and this is one of them. So let's go and get this one done. It's just around the corner. When I first fought this in my casual playthrough, it was actually a really tough fight, but I think I was under-leveled for it. These fights are pretty difficult if you're under-leveled. It's crazy how much leveling is actually important in this game. If you fight an enemy that's a couple of levels above you, it's going to absolutely destroy you. And I think it was even worse in the previous game. Oh, maybe it is the last one. Born from Fire. Might be wrong then. That could be the last one. Let's see. Yeah, we got the Chaos Flame. Maybe I edited it in a different order. If it is edited in a different order, you'll see it. in a little while, but that very well could be the last one and I'm just not remembering properly. Alright, so artifact number 6 is a stolen treasure. Yeah, I think that is the last Drog Hall. So you'll get that favor completed now. You'll get a Chaos Flame for that as well. And I think you've got one more Chaos Flame to get before you can fully upgrade the blades. So let's head up here. Go and get this artifact that's just on its own next to this body.
Impractical.
Ceremonial.
So there's one more artifact to get, and I think that's all of the artifacts in the game. Although I could be wrong, there might be some in another realm. I don't think there is, though. I think that might be the last one. I'm not sure if the last trophy we got a minute ago when we were grabbing artifacts was something to do with books. I'm not sure, but either way, I know you get all the trophies. That's all that matters. There's no doubt there whatsoever. So here's another raven sitting up here. Alright. So, next up we've got the buried treasure, which is Viking's Gift. Again, if you're looking for the map for this, just take a look at the timestamps in the description. Take a note of what time it is in the video right now, and just go and look at those timestamps, and you'll be able to see what time exactly the map is at, if you're worried about that. So, now we gotta go do the Remnants of Asgard. This one is over up on the platform that you're on towards the end of the game. You can see the sort of rainbow cloud thing above us that we need to go to. So come here, and we need to bring the lift down first. I'm gonna sped this up because it takes a while for this lift to come down. Up we go. Sorted. So, up here is where you gotta fight the enemies, get rid of them. And then we can move on.
And even worse for the Midgardian refugees. Learning the god they indebted themselves to didn't care for them at all. Profound betrayal.
Aye. Their homes will not be the only thing they will be rebuilding.
One more of those to do. I think it's in Muspelheim, but I'm not sure. Alright, so now let's go and get the Yggdrasil Rift. Let's go down here. And it's just down in the area that you fought Thor in at the beginning of the game. This is where Sindri and Brock open up for you and they smash through the rock to let you out.
You said you and Thor passed that? Yes. More than that? Your axe and Thor's hammer clashing leaves impressive destruction.
Alright. So, let's get that one sorted. What are we doing next? Another artifact, number 7 in Midgard. Not a lot left of this realm now. Let's hop up here. And back out this way. I think there's a ledge we can just drop down to here and the wolves are waiting for us. Yeah, just down here. Drop down. There's the wolves. And the artifact, I think, is just over to your right. So on a platform over here. Yep, there it is. Up we go, get that sorted.
To be a sculptor from the southern lands.
Okay. There we go. I think that was the trophy for getting all of the artifacts. That's the last one you've got to pick up. Hopefully you got your trophy there if you've been following these guides with me. Easy. Lots of artifacts in the game. But these 4 realms are the ones that have all of them. Alright, so now that we're here, let's get the rune reed, which is on Tyr's spear for guiding light.
Be ready for war.
Well, I think that's the last of it. Doubtful we'll find any more interesting bits.
I always admired the
Okay, so next to that again is a piece of treasure. Grab that. I think you only get 3 pieces of treasure out of the 4 little mounds that you search.
Not all gods of war are the same, brother.
No, they are not.
But we'll show all of them just in case you get them in a different order maybe. Alright, so let's go and do the next raven, which is the 6th raven in Midgard. Let's go get it done. It's over here in a little tunnel, I think. Yep. Just in here. Get it sorted. Easy. 44 of 48. Only 4 more to get. And I think that's all of the ravens in Midgard. And the other 4 are in Muspelheim and Helheim, I think. I'm pretty sure that's all of it. There are none in Jotunheim, which makes sense. There's only 1 collectible to get in Jotunheim, which is a flower. And I will show that probably in the last video of this series. Okay, so break open this little area here to get your lore scroll. And also this little artifact that's on the floor here, I think you need it for the collector trophy. It's just next to this lore scroll. It's called the Mystical Heirloom. So go ahead and grab that. And if you've seen those trolls that are kind of just standing around.
I suppose it's the one we read about. Something to counteract a sleeping curse.
Yeah, so if you equip that relic there or whatever it is, and use it as your, I think you use it as the L1 and circle runic attack type thing. If you use it around those trolls that you've probably seen dotted around the game, they wake up and you can fight them and you get like a set of armor for it. Although those armors don't count towards the collector trophy, which is nice. You don't have to go and get them. Although the armor's pretty cool if you want to get it. Okay. So let's break open this and beat this Frost Phantom. You can get the legendary chest that's behind it, which is the Lion's Roar Sorota, which is spear handles. Nice and easy. Sorted. Alright, so now we've got the flower that's in Midgard. And we're going to go over to Sanctuary Grove. And you might not have been there just yet. But if you head to a Mystic Gateway, you can unlock it by using the seeds that you get from Ratatoska. So hopefully you've spoken to him by now. If you go to do what I'm doing now and you can't unlock the Mystic Gateway, you've either not beaten the game yet or you haven't gone and spoke to Ratatoska about it. So if you try and unlock it and it won't let you, just go and speak to Ratatoska and he'll give you the seeds so that you can open this gateway. Either way, you're going to have to go to a Mystic Gateway here, so it shouldn't take you too much time. But yeah, so if you use the gate and open up the Midgard map, go over to Sanctuary Grove, you'll see it has this little yellow symbol above it, and you can hold X on it to unlock the gateway, and then you can fast travel to it. And this is also where Freya's house is, and he gets all annoyed with her.
We're heading back to Charlie?
Yes.
He's not going to be very happy with me.
No.
Right, so just in the back corner of this area is where you can find the flower. Yeah, just over there. If you hang around here, you'll hear him grunting and she'll apologise. Again, Freya with the instant transmission next to us. And that's one of the 9 realms in bloom. So I'll go back to the Mystic Gateway now, and we need to go to the Eternal Campfire. And we haven't got a Mystic Gateway that leads, or it takes us directly to there, but there's one just next to it, which is the King's Grave, and we're going to have to travel between a couple of realms here in order to get all of these ingredients. I'll show you how to get them all here, so there's no confusion. But this is the gateway we are at. And if we come over here, we can find where to start this quest. Going through the last few realms, you may have noticed hearts painted on the wall in certain areas. Those are the areas we've got to go to. But I'll show you how to get there. It's no problem. So come over here, interact with the campfire in order to get your favor started.
Whoever was here left long ago.
What did you find?
A list of provisions needed to prepare a meal.
A recipe? Who left that way out here?
Let's take a look at the ingredients. Perhaps the recipe will lead us to them.
The first
Looks like initials.
ingredient is just here.
The ones in that recipe book you found?
Right there.
Ah, I knew I recognized those initials. The Ballad of Yari and Somar.
I'm not...
Alright.
An old tale, but a good one nonetheless. The carving marks their passage through this realm. We could always try and find the others if you're curious.
Okay, so let's go back to the Mystic Gateway. And we need to go to SVARTALFHEIM first to get another ingredient. You can't get these until you've picked up this favor. So although we've already completed SVARTALFHEIM, this doesn't count towards SVARTALFHEIM's completion. This only counts towards Midgard's completion. So go ahead and open the map for SVARTALFHEIM. And we're going to go over to, I think it's the one there, the Niðavellir beach, I think is the gateway you want. Like I said, I'll show you exactly how to get there, so don't worry. Alright, once we're here, we're going to come over to the right and hop across our spear. And we need to take the train. So go ahead and hop in the train. Right, once you've arrived, I'll edit out that little journey so you don't have to sit there for a full minute watching me. And we're going to go down here, follow this path around, all the way around here. And you'll want to swing a right. Keep going. Hop up this little ledge, and here's the heart, and the ingredient is just here.
It is an ingredient from the recipe. How did they reach this realm?
Oh, they were well versed in realm travel.
Right, back to the gateway then. And now we're going to go over to Vanaheim. And you're going to want to travel to this Mystic Gateway right here. I think it's one of the sinkholes ones. Once you arrive, again, you haven't got to go too far to get to it. Hop up here and come around this way. Yeah, watch out for the poison plant. That one managed to get me. Hop over here, and the ingredient is just over here on your left. Just follow the path around, hop over the little gap, and it's just on the floor. Yeah, right there.
From Yari and Somar.
Mimir, tell me more of Yari.
After leaving his family, he wandered the realms in search of something unnameable.
Alright, back to the gateway then. And now we'll go into, I think Vanaheim is? No, we're in Vanaheim. Going to Alfheim, my bad. And where I'm hovering the cursor right now is where you need to go. I think I show that again in a minute. There's only a couple of gateways you've got here. But head to that one in the middle. And we've got to go a little bit further on the sled to get to this. But the sled should be facing in the right direction. So that's where we're going right there, where I'm hovering the cursor right now. Hop on the sled, just go straight forward through the tunnel. Alright, and you kind of need to go over to your left to get to this area. It's kind of sad that you can't place a marker on the map. But it is what it is. This is also the location of one of those trolls I told you about. It's over on just to the right of this area.
The last ingredient in the recipe.
If you want to go and fight it. Right, so let's open, or no, crawl under this. And the ingredient's right there.
The meeting of Yari and Soma.
Ah, right. So the two agreed traveling together might be beneficial.
Right, back to the gateway, back to Midgard, and we're going to go back to the King's Grave gateway, I think, over here, yeah. And then you just need to go and put the ingredients in the pot, and you'll complete the favor. Simple. Not heading down this way then. We have got to go somewhere else realm-wise in order to 100% this area, but it's only because we haven't completed all of the Berserker gravestones. There's one more that we've got to do before we can fight the king, and because the king is in this realm, I thought I would show where to go and get it if you want to. You can always go and do the other videos in this guide, or the rest of this guide, and then come back here and do that king fight if you want to. It's up to you how you do it, but I thought I'd just show how to do it here, just so there's no confusion.
Gladly. It was said that Yari and Soma first shared a kiss in the fields of Jotunheim.
Oh? How'd they manage to reach Jotunheim?
Don't know. Point is, they went on countless expeditions, each location more beautiful than the last. But they found as they did, the destination became less important than simply traveling together.
And the unnameable thing?
It was home. Yari and Soma had found it in each other.
Okay, so last but very not least is the King's Grave. So all that's there is the Berserker King, the King Hrolf Kraki fight. So, like I've mentioned before, we need to beat all of the Berserkers first. So there's one we haven't got. And if you're following the guide and just want to keep following me, let's go to Niflheim and get the final Berserker beaten. I'll show you where to do it. If you're going to keep following if you're following these videos individually, when we go to Niflheim, I'll also show where the Berserker is there, so you can just beat him there if you want to, but you won't be able to beat this final Berserker until you've beaten the other 12. So let's go to Niflheim. We'll go and sort that out now. Fast travel over to the Mistfields. You'll need to unlock this using your seeds, same way you did with the one a little bit earlier. Let's go to the Mistfields. Easy enough. Just in front of this gateway, if you want to grab it, is one of the flowers in bloom. I don't grab it here, but that's where the Berserker gravestone is. You can highlight it on your compass like I did and just head towards it. You'll probably have a couple of enemies to deal with in this area. If you want to beat them up, it's entirely up to you. Okay, let's get rid of him. Sorted. Nice. Alright. I think there's probably one more enemy along the way. This should be simple enough for you though. You can just follow the compass to the Berserker gravestone if you want to. Just doing my best to be thorough here, although we will revisit this area. It won't be till we've done the others, because in this realm is where you basically get the rewards for getting all of the ravens, and we haven't got them all yet. Alright, there we go. So the Berserker gravestone is just around this corner, I think. Right there. So go over there and beat the Berserker, and that'll be your final one. Easy.
This was the last, was it not? Only the king remains.
Aye, and if you thought his berserkers were tough, well...
Okay, so once you've beaten that Berserker, come back to the King's Grave from the Mystic Gateway, and then you can go and fight the Berserker King. You get a really cool relic from this guy, or is it a hilt? I'm not sure, but yeah, you get a really cool ability from killing this guy. Probably the best one in the game. And once you've beaten all the Berserkers, his gravestone will reform. You can open it.
Prepare for battle.
So beat him up. This is probably one of the tougher fights you'll have in the game. Sorted.
My kingdom.
No kingdom for you.
Thank you, brother.
And that's it.
Still not
So
sure
that's
if that was justice
Midgard.
or vengeance.
The two are not always at odds.
What do you intend to do with Skofnung now?
I intend to use it.
No. Don't you understand the legacy that thing carries? Not to mention the souls of evil berserkers.
I will use it for good.
That won't erase its history.
No. But the story of this sword is still being written. Future generations will weigh its good deeds against the bad and decide for themselves.
You've come a long way from when I first met you, brother.
I have had good counsel since then, brother.
Alright, so there we go. That's Midgard 100%ed. Hopefully, if you're following the videos, you've got your 100%. Okay, so moving on to Muspelheim then. First up, we're going to get the first legendary chest. It's in this area, and this is just by the Burning Cliffs Mystic Gateway. We're going to come down here and around, down this ledge, so that we can get the chest right here. Most of this area is pretty much just challenges, but you have to do some weird combinations to get them, so I'll walk you through that. It's a little look at the map, and right next to this chest is a raven. Right there. Easy. So the numbers on screen right now won't match up with the amount you've got, just because there's an area that I have already done, but I haven't released the video for yet, just because I feel like you should do these in a specific order. So don't worry, you will get all the ravens, but we'll clear out Muspelheim first, and there's a couple more in Helheim that we'll be doing after this video. So at the point of recording, I'd already done Helheim, but I feel like it's a better idea to do them in this order, because this is kind of the last big realm that you've got to do. It's not actually a big realm, but it just has challenges which take time, so you'll spend some time here. Let's go and get this Nornir chest. Yeah, Helheim, Niflheim, and Jotunheim are already short areas, so I wanted to just put those into one video rather than releasing videos that are like 2 minutes long or something. But if you're watching just the 100% guide that has all the collectibles in one video, you don't have to worry about that. Just keep following the guide, you'll be fine. Don't worry. Alright, so we've got a few of these fires to light. Need to get the runic arrows on these pillars in order to light this. Make the middle one a little bit bigger to get that to work. Sorry for the slight green flashes you see occasionally. It happens really rarely in my videos, but it's something to do with my capture card. I'm trying to figure out why exactly it's doing that.
That's it.
But it doesn't happen very often, which is good for us. But you may have noticed them here and there. I'm not sure why that's happening to my capture card, but it is what it is. Alright, so that's that Nornir chest done. Sorted. So, quick look at the map. And let's go do the remnants of Asgard that is next to this Nornir chest right here. Beat up these enemies, and this is the last remnants of Asgard you should have to get. Not sure if you get a trophy for this, I can't remember.
So, Odin's oppressive ways have finally ended.
Are you satisfied?
Yes.
Easy.
The realms may finally find peace and healing.
Alright. So there you go. All of the remnants. Alright. So next up we've got a rune reed, which is right next to the remnants right here.
It does not.
Okay, so last raven in Muspelheim that we've got to get, I think. Don't think there's any more than this. Actually, no, I think there no, yeah, this is the last one. This is the last one in Muspelheim. It's just up above the forge. Pretty sure this is the only collectible you've got to get here. Very soon we're going to be working on the challenges that you've got to do. It's kind of weird to get them all. You have to do specific things to get the challenges done. But I'll cover them all. There's 15 in total to do. There we go. I think that's it for this section. You're going to have to make your way back to the gateway here so that we can go to the other side of Muspelheim and go over to the Crucible. There we go. If you followed the guide, you should have the Muspelheim seeds that you find in Svartalfheim to get here.
I thought the climate would be pleasant after Midgard's winter. I was wrong.
Aye, but it's a dry heat.
If you can't get here straight away, you're going to need to go and find the Muspelheim, whatever it is, seed halves. And they're in Svartalfheim. If you go and take a look at the video that I've done for that, you'll be able to find them. If you follow along at this point, you'll already have them. So that's 7 out of 9 flowers. Sorted. Okay, so let's head along this way. And now we're going to go and do these challenges. So this is challenge number 1, Mastery. This is on the left sword. And it pays to sort of know the locations of these swords. So the left sword has weapons mastery on it. Yeah, to get some of the other challenges done, you're going to have to know the position of the swords. For this one, you just need to beat the enemies. They have those weird shields on them that are like elements, so you have to use certain weapons.
A chest appeared.
There's me running around in circles for a second, but we're going to get the legendary chest here. First one, you'll get the Shoulder Guard of Undying Pyres out of this. I'm sort of running around lost, but basically when you beat the challenge, the legendary chest pops up in the room and you got to go and grab it. Easy. So I'll show the location of these challenges for the first time. But there's 2 on each of these swords. When you've beaten those 2, you get a 3rd challenge for each one. So again, this is the left sword. The rooms do look different, but if you also just remember the challenges that are on them, you'll be good to go. So this one has Flawless and Weapon Mastery. Again, this is the left sword. If you just try to remember that, it will help you out a lot when you're doing the rest of the challenges that we need to do. So, right, we'll get another legendary chest here. Yeah, I don't think you get anything out of this one. Again, here's me. I actually just saw the chest a second ago, but ran past it. There it is. You get a bunch of chests in this area, but only certain ones give you rewards. Some of them just give you, like, you know, XP and resources for you to upgrade stuff. Alright, so challenge number 3 then. I think we go to the middle sword now to get this one done. There's a little look at the map so you can see where this sword is. Again, this is the left sword and we're going to the middle sword. So the middle sword has the Ring Out challenge on it. And the reason you want to know this is just because you need to do certain challenges in a certain order in order to unlock the final challenges, and there's 6 of them to get, so you need to do them all in different orders. I'll show you how to get those. So this is the Ring Out challenge. Just need to knock enemies into the fire for this one. We're not going to actually show the challenges because that would take too long. If it was just a few challenges, I wouldn't mind, but there's like 15 of them or something. And when you're doing the final challenges, you need to come and do 2 of these challenges and then go and do a final challenge. So for each final challenge, you're going to have to do 2 challenges before you can unlock it. So it will take forever to do that. But again, I'll talk about how to get those unlocked in a minute. I'm sure it was pretty clear. This would just be useful in case you can't quite figure out the combinations on how to get the certain challenges. So this one has Ring Out and Feed the Rift, and this is the middle sword. So if you just remember that those 2 challenges represent the middle sword. Moving on. When you've beaten all of these, you get an extra challenge on each of the swords. So there's 3 for each sword, giving you a total of 9. And then beating the 6 final challenges gives you the other 6 towards the 15 that are in this area, so you can 100% Muspelheim. Alright, so that's the 2 on the middle sword done. Let's go over to the right sword. Just need to leave this area now. Once you've opened the chest, the door will open and you'll be able to go to the other swords. So head out of here and go to your left, and we can go over to the right sword. And this is challenge number 5, population control. Again, just remember that this sword has these challenges, the right sword has population control. There's also another one we're going to do in a minute. You might just want to remember the way the rooms look as well. That's kind of easy enough. Alright, so now that we've beaten that one, we can do another challenge in this room. We've done 5 of the 6 challenges available to us so far. Let's go up here and get the chest. We get the Girdle of Undying Pyres here. Easy.
We still
Alright.
haven't seen everything this area has to offer. There could be another arena.
So there's one more challenge that we can do right now, which is King of the Hill. Again, these are the swords, or these are the challenges that are on the right sword. Okay, so finish the challenge, get it done. You just need to keep the enemies out of the areas that the game gives you, and then you'll get your 6th legendary chest in this area. Alright, so now we need to leave this little area and head down to where the shop is, kind of close to that. And the way I've worked this out is so that if you're standing at this middle sword that we're going to and you're facing the other swords, like these 3 we've just gone between, the way I've worked it out is so that it's left, middle and right, as if you're facing the 3 swords from the one in the middle, this chest. So pretty much the direction we're facing right now, you've got left, middle and right. So yeah, if you're facing the sword that appears in the middle, you've got left, middle and right. This sword right here. So the direction we're looking right now, again, you've got left, middle and right if you're facing the 3 swords from the middle sword.
It's inactive. Perhaps it needs more molten metal sent to it. Let's
Okay.
check the other arenas again.
So let's go and do challenge number 7. I did want to show these challenges. Now that you've done those 6 and you've come and opened the Nornir chest, you'll get the ability to go and do these challenges that are on the sword, and it's basically a 3rd one. You need to beat each of these. So this is Rampage, this is on the left sword.
Hope you're ready, brother.
Go ahead and beat your challenge. Easy.
How? What did we do?
We told it to move.
Go ahead and get your chest. Simple. And then we'll head towards the middle chest. Now when you've done this middle chest, it will unlock a challenge that's on the central sword, like the final challenge sword, which is the one down by the shop. And essentially the way it works is you do 2 challenges from the 3 swords in different combinations, and it unlocks like a final challenge on the central sword. So at the moment we're doing the combination left sword first and then middle sword second, and that'll unlock a challenge on the middle sword. So we get health steal out of this one.
There. What was that about us telling the lava to move?
It said that the weapons of Muspelheim retain the memories of those they killed, even after they're melted down.
The metal lives.
That's a metaphor, surely.
No.
So there's one more normal challenge to do, but we can't do that until we go and do one of the final challenges. The doors don't unlock until you've beaten one of the final challenges now, because you've activated one by doing the left sword and then the middle sword. You can see them listed on the bottom of the screen right now. Also in the description they're listed. So if there's any confusion, you should have the order right there. And this one gives us the endurance challenge, which is the first of the 6 final challenges we're going to have to do. For this one you have to beat 99 enemies, kind of fun. So beat the enemies, beat the challenge, and then you'll get one of the final challenges done. And you'll get a legendary chest, which will give you Surta's Scorched Cuirass. So we've got one more normal challenge to do we haven't seen yet. So we'll go and do that one in combination with another one to unlock another final challenge. So we're going to do... There we go.
Then we should try completing them in a different order. See what changes.
There we go. They're sort of cluing you in on it there. But this is on the right sword. So we're doing the right sword first. We're going to get kill fuse. I won't bore you with running backwards and forwards between the swords, but I'll just give you the combinations as I do the final challenges, and that way if you're missing a certain one, you'll know which one it is, because they're all listed in the description and also on screen. So just go ahead and check that out if you're confused at all. We've got another legendary chest right here, but this is the last of the normal challenges that we need to do. So you'll have seen them all the normal challenges you'll have seen at this point. You just need to do the final challenges, but in order to unlock different ones, you're going to have to come back and beat these challenges in different orders. So this one is the boss rush, and if you do the right sword and then the middle sword second, you'll unlock the boss rush challenge. Doesn't matter which challenge you do out of the 3 that are on those 3 swords, doesn't matter which one you do, as long as you do one from the right sword and then one on the middle, you'll unlock this final challenge. There are 6 different combinations, so let's go ahead and get our rewards. We get the girdle there, I think. Okay, so for shield breaker, we have to do the left sword first and then the right sword second. Again, it doesn't matter which challenge you do from the swords, but just doing one out of the 3 in the order of the left and then the right gives you the shield breaker challenge. So you'll get another legendary chest here. I think at this point you've unlocked everything the chests might give you. I think you may get maybe an upgrade for the blades once you've beaten all of them. So for this one is Onslaught. We need to do the middle sword first and then the right. And go ahead and beat your challenge. Easy. Right. And we're going to get Surtur's Scorched Arm for this one. Oh, so we do have more rewards. But yeah, each time you beat one of these challenges, you get rewards. Same as the other challenges. If you beat them, you keep getting stuff out of the chests. So you can get easy resources out of these, which is nice. Some of these resources as well are used to upgrade weapons and armor to their highest level. So now we've got the Ring of Fire. For this one you need to do the middle sword first and then the left sword second. You've got Ring of Fire. One more to do then. Get your legendary chest. These chests that you're getting don't count towards completion, they just give you rewards, so I thought I'd list them. Alright, so next up we've got the Phantom, which is the right sword first and then the left sword second. And that'll give you the Phantom challenge. Beat the Phantom. It's actually a tough challenge because you have to fight other enemies along with the Phantom. Actually makes it kind of difficult. But get that beaten. And there you go, that's all of the Muspelheim challenges. Sorted. So the last thing we've got to do, you might need to grab your legendary chest here. There it is. Go ahead and grab that. The last thing we've got to do in this area is go and fight the Valkyrie, which is Gnar, or something like that. Go and fight her. And then you've 100%ed Muspelheim, which is decent. And you've got very little to do after this point. There's a couple of realms we've got to go and pick a few things out of, but there's really not a lot to do after this. I feel like this should really count as a remnants of Asgard. Maybe this only opens once you've beaten all of them. I'm honestly not sure. But yeah, she's up here. You have to come through that little hole in the wall and all the way up here. And you can come and beat. There's a book on the floor. You pick that up and then she attacks you. In my opinion, this really isn't as difficult as some of the Valkyrie fights from the previous game. Maybe it was because I had really high level gear at this point, but she just didn't seem difficult at all, to be honest. I think she managed to beat me once and then I beat her, whereas I remember the other Valkyrie fights in the previous game taking me many attempts.
You judge me.
A little cutscene.
You, whose cowardice has left entire realms in ruin.
Sister, I know the hate that burns you from within. I have felt those flames, known the comfort of their warmth. I wronged you. and I cannot change that. Never apologize enough for it. But the hatred, vengeance, you have to let it go.
Finish it.
Yes, sister.
Dealt with. And that's your lot for Muspelheim. We've got one more video to follow, or if you're watching the full guide, just a little bit more to do in a couple of the other realms. Really not a lot at all. You'll get a trophy there. But yeah, if you're following these videos individually, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Let me know if the video helped you out. If you want to support me, subscriptions and likes are always appreciated. There's also memberships, all that good stuff. Okay, so first off, we're going to go to Jotunheim. We only need to get one collectible here. That is the 9 Realms in Bloom. And I think there's 2 more to get after this. Both of those are in Helheim.
Is Jotunheim as beautiful as the stories? And then some.
You might need to use the Yggdrasil seed to unlock this that you get from Ratatoska. So if you don't have it yet, go and talk to him and you'll get the seeds. You have to have beaten the game before you get the seeds. But yeah, then we can come here as Kratos, and the only collectible that's here is this flower.
The flower.
Incredible.
Okay, so don't pay attention to the numbers on the side there. I promise you, you will get everything sorted. Alright, so now we're going to Helheim. That's all there is for Jotunheim. Now we're at Helheim. We've come over here, and we're going to go up to the left to clean up these last few collectibles here. There are a couple of collectibles you should already have if you've beaten the main storyline because of Hell Tears that you have to do here. So
Look here.
let's go ahead and get this lore marker that's right here. And there's a raven literally just above that lore marker. Right there. Show the map for each of these again. So these should be the last few ravens that you need to get. Like I said, I did these in a different order when it came to recording, so the numbers on the side don't actually represent how many you should have if you've just completely followed the guide. But, you know, this will be the last couple of them you have to get. So there's the last one. Sorted. Right. There it is on the map, in case you're confused. That was Hellgrind. And we've got a rune reed to come and get. We need to climb up this rock. And again, these are ones you may have gotten if you're playing through the storyline and just had a little bit of a look around. But obviously I want to include them. I haven't included some of the stuff that you get just playing through the game naturally, like the Hell Tear that's in this area. I don't really feel like there's a point in including that in the video because you have to get it when you play the storyline. I could if I wanted to be super over-the-top accurate, I could include it, but there's really no point. As long as you beat the storyline, you will get it. Alright, so hop up here. You'll get the rune reed. It's just up here on the side. I compiled these together just because they're such short little sections. There was no point in, you know, uploading videos that are around. Like the one for Jotunheim would be one collectible. A whole video just for that one collectible just seems like a waste. So I'm happy to compile these few little realms together. Alright, so up we go. All the way up. But yeah, if you followed the mega guide that I'm going to upload for this and you followed it all the way through, thank you very much. I appreciate you watching all the way through the video. That actually really helps me out. Really helps with the YouTube algorithm and all that stuff. And the support I had on the previous collectible guide I had for the God of War original game was crazy as well. So if you followed from that one, I really appreciate you sticking with me, and I hope I've helped you get your platinum. Alright, so coming back on ourselves a little bit, we're going to go and get the 9 realms in bloom down here. And away we go. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I think I said earlier there's 2 to get in Helheim, but there's actually 1. So jump down here, chuck your spear in the wall, come up top, and then you need to go to your right, I believe? Yeah, go to your right, across the spear you just threw, and the flower is right here, and that's the last collectible in Helheim you need to get. You can see how short these realms are, but there are 2 in Niflheim, and it may seem like you may think to yourself, why are there 2 in one realm if they're supposed to be different realms? But one of the flowers that you find is in the Aesir prison, so that one's come from Asgard. So one of the flowers here does count for Asgard. There you go. Just outside the Mistfield's Mystic Gateway is one of the flowers. Sorted. Alright, so now I'm going to show the Berserker gravestone that's in this area. Looks like my footage is glitching a little bit here. I'll have to go back and edit that. You shouldn't see that on the video. I'll replace it with some footage that isn't glitching all over the place. But no bother. Let's go over to the Berserker gravestone, which is over here. Yeah, I'm having some glitches with this new capture card. It should look fine on the video. I'll replace it with some footage that isn't broken like this one is right now. But, yeah, there's the Berserker gravestone right there. Go ahead and check that out. Sorted. Oh, beat her up. If you followed along with the guide, you'll have already done this fight. If you followed me in Midgard to come here, but I wanted to include it just in case you were waiting. And it does count towards completion, so I've effectively shown this one twice.
I've been thinking about what you said, brother. Maybe it's time to let this go. Slurping up a dead man's soul with this old sword doesn't change the past.
It is good to hear you say that, but I plan to face it.
Alright, so back to the gateway. We're going to go over to the Raven Tree. And now we can come and open up all the chests that are underneath the Raven Tree, because we've got all the ravens, and you'll get a bunch of nice gear from here.
Ravens, the ones we've been destroying. Odin's little spies.
I'll kind of just let this play out, because there's a bit of dialogue.
Free of the Father, our half-wise man belong to no other.
The Father. Odin, I presume?
I don't know, but there's definitely something more going on here.
A gift of life, a gift in death, to smother forever the All-Father's breath.
Odin must have created these creatures. But how?
I haven't the foggiest. They came after my time with him. But perhaps we should continue to destroy any of Odin's ravens we find.
In life we hanged, in death we kneeled, until you freed us with your steel.
So destroying the ravens free their spirits somehow. Good to know.
Free?
Well, free of Odin's control, anyway.
We told what we saw, empowered his lies. Good little ravens, good little spies. Our lives cut short, souls sinking deeper, until gathered up.
Raven Keeper.
An acolyte of Odin's, very secretive, trusted with his dirtiest deeds. Never met her myself.
to escape. We clawed, we screeched, but nothing escapes the Keeper's reach.
Mumia, how do we find this rig and keeper?
I'd love to, brother, but I've no idea where we'd look. Or if the Keeper's even still alive.
We will find her.
Angry man. Alright. Last chest then, and then the Raven Keeper's going to show up.
Away from my children. Have you any idea how long it took to shape their spirits into something useful? Have you any idea of the effort, the focus? Were not for me, these misbegotten urchins would have perished in the winds of Fimbulwinter. But instead, they became something greater, something magnificent. They mattered to the All-Father, and they mattered to me.
Alright, so she's going to back up all the way down here. If you follow the little cloud, you'll end up going to the little practice arena that's over on the right here. And you have to fight her. And this will complete the Eyes of Odin favor. Beat her up, get that done. And then we've got one more section to go and do. And then we're completely done.
Well done, brother. Clearly the ravens, the children, appreciated it as well.
Is there nothing to be done for them?
I believe we have done something.
Perhaps.
Okay. So, now we need to go to the Aesir prison, which is quite close to where we are, so just leave this area and go to the left. And follow the path that's on the left of the Raven Tree over here. And yeah, nearly done.
Hang on a minute. Is this a prison?
It would seem so.
Let's continue. Might be something useful inside.
Alright, so down here we go. Okay. So, there's a bunch of enemies for you to fight in this area. And I didn't edit any of them out, just because this area can be a little bit confusing as to where you gotta go. So I thought I'd just go ahead and leave the fights in, just so there's no confusion at all.
If the Einherjar survived Ragnarok, perhaps some of the inmates did as well.
Let us find out.
So chuck your spear into there, and then hop down a level. And again, you've got another fight. Sorted. Okay, so bring the post down a level by moving the chain, and then you can hop down one more floor. Again, you'll have another fight here. Get rid of these guys. Really not that much here to do. There's like 2 or 3 collectibles in total. Alright. Oh, let's get rid of that guy. Okay, so when you jump in here, you'll get attacked again by another enemy when you jump into the area behind you. That's kind of where we gotta go, just through here, yeah. You'll have to beat this elf. I guess she was just kind of floating up there, because there really is no way to be up there. It's kind of weird, but whatever. So then you can bust through this, and from here now, you can get to the Nornir chest. You can also break a seal right here and open this gate. And through here we come. So you need to look down there to get the last seal, but I think you need to go down a floor in order to get it. You can't get it from here. I was trying to see if I could see it, but you've got to go down another floor in order to get that one. I was trying, but yeah, I think you've got to go around. And to get down to that floor, you're going to have to go back down the drop that we just came up from. So let's go down. And See if we can get the angle from here. I'm pretty sure we can. Unless we have to go down again. One of the seals is in this cage as well, which is on the floor we just dropped down to. So you got to beat this guy. Get the seal. And I'm not sure if you can get the seal from this level. Yeah, you can. There it is. There we go. That'll open up the chest. So let's go ahead and go back up. And then we can get to our next collectible, which I think is the 9 Realms in Bloom. Really not a lot we've got to do here at all before we're finished. Let's crank this open. Sorted. Very nice. And little look at the map in case there's any confusion. Although this is a pretty linear area. It's just, you know, round and about, backwards and forwards. So now we need to go down some more floors. And there's also another post on the opposite side of us. So when we drop down here, we're going to need to chuck our spear into there. And then we can go down again. And you can also adjust the chain from the level we were just on. More enemies to fight. Let's beat them. Nice timing on the execution there. Let's get rid of these guys. These guys are definitely tougher enemies because they take forever to get rid of. Easy. Literally just juggling this guy. Kratos just a bit OP, mate. Alright, so opening up that little prison cell will get you into a fight, so I just left that one alone, but the flower we need is right here. And this will be the last one. This should get you your trophy.
I don't know. A gardener?
And that last one is the flower that came from Asgard. Because obviously this prison has come from there. So now we need to get to the other side. So we need to go back up here. And we need to bring the post down. So we're going to have to go back up real quick. And go to the chain that's over here somewhere. Here we go. I think we need to bring this down. Yeah, all the way down. No, one up. Is it? No, I think it is all the way down. I'm messing up here. Okay, let's go use the drop down that we had before to get down. That's right here. There we go. And that'll allow us to go from the right angle and drop down to the other side that we couldn't get to before behind this gate that I'm just looking at. And then we need to open up this cell. And Tia is in here, the real Tia.
Freya, I can't believe it.
Wait, that can't be.
Until then.
Skipping through the dialogue there, but there we go. That'll get that favor sorted for you. If you go to certain places in the realms as well, you can find Tia like meditating and stuff. It's kind of cool.
Hard to trust anything after what we've been through. But with Odin gone, I have no cause to doubt it.
Our paths will cross again. Of that I'm sure.
Right, so let's go ahead and hop up here. And
where to now?
When we go up a level just here, we can get the very last collectible, which is a legendary chest. The last one in Nidavellir, the last one in the game. So, if you're looking to get the platinum, you're going to have to go to the shop at this point if you haven't done so already and craft everything that is available for you to craft. But that is the last collectible that we've actually got to pick up. So, well done if you've made it this far. There's also this thing right here. I'm not sure what you do with this yet, but
sound device Sindri used during the Battle of Ragnarok. We might still find use for it yet.
So maybe you do have to pick that one up. Maybe you do.
What now?
He'll want to stretch his legs, I imagine. Imprisonment stokes wanderlust. Not that I need to remind any of us of that.
Okay, so there we go. get your extra shield. Any shields you don't have, go ahead and buy them. You don't have to make the runs, just the shields. And then you'll get a trophy for that. And then go into the relics and buy those too. Just a quick look at my shields in case you are missing one and you want to know which one. And you can also go into the relics. Buy anything that you don't have. Nice and easy. Alright, so that's everything. Hopefully you've got your platinum trophy from watching these videos. Let me know in the comment section if you have. If you want to show some support to me, you can just drop a like and subscribe, maybe a comment. All that good stuff really helps with the YouTube algorithm. If you want to go a little bit further than that, you can always come over to my Twitch channel at twitch.tv/ifreams. There's also channel membership. I've got a Discord server. You can even tip me nowadays on YouTube by pressing the little heart below this video. Thank you all very much for watching. I really do appreciate you watching to the end and using my guide. I'll have more guides coming out in the future. Have yourself a fantastic day. And until next time, take it easy.